Whatever you want, whatever you need, anything you want done, baby, I'll do it naturally. 'Cause every woman, it's all in me. It's all in me. Right now, get a romantic I can cast a spell, see that you can tell. It's a special group, the fire inside of you. Anytime you feel danger of me, then instantly I will appear. I'm every woman, it's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I do it naturally. Like playing into the sea. I can make a rhyme, but the feeling in your mind. And when it comes down to some good old fashioned love, I got it, I got it, I got it, got it. It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I do it naturally. Right now, get a just ask me, it shall be done. No matter to compare, I've got
What's good with it? What's good with it? Yes, yes. It's almost back. What's good with it? What's good with it? Let me say hey to the people that's in here. What's up, Cookie? Hey, Shawty. Shawty. What's good with it open? What's good with it open? Hey, red bone, yes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me see who's next. Miss me, Miss Mo. What you doing, girl? Hey, Queenie, Queenie. What's up with you, girl? Yes. What's up? What's up? I thought I saw Shawty, 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 Shawty. Yeah. Girl. What's good, y'all? What's good, honey? Welcome or welcome back. What's good with y'all? What's good with y'all? I'm hoping y'all having a good day, a very good week. I know I am. I'm loving it. I'm living it. Yes, 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 yes. Honey, I'm always pulled away doing something. Every time I hit that goddamn live button, I'm trying to do something. You know what I'm saying? I try to listen. I be having a lot of stuff to do. So I be trying to, get it done with every available minute, moment, whatever I can do. Child, listen, Mo. They done started something at the college where it's like they're considered like infusion classes, right? You may the specification may be law, but you got to infuse like psychology or um, um, philosophy and shit somewhere here and there, right? Let's check this out right here. Now, first half, I gave them a psychology infusion, right? No problem. Knock that out. Bam, 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 bam. And now I'm giving them a philosophy infusion. I also help your ass out because I know that every so many classes that they got to take as you move on, this is going to come up again. So by I'm being the launching pad, because I'm teaching the lower ones, it's only going to help you develop, right? And these count as words. You got to count the words and stuff like that. Make sure they got enough to pass the class and graduate, right? Listen, I ain't think I can make it no easier. I'm not gonna make it no easier, right? I said, give me legal philosophers, right? You can talk about the rules of law. You talk about the theories of law. You can also give me 21st century philosophers, kind of getting away from the Aristotle and the Plato and the Socrates and all that type of stuff, right? Baby, they got more questions than I'm like, why y'all had all these questions? Huh? What's the problem? What's the problem? Well, yeah. So I'm like, oh my gosh, honey. Ugh. Ugh. And let me tell you something. I've never liked a, a a professor that was a philosopher. Let me tell you something. I had one. Well, I actually had two. The one was pretty cool. One was pretty cool. But I had one when I took a business ethics class way, 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 way early on when I first got my business degree a long time ago before I turned that into a law degree, right? Check this out right here. He just kept on. He would not let you turn in a B minus paper, a C paper, a B paper, whatever. He always wanted to send it back and say, you want me to think more and go deeper and all this here and all in the class. You want me to think and get to the bottom of it. How about this right here? I don't want to do all of that. How about that? I'm okay with this C, this B. I'm okay with those grades. I just want to be left the fuck alone. That's all I want to do. Because I've done the math on it. And when I average it out, I'm still okay when it comes to the dean's office. So I'm okay with this C. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to keep thinking. When you give me back my paper, I need it to be the final markings. I don't want you to say, don't open the grade, don't leave it open and say, you want to see if I want to improve on it and mark it up and talking about asking me questions and shit. No, I don't want to think. That's why I don't like dealing with them kind of professors like that. And I'm thinking I'm pretty much not like I'm not doing them like this. Well, you know what I'm trying to say? I'm not making it difficult for them. Cause that shit got on my goddamn nerves. The professor I had was over there with when I was in that category that falls upon the humanities and all that bullshit, whatever. That person, that professor was A-okay. Most of the shit was in the book. Most of it was set up on, taking tests. You ain't had to do all that writing. But unfortunately, in that business ethics class, we had to do a bunch of essays. I don't like doing those. So I definitely don't like nobody fucking with me when I turn them in. I'm turning them in. As long as ain't no D, I'm cool. I listen open. I be warming it up, I be warming it up. So yeah, I do listen. I was knocked out and I saw that it came in, so I don't know what the hell it says. So but we're gonna find out what it says because it took them long enough. And it better be outstanding. Okay. Girl, you like essay? No, no, ma'am. I don't like no essays. I know project. Give me a test. Give me that. Give me that. And I'm good, baby. I'm good. You understand what I'm talking about? I'm good. I be like, oh, my face be balled up. Like, stop harassing me. Right. And I thought, listen, give me 21st century philosophers. That's going to get you out of the Aristotle and all them old ass people. That's going to get you out of that. That's going to give you, some fresh shit. Or if you want to stay like in tune of, what we're doing. But it's not really what we're doing. Not really, sort of, because when you get into legal philosophy and stuff like that, it it has let me see how to say this. It depends on the persons who's writing it, ideology, what they think about the law. So that could be subjective. You know what I'm saying? So so that's why I'm giving you. I'm not hard like that. I don't like this shit either. This some new shit they done added on. And I'm just trying to give, but at least giving you a heads up to tell you, listen, this is what they're doing. Get ready. Get ready. And turn it in is always on deck. Turning in is always there. So that way you can, you can, it kind of forces them to do a little bit more thinking, a little bit more research. Maybe the concepts and the ideas they have for their essays would be more predicated on today's time, stuff like that, right? I mean, I'm helping your ass. Y'all confused like a motherfucker. I'm like, well, shit. Over real Queenie. I hate group projects. Cause you know why? And let's keep that shit a buck. We all grown here. Let me tell you what I do. I told my daughter to do the same thing. Don't get in no groups with no black people. Unless you done figured out that they like you. Okay? I'm telling you, y'all, my stay with people that's like you methodology. I'm still working on the lips and the words and the throat, baby. Methodology, listen, it works like a charm. Cause had I stayed in it before I turned left on him, I'd have been doing good. Wouldn't have no problems. Okay, cause see, I don't consult with the ghetto, so I would avoid a whole bunch of shit then. Shit. But listen, I said, as long as you've been watching your mama go to school, and I've taken you around them study groups, I have been the only niggers. Yes, ma'am. I don't play them games. And every time when you get back to that class, what is the group that have the lowest grade, the problems? Somebody got to tell the teacher on the other members and stuff. The groups involving more niggas, not me. I can't do it. So I avoid them. I don't get in them groups with them, but they don't want to do their work. I'm gonna have a problem. Get in there with your white people. And she never had a problem until she got in a group with some black people. What's up, DB? What's up? So let me get started. Let me see. I don't know how many pages we got. But y'all, it better be a banger, okay? Because how long it took 3 or 4 goddamn extensions? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? 3, 4 extensions. The extension need an extension. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, but I hope y'all being good. Hope y'all getting y'all Christmas out the way. Oh, you know what? What was that I was gonna say? Damn, I forgot what. Listen, I was doing a cash giveaway, but I forgot what I was gonna give. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay. I know there I already know who gonna get this right. So I already know who's gonna get this right. But I'm going to give you a cash app. If you can give me, and this could be for anybody that's club blue or white, if you can finish what I'm going, the rest of what I, the rest of what I, let me see. Damn, if I tell you what it is, then you're gonna know how to get it. If you finish, you fill in the blanks, okay? I need the rest of it and your cash app. I need both of them together. Don't just give me the answer and no cash app, because I'm not gonna recognize that. I need the answer and I need the cash app. I already know who's gonna win this, so I might as well go ahead and just give it to the person. So, all right, y'all ready? Let me know y'all ready. Warm me up. Warm me up. Y'all ready? Y'all let me know y'all ready. I already, boy, I know, boy, this gonna be a This gonna be I know y'all gonna get this right. I know at least one person in here gonna get it right. If nobody else gets it right, one person gonna get it right. So let me know when y'all ready. I need somebody to say I'm ready. I'm ready. Y'all ready? I need to see y'all ready. Okay, y'all ready? Okay, Michelle Johnson. Okay, y'all ready? All right, all right. First person that can complete what I'm saying, and it's 3 words that I'm gonna be missing, and I need your cash app right behind it. I need all of that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. What time is it? I need the 3 words that follows that and your cash app. I already know who's gonna get it. I already know who's gonna get it. Let me see. Let me see. Did you... Oh Lord. No red bunny. No red bunny. Oh Lord. I already know who's gonna get it. Oh no, shout it. And it's the word. You gotta complete it with your cash app. I already said it, DB Wild. Come on, people. Now, wait a minute. What is wrong with y'all? I said it don't get no easier than this one. No, that's not it, Michelle. But I like that. That's not it. I can't believe y'all. I'll give y'all one more minute. Mm-mm. Time to read the shit and to get busy. Uh-uh. Cookie, you behind. Get it correct. Roll out. Lord, I give up with y'all. Put it on. No. Y'all gonna feel so bad when I give you the answer. Okay, no clue. Lord have mercy. Jesus help me, Lord. I don't know what I'm done with y'all. That was absolutely it. Right? I can make it no easier. I said I know this gonna be easy. Okay, that's the end. Every man, the paperwork up there, I got you. Every man and everybody from Chicago should feel like 100% losers. Who says this? What time is it? Game time. Who? That's Chicago Bulls. God damn. I give up. I can't with y'all. I'm baffled. I'm lost for words now. No, I'm gonna start checking y'all goddamn throat for Adam's apple, cause I can't check the other places. The big one. Oh, Lord, no. 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 The big one. Oh, Lord, no Yeah, DVY. Don't y'all watch basketball? You know, Chicago. What time is it? Game time. Whoop. Damn. Like, I've always known that since I've known it. Like 30 years. 30 years. I bet R. Kelly would have known. I'd have said, R. Kelly, complete this. What time is it? He'll be like, game time. Who? Yeah. Oh my God. I'm somewhere in Mars. I'm on. No. Y'all on Mars. I'm on Earth. Because everybody know that. Oh my God. Even the people from Chicago didn't know that. Mars Day and the time. Oh Lord. No, ma'am. Game time. Who? I don't know what they said there. Who? That's all I hear. I ain't there with the people. I hear who. Now, I thought Open would get that. I even and listen. I wasn't gonna tell y'all there was 3 words afterwards, but I said, well, let me help them with that. Cause most people, I'm thinking y'all gonna know that. Girl, bye. See, I don't tell nobody y'all didn't know the answer to that. They'll put y'all ass out of anywhere you come in. Yeah, you was way off, Red Bunny. You was way off. Yeah, well, let's see what the prosecutors are saying. Okay. All right. So Brian. Oh, it's 2 Brians and Mars. Okay, so now I don't know whoever, and I'm not around there with y'all. So I don't know whoever went to court or whatever. I do know it was one guy. I know that he was doing some talking at the um at the conference right after the trial. But here we have a Mars and 2 Bryans. So hey, what's good with it? All right. Now, ooh, hold on now. Wait a minute. Hold on. Now I see something that I've seen before, but not not common. All right. Remember I was telling y'all about, and I'm not around there with y'all, right? So remember I was telling y'all about a standard of review. Okay. I've been going over that, trying to get you used to that particular terminology. Because an appeal, it's just a review, right? It comes with another case number and all of that, but it is a review. Okay, they have a standard of review listed on this outline. I wonder why would they put that there? Because here's the thing, right? Let me come right now with y'all for a minute. So it is Jennifer Bond Jean's aim to get a standard of review applied, right? She's writing a persuasive brief in order to get the bench of judges to apply a standard of review. Because if they don't apply a standard of review to it, then most likely it's going to be denied, right? Because they cannot find a level on which to review it on. Okay, meaning they didn't find anything wrong with what the lower court has done. All right, so she is writing to get a standard of review applied. So let me take a quick look real quick. Let me see what the hell is going on. Because let me tell you something. This is appeals is not my thing. So let me see if there's some new shit they let me see something. Hold on. Why are you putting this in here? Okay. So they are And there's that word, de novo. Remember, I told you what that means. De novo means as if the lower court hadn't reviewed it. It means as new, right? And they give the lower court no deference, meaning they don't give any of their decisions any merit or weight, right? They're looking at it as if it was new in their office, okay, in their office, Lord, in front of them, okay. So let's see. So I don't know. I mean, they don't usually, and I've seen it, but they don't usually tell them, oh, you review this, this, you know, you use this level of review, you use this level of review, you use this level of review. That's not usually um, how that works. We didn't see that happen in New York. Like I said, that's not something I really see that, but I mean, maybe they're just trying to. Uh, let's read. Ooh, 56 pages. My God. Okay. Let me get my lips together. Okay. Jurisdictional statement. Defendant appellant's jurisdictional statement is complete and correct. Issues presented for review. Whether the charges against defendant for sexual exploitation and inducement of a child were timely, brought where prior to the expiration of the statute of limitations, Congress extended the limitations period to the life of the child victim pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 3283. Whether the district court abused its discretion in denying defendant's motion to sever certain counts of sexually enticing a child from counts of producing child pornography, where defendant's claim of prejudice was premised on an evidentiary spillover theory. Ooh, evidentiary spillover theory. So that kind of suggests that they maybe are trying to say that evidence from one count maybe prejudice the other. And I believe J-Bo did say something like that. Like evidence from one kind of affect one count kind of affected the other. But we'll see. Whether defendant's 240-month above guideline sentence was procedurally sound and substantively reasonable. So there go those words that I have been bringing up to you more and more and more, and I've been trying to pound Levi in the head with. But he, being a person with no formal training or education in law, knows more than all of us. Okay, but yet those are those beautiful words that I have been bringing out more and more to you guys because, well, in the trial phase of it, those are words that are just pretty much known. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, because it has something to do with the procedure, okay, as well as our rights and what is prohibited by law, right? When you get to the appellate phase, those things are reviewed, of course, to make sure that everything took place at the lower court, took place correctly, right? So you're definitely, so that's definitely something they are going to probably repeat over and over again at some point, right? I would see that I would see that repetition would probably come from the prosecutors because, hey, they are trying to prove that the case was handled, was procedurally sound, and substantively reasonable, as they are saying, not only with this 240-month count, but I would, and this is just my opinion, um, I would think that they would say like the everything, was handled in that manner. If they feel that way. If they don't, I mean, they'll be shooting their own case down. But other than, I mean, but that's what I would, expect them to think, especially when they give their oral arguments, right? I expect them to really focus on those particular areas because, hey, if something wasn't done according to procedural law and substantive law, then hey, there could be a reason to overturn, the decision. So hey, just saying. It's a statement of the case. Offense conduct and indictment. Between 1996 and 2001, defendant Robert Kelly, at the time a famous recording artist, repeatedly enticed and sexually abused young girls, including Jane, Pauline, and Nia. CEG transcript. Oh, I'm not doing all the numbers tonight. During many of these encounters, defendant memorialized his abuse of his minor victims by making exploitative. Come on, Miss Mimi Smoke. Let me get my lips together. Exploitative. Sorry, exploitative. Mm-mm. Come on, Carmex. Y'all give me a minute and put this Carmex on, honey. Oh, okay. Exploitative. Video recordings. At the peak of his celebrity in 2001, one of these videos featuring defendant's graphic sexual abuse of minor Jane, referred to as Video 1 at defendant's eventual federal trial, was leaked and became widely circulated in society. Video 1 triggered a state law enforcement investigation into defendant that culminated in a 2008 trial on child pornography charges in Illinois State Court, for which defendant was acquitted after he and his associates made concerted efforts to conceal his crimes. Hold on, I didn't tell this girl. Sorry about that. Okay. After the state trial, law enforcement agents became aware of additional recordings of defendant's sexual exploitation of Jane, including those referred to as Video 2, 3, and 4 at trial. As in the case of Video 1, Video 2, and Video 3 depicted defendant sexually abusing Jane. Video 4 showed defendant having sex with Jane alongside an adult woman. Defendant and his associates expended substantial efforts in the years prior to the state trial, attempting to reclaim these videos, all of which had been taken from defendant's possession. In February 2020, a federal grand jury returned a superseding indictment against defendant, charging him with 4 counts, count 1 through 4, of inducement, enticement, or coercion of Jane, a minor, to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction of such conduct, namely Video 1, 2, 3, and 4, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2251A, and 5 counts 9 through 13, of enticement of Jane, Nia, Pauline, Brittany, and Tracy, all minors, to engage in unlawful sexual conduct in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. The superseding indictment also charged defendant with conspiracy to obstruct justice in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1519, count 5, and conspiracy to receive child pornography in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2252A, A2. Counts 6, 7, and 8. The conspiracy counts, which also charge defendant's business manager, Daryl McDavid, and another associate, June Brown, related to defendant's efforts to reclaim the child pornography videos and otherwise obstruct law enforcement investigations, including the 2008 state criminal trial. Pretrial rulings. Prior to trial, defendant filed as relevant here motions to dismiss count 1 through 4 and 6 through 13, that is, all but the conspiracy to obstruct justice charge, and to sever counts 10 through 13 from the remainder of the superseding indictment. The motion to dismiss argued that the charges relating to the sexual exploitation of minors were barred by the statute of limitations because at the time of the defendant's alleged misconduct, the limitations period expired when the victim turned 25 years old. The severance motion, in pertinent part, argued that severing the counts related to Jane from those related to the other minor victims were necessary to avoid prejudice that, in defendant's view, would result from the jury hearing both strong evidence as to Jane and comparatively weaker evidence as to the other victims, and from defendant's need to refrain from testifying as to certain counts. The district court denied both motions. In doing so, the court found that the limitations period never expired as to the child sexual exploitation counts because Congress extended the statute of limitations for such conduct to the life of the child in 2003, which was before any of defendant's victims turned 25. See 18 U.S.C. Section 3283. The court found persuasive the Southern District of New York's comprehensive analysis on this precise issue, set forth in United States versus Maxwell, 534 Federal Supplement 3D 299, Southern District, New York, 2021. As in Maxwell, the district court found that in light of the lack of retroactivity provision, but steadily increasing statute of limitations, 18 U.S.C. Section 3283 does not prescribe its proper reach, and that accordingly, the statute does not impair any of the defendant's rights because the statute was amended before the original limitations period expired. So what they're saying, that none of his rights were violated, and it did not violate the ex post facto clause because you, as long as a statute is active, you can amend it, right? And ex post factos can be applied, and a part of ex post facto is that retroactivity activity, right? That means, it can go back. So that's how he got caught up, right? Once a statute expires, then you can't apply any retroactivity to it by way of ex post factos, right? And you can't apply ex post factos to new laws being enacted, whether it be state or federal, all right? That violates someone's constitutional rights if that were to happen, okay? And we've talked about ex post facto extensively a year or so ago. All right. It says the district court stressed that this court, relying on Supreme Court precedent, likewise has held that the ex post facto clause is not violated by. If I would just keep reading, I wouldn't have to even give y'all my ghetto translation, right? But I guess sometimes you need it because you need to in layman's terms. So sorry. Says likewise has held that the ex post facto clause is not violated by any enlarged limitations period so long as the new law is passed before the original period has expired, is what I just said. Okay. As to the severance issues, the district court found that defendant had not adequately explained his generic assertion that the evidence in support of counts 1 through 3 was stronger than the evidence in support of counts 10 through 13, nor had he substantiated his purported desire to testify as to only some of the counts and as to certain victims. Evidence at trial. A jury trial was held over the course of 4 weeks in August and September 2022. As detailed below, victims Jane, Pauline, Nia, and Tracy each testified as to their, along with victim Brittany's sexual exploitation at the hands of the defendant while they were minors. The jury watched portions of video 1, 2, and 3, each of which depicted defendant engaged in sex acts with Jane when she was 14 years old. So you see how they threw in the jury watched portions of video 1, 2, 3, because here's, and this just could be me, or they, or me and whoever prepared this are thinking on the same level. You want to put portions in because they probably got a sense of how J-Bo do, right? And they don't want her, now coming and challenging the videos and saying, oh, they were misled by the video, any kind of stuff like that. So they want to be accurate on the record that the jury just watched portions. Now, it could be just me and my paranoia, but, I'm just saying. Okay, let's see. The jury watched portions of video 1, 2, and 3, each of which depicted defendant engaged in sex acts with Jane when she was 14 years old. Finally, the government presented further documentary and testimonial evidence as to all defendants' conspiracy to obstruct justice, centering on their attempts to interfere with defendants' 2008 Illinois state trial and law enforcement investigations more generally. Now, even though Kelly, McDavid, and Brown were found innocent of those particular charges, they can still repeat their allegations as they did in the indictment, right? Because the indictment is what? Just allegations until it's settled, right? It's till it's decided upon. They could still repeat that here because this is still a persuasive brief. And the government still maintains that those 3 guys are guilty of that. They can still maintain that. Somewhere probably in here, they're going to straighten out what was the final outcome, right? But they could still maintain that the evidence showed that they were guilty of this. It's just that, they was found innocent, right? But they could still say that. And this is a fine brief, so it's not nothing wrong with it, okay? It says, the government further presented evidence of the defendant's related efforts to retrieve the child pornography videos defendant had made of him and Jane, which went missing after their recording. See what I'm talking about? A summary of the trial evidence relevant to the present appeal is provided below. So they full steam going ahead with this. They still maintain that they're guilty of what they was found innocent of. And this is fine. So for all the people that go to reading it and flipping out and crying and the people dirty and all this, no, they are well in their rights to do this. Just like she's well in her rights to say, even if, just say this right here, just some kind of way, and just go with me. Just say he was found guilty, which he was, but J-Bo believed that he was innocent. It wasn't him. This, that, and the third, whatever. She could have put that in her brief. She could have also said, well, he was in Africa singing, I Believe I Can Fly, fly. So, you know, so it's fair game, okay? Because I know y'all go to reading and start crying and shit. I ain't got time for that. All right, Jane. Jane was born in September 1984 and grew up in Oak Park, Illinois. During junior high and high school, Jane toured with a music group and had a musical family, including her aunt Stephanie, who went by the stage name Sparkle. Sparkle had a romantic relationship with defendant and also collaborated with him professionally. Sparkle, girl, you done lied your ass off, honey. And you was adamant that you ain't have sex with that man and shit. Because I know the optics, baby. I know. But that ain't what they said. Let me come on and check on y'all. Make sure y'all good. Hold on. Hey, Miss Britalia. Okay. Y'all okay, y'all good up. Okay, y'all up with me. Good. Everybody good. I'm just checking on you. I'm around here. You have to check on my folks, make sure we're on the same thing. Okay. Cookie already is mad at the people. She said that's fast twisting tongue BS. Cookie. Wait, Cookie, listen, I like how you commented. At least you ain't telling me I'm biased. Okay. I ain't got nothing to do with it. All right. But what we're gonna start doing is challenging those that tell me I'm biased. You read what the prosecutors say. Because it's supposed to sound biased if you are feel a different way. That ain't me. I ain't write it. Right. So yeah. Cookie said that's twisting tone BS. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Let's see. Jane first met defendant when she was 12 or 13 years old, when defendant attended a gospel concert at her church. A few months later, defendant attended another musical performance by Jane. From that point forward, when Jane was 13 or 14, she, along with Sparkle, would frequently see defendant at defendant's studio and basketball gym or out at restaurants. Sparkle instructed Jane to foster a closer relationship with defendant, telling her that I should ask him to be my godfather and that I should sit on his lap and I should rub his head and ask him if he would play that role in my life. Jane complied and defendant accepted. Soon, however, the nature of defendant's conversations with Jane became sexual, including with defendant asking Jane what color underwear she was wearing. Defendant's discussions with Jane then escalated to phone sex, where he would start asking me different questions sexually, and he would let me know that he was masturbating. When Jane was 14 years old, defendant initiated sexual contact with her, including by rubbing her breasts and genitalia and engaging her in oral sex. These encounters occurred frequently at defendant's home, tour bus, and studio. And after Jane turned 15, defendant started having penetrative sexual intercourse with her. Prior to each of these sexual encounters, Jane and defendant would communicate over the phone, and some of the encounters occurred at hotels, including in Florida, New York, and other states. Defendant provided Jane with alcohol and projected pornography while they were engaged in sex acts. Defendant also encouraged Jane to invite her friends to join them in sexual activity. Jane's friend Pauline, also a minor, among them. Jane had multiple sexual encounters with defendant and Pauline while Jane was between 14 and 16 years old, until she discovered that Pauline was separately seeing defendant, which damaged their friendship. Jane testified that during this period, she engaged in sex acts with defendant out of intimidation because he was an authoritative figure. So I didn't know how to respond. So I just kind of went along with things, and then it somewhat became normal. Defendant starting when Jane was 14, also video recorded their sexual encounters. Defendant let Jane know that he wanted to videotape her and would set up lighting and camcorders. Lighting, Lord, I'm sorry about my throat, honey. You know it's swollen. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Set up lighting and camcorders. He put the tape in, positioned the camera in a certain way just to get certain like angles with lighting. Jane identified video 1, 2, and 3, all 3 of which were entered into evidence and viewed by the jury as video recordings portraying distinct sessions of defendant's abuse. Jane was 14 years old when each video was filmed. Pauline. Pauline was born in 1984 and grew up in Oak Park, Illinois. She first met Jane when she was 13 or 14 years old, describing their relationship as like best friends in middle school. Jane introduced Pauline to defendant, after which Pauline began spending time with defendant, along with Jane in defendant's music studio, home, tour bus, restaurants, and other locations. When Pauline was 14 or 15 years old, she encountered Jane and defendant in the cabin room of defendant's house. Jane was naked, and defendant sat in front of her. Pauline ran from the room, but defendant later assured her that he was just looking for bruises on Jane. When Pauline questioned Kelly's explanation, he responded, "We all have secrets, like the little boy you've been kissing on." Defendant then asked, "Your mama don't know about that, do she?" Before stating, "She don't have to know about this," which Pauline interpreted as defendant conveying that what he was doing to Jane was fine, and it was our secret. After placing Pauline, defendant directly, wait a minute. After placating Pauline, defendant directed her and Jane to kiss and touch each other's breasts. Then he sexually abused both girls. Pauline also testified about her subsequent sexual contact with defendant. She explained that when she was 14 or 15 years old, defendant taught me how to give oral sex on him and Jane, and we would do stuff like that. She first had sexual intercourse with defendant when she was 15 years old, and she had oral and sexual intercourse with defendant numerous other times. Defendant initiated these sexual encounters with phone calls between himself, Jane, and Pauline, many of which occurred at defendant's music studio. Other sexual encounters occurred on defendant's tour bus, including when it was located, on defendant's tour bus, including when it was located out of the state. Let me pull my damn glasses because I can't see none of this shit. Hold on, y'all. All right. Okay, the friendship between Pauline and Jane faltered when Jane discovered that Pauline was seeing defendant privately without Jane. Both girls were 16 at the time. During Pauline's individual sexual encounters with defendant, as well as during the encounters that took place among her, Jane and defendant had tripods and cameras in the room to make video recordings. Nia was born in 1980 and first met defendant in Atlanta, Georgia, when she was 15 years old. Nia approached defendant to ask for his autograph and defendant responded by asking whether she was coming to his concert that evening. He signed his autograph. He signed his autograph and also wrote down his phone number. Defendant later placed Nia and a friend's name on a list for special access to the concert. Although Nia could not attend, she called defendant's number and spoke to defendant in the following days. During these calls, Nia mentioned her age to defendant, and defendant eventually made plans for her to visit him while he was on tour in Minnesota. Defendant arranged for Nia to travel from her parents' home in Atlanta to his concert in Minneapolis with a limousine, picking her up from her mother's apartment and transporting her to the airport. When she arrived in Minnesota, she was greeted at the airport and taken to a hotel. Nia called defendant once she checked in. At the concert, at the concert, where am I? Oh, at the concert, Nia was led backstage. The next morning, defendant visited Nia's hotel room, where Nia explained he sat down on the bed and he asked me to undress and to walk around, towards him and to turn around. After Nia undressed, defendant kissed her, touched and kissed her breast, and began to masturbate, during which he mentioned that he wanted her to come see him in Chicago. He then left. Nia further testified that during the summer of 1996, while she was still 15, she traveled to Chicago to see defendant. At his studio, defendant directed Nia out into the hallway where they could be alone, kissed her neck, held her waist, and then he motioned his hands into my pants, and he fondled my chest. Defendant then motioned his hand into my pants. He touched my vagina, and he caressed my bottom, my behind. This is kind of this is kind of being written from like first person, second person. I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not no English teacher, but Tracy. Tracy was born in 1982 and grew up in Chicago. She first met defendant in 1999 when she was 16. Tracy was interning with Sony Epic Records at the time and was introduced to defendant by her supervisor. Tracy worked for Sony Epic Records for approximately a year and a half while in high school and college and was paid in cash for her internship. Tracy saw defendant at a music expo held in McCormick Place Convention Center where defendant signed an autograph for her and included his phone number. Tracy called defendant later that night and he invited Tracy and a friend to visit him at his studio. At the studio, defendant isolated Tracy in his office, where the two began kissing, and defendant exposed himself and asked Tracy to perform oral sex on him. Tracy did not comply with this request, but defendant continued pleasuring himself. After this encounter, Tracy continued communicating with and seeing defendant throughout 1999, including at the Westin Hotel, some weeks after the encounter at the studio. Tracy went to the Westin at the defendant's request, and after defendant arrived, he took off his pants and directed Tracy to strip and walk to the bed like I was on a runway. Tracy and defendant kissed, and he performed oral sex on her, after which he pushed my head onto his penis and told me how to give him oral sex. According to Tracy, she told defendant she did not want to have sex. I'm sorry, did not want to have sex, but he forced himself in me. But then when I asked him to stop, he did stop. Tracy estimated that between the summer of 1999 and August 2000, Tracy and defendant had sex over 50 times, including in a video recorded encounter with Jane. Testimony regarding Brittany. Brittany did not testify at trial, but other victim witnesses described their observations of her interactions with defendant. And see, so this is the one that didn't even testify at trial. And then they still find him guilty of this? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he was charged with this one. I don't remember. So Jane testified that Brittany was one of the friends, along with Pauline, to whom Jane pitched the idea of engaging in sexual activity at defendant's behest. Jane explained that when she was 15 and Brittany was 16, defendant engaged in sexual encounters with the two girls simultaneously between 5 and 10 times, and that those encounters included vaginal and oral sex. The first such instance involved defendant directing Jane and Brittany to kiss, touch each other's breast, and dance together. As with Pauline, Jane described how these encounters and her relationship with Brittany stopped because Brittany started seeing defendant separately from Jane. Pauline testified that Jane was one of her best friends from high school, and they often spent time together with the defendant at his studio. The three frequently had sexual encounters, which defendant would videotape. Evidence of obstruction of justice and conspiracy to receive child pornography. At trial, the government introduced evidence that from 2000 to 2015, defendant and co-defendant McDavid attempted to obstruct justice by concealing defendant's abuse of minors by, among other means, attempting to recover visual depictions of his exploitation and coercing the non-cooperation. Hold on. Let me start that over. To obstruct justice by concealing defendant abuse of minors by, among other means, attempting to recover visual depictions of his exploitations and coercing the non-cooperation of participants, recipient witness. Fuck, I can't see. Wait a minute. Recipient witnesses with the law enforcement. Hold on. Shit, I can't see these damn glasses. Susan, the mother of Jane, testified that after Video 1 first leaked, she and her husband confronted defendant McDavid about defendant's sexual contact with their daughter, only to be told they had to leave town immediately to avoid media and law enforcement scrutiny, and warned, "Are you with us or are you with us or you're not?" which she interpreted as a threat. As part of these efforts, defendant's production company issued checks, some of which read loan in the memo line, to Jane's father, Brandon, in the months leading up to and after defendant's 2008 state child pornography trial. Financial records showed that another of defendant's companies sent monthly payments to Jane in 2014 and 15 to include checks reading settlement in the memo line. Jane testified that she received these payments after contacting defendant, but never had a settlement agreement with him. Jane also testified that, setting aside the investigation and trial in the instant case, she never before told law enforcement about her sexual contact with defendant. The government also presented evidence that defendant and co-defendant McDavid entered into a confidential settlement agreement in 2014 amounting to nearly $1.4 million that prohibited McDavid from disclosing any personal and business information regarding defendant. Okay. Trial testimony supported by documentary evidence and also showed defendant and co-defendants McDavid and Brown conspired between 2001 and 2007 to retrieve exploitative, I don't know what's going on in my mouth, honey, exploitative videos of Jane and had been leaked to the public in advance of defendant's 2008 state trial. Trial witnesses Charles Freeman testified that defendant and McDavid contacted him in 2001 to recover the videotapes, and Freeman entered into a contract with a private investigator hired by a defendant in August 2001 to do so. Freeman thereafter obtained a videotape containing video 2 and 3 in Georgia and returned it to McDavid, who agreed to pay him $200,000 along with additional installments in the following years. Freeman described being summarily enlisted by defendant and McDavid to recover video 4. Another trial witness, Lisa Van Allen, testified that after defendant learned she had taken a composite tape from him containing video 2, 3, and 4, defendant offered to pay Van Allen $250,000 to return the composite tape. The evidence showed that co-defendant Brown made numerous hotel and flight arrangements for Van Allen and an associate, Keith Merle, to secure the composite tape's return. During this period, McDavid had Van Allen and Merle take multiple polygraph examinations to validate their efforts. After McDavid watched video 4, he learned that Merle and Van Allen had not provided him with the full-length version and paid them $20,000 each as an incentive to return the video in its entirety. When Merle returned days later with the full version of video 4, Brown told him he had the golden egg and McDavid paid Merle $80,000. God damn. Verdict. On September 14, 2022, the jury returned guilty verdicts against defendant on counts 1 through 3, inducement of Jane to create the sexually explicit content contained in video 1, 2, and 3, and counts 9, 10, and 12, enticement of Jane, Nia, and Pauline, respectively. The jury acquitted defendant of count 4, production of video 4, count 5, conspiracy to obstruct justice, count 6 through 8, conspiracy to receive child pornography, and counts 11 and 13, enticement charges relating to Tracy and Brittany. Defendants' co-defendants were acquitted on all charges. Sentencing. Prior to sentencing, the parties disputed the applicable advisory guideline range as well as what would constitute an appropriate sentence. In this sentencing memo, defendant argued the guidelines range should be 135 to 168 months imprisonment, predicated on a combined offense level of 32, the result of an adjusted offense level of 29 for counts 1 through 3 and of 15 for counts 9, 10, and 12, and defendant's criminal history category 2. Defendant further contended that due to defendant's age and what he deemed as piecemeal prosecution between this district and separate investigation and trial in Eastern District of New York, his entire sentence should run concurrent to the federal sentence he was already serving. Okay, good. Not a problem, sir. Hello, y'all. Hey, Shaniqua. Hey, Christy. Hey, Atmos. I'm getting some help up here, Hunter. Mark Quinn. Hey, coming on up in here and getting on the record. Hey, Jenny. What's up, girl? Hey, Atmos. Hunter. My mouth, Hunter.
Listen,
Baby, I'm having an issue.
I already know how. Yeah, that's. I'm gonna come on and try to help you read a little bit. I don't mind.
Okay, you got it, or
Yeah, I can jump right. No, I don't have it. I don't have it with me, but I can.
you
I'm
want
looking
me
on
to?
your screen. Yeah, that's probably easy if you send it to me.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Let me.
What's up, chat? How y'all doing?
Well, let me give him 1 minute. I can send this right to him.
Okay.
I sure appreciate that.
Oh yeah. Trust me. I was blessed with some people that love to read, so I know how it is when somebody come in and say, "Hey, you need some help?" Absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. Now, I may stop you, because I
It's
have to.
cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do your
Okay.
thing. Yeah, I don't mind.
But yeah, we could do it like the people do in church. Read and such and such, such and such, such, such. You know how the people do?
I know how they do.
Yeah, because you don't been, yeah, you go to the church,
I
more
done, I done,
frequent
been,
than,
I done been there before. DV,
yeah,
what
you
up,
done been
bro?
there before.
Mm,
Let me, come on. Okay.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
And I'm
How was
thinking
your
I
day, Miss
put,
Tansy? You have a good day?
you know, um, yeah,
Yeah.
it ain't that bad. I can't complain.
You
It's
know what?
like, I'm just getting my voice back. Of
Yeah.
course, my mouth is always swollen. I'm gotta
Oh
fight with that.
gosh.
But other than that, I'm cool.
There you go. I always tell people, and they say, "Well, how's your day?" I say, "Listen, every day 6 feet above ground is a great day. Even
Right.
if you got something to complain about, the fact that you living to complain about it,
Complain about
it's
it.
a beautiful
Huh?
day."
Ain't it?
Yep.
Baby. Now I figured out how to survive.
There you go. Mhm. I was sitting here about to go to bed. I said, I see Miss Angie on there reading. Let me come on and help out for a little bit.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Right on to you, honey. Ain't no shame in my damn game. Where's the arcade, man? What did I name it? Arcade.
What's up, Red Bunny? That's right. Don't forget my cheese. Don't forget my cheese. There you go. Good job.
I hope this is the right one.
What up, D bro? What's good?
Make sure that's the right one, cause
Okay. Miss me, Miss Mo. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, let me see. I see something came through. All right, looks like that was from looked like it was from today. And you was on
okay.
page 16?
I
What page
am
is you on?
where I am on page. Yeah, I'm on page. The start of page 17.
17?
Yeah. You could let me see. I guess you can end it like was the defendant's further contended that due to defendant's age and what he deemed as piecemeal prosecution between this District and separate investigation and trial in the Eastern District of New York. His entire sentence should run concurrent to the federal sentence he already was serving. So I'm right there at the start of 17, and it says and while defendant.
Hold on. Start of 17. Hold on. What is this? Oh, start of 17. You said and while defendant. Where's hold on? And while defendant. The start of 17. I'm at the bottom of 17. Start of 17. Okay, hold on.
Where
Piecemeal.
it says district and separate.
Okay, so I see where it says so bottom of 16 where it says sentencing. So you went past that.
Where are you? Okay.
I'm,
You, you see 16 where it says piecemeal prosecution.
I think I'm looking at this. Hold on. 12, 14 prior to sentencing parties were applicable adversary guidelines range. So I see the sentencing portion with the number 5 beside it. And then as I go down, I see the little footnote at the bottom.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so you see where it says sentencing, right? You see 5
Yeah.
for sentencing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next page, where it says starts off district, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then you go to where it says at where it says and.
Okay, and while defendant conceded.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you want to start there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and while defendant conceded he had been convicted of serious offenses, he nonetheless pushed for a sentence at the low end of the guidelines range by downplaying defendant's sexual abuse of Jane and his other minor victims. It says the most serious counts of the indictment relate to Jane, with whom defendant had a 12-year romantic relationship and a seemingly genuine friendship until the government indicted the defendant after the airing of the documentary film Surviving R. Kelly in 2019. And at 19 and 20 and the other factors, the defendant argued that his traumatic childhood, including poverty and sexual abuse, learning disabilities, and later generosity, all supported a sentence at the low end of the range. Then it says something 21 through 27. Such a sentence, the defendant argued, would still reflect the seriousness of the offense and afford adequate deterrence while also accounting for his age and the 30-year sentence imposed in the Eastern District of New York. Now, whatever you want to stop me, just tell me, hold right there, and then you can come into your commentary however you want to run it. It's totally up to you.
Okay.
You want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you read the footnotes right after that? Oh,
I read
contrast?
them. I go back
Okay.
and read them. Yeah,
Okay,
I go
cool.
back and read them. I
Okay.
just read this straight up.
In contrast, the government calculated the guidelines range as 168 to 210 months imprisonment and advocated for a 300-month above guideline sentence. R418, the government argued that an above guideline sentence was warranted based on the extreme seriousness of the offense. As displayed during the 4-week trial, that conduct included the defendant's serial abuse and exploitation of minor victims Jane, Pauline, Nia, and Brittany, which occurred hundreds of times before they turned 18 years old, and which the defendant callously memorialized in video recordings. R18 at 24, specific to Jane, the defendant, after coercing her into a sexual relationship, videotaped himself urinating on her face, vagina, and anus, ID at 20. And when those tapes were leaked to the public, the government explained Jane suffered a perpetual victimization and that would follow her through the rest of her life. ID at 21. Further, the defendant leveraged his fame and wealth to facilitate his abuse of minor victims, and despite his age, remained a risk for reoffending upon his release. ID at 24, 22 to 24. The government argued a just punishment needed to reflect the gravity of these acts, which included the proliferation of child pornography in general, R418 at 26 through 30. In addition, the government argued that an above guideline sentence was further justified by the fact that Kelly obstructed justice on multiple occasions over several years in order to cover up his abuse of Jane and other minor victims, a course of conduct most evident in his efforts to intimidate Jane and her family, and to suborn their perjury and connection with the grand jury investigation into his abuse of Jane, ID at 30. The degree of variance was also supported. The government argued by Congress's amendments to the relative guideline provisions to increase jail sentences in cases where children were victimized by serial predators for a R418 at 31. Quoting, while it did not contend the revised guidelines should factor directly into the calculation of the defendant's offense level, as the amendments had been adopted following the defendant's crimes. The government noted such developments were useful to determining the degree to which the properly calculated guidelines range should be increased, in light of the particularly serious nature of the defendant's criminal conduct and the danger he poses to the community. ID at 32. The district court held a sentencing hearing on February 23, 2023. The court agreed with the defendant's guidelines calculations and adopted an advisory range of 135 to 168 months imprisonment. At 23. The court then heard argument from the parties which were consistent with their sentencing papers and provided an opportunity for the defendant to allocute before pronouncing its sentence. App 22 through 23.
Hold on right there, Atmos.
Go ahead.
So it says the court then heard argument from the parties which were consistent with their sentencing papers and provide an opportunity for the defendant to allocute before pronouncing his sentence. So when they say allocute, it means to speak, to present their argument. So you can go ahead. I just want to say that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, jump in at App 23. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hold on. No. What do I jump in at? Oh, the district. So the district began by explaining its sentencing rationale. The sentence that I would have given probably would have been higher than the guidelines. I believe this is what the judge said. Would have been higher than the guidelines probably because of some of the points that the government indicated. I think that while the jury spoke on the issue of whether he had obstructed justice, there certainly was evidence that I could find by preponderance that he obstructed justice. And also, as the government pointed out, that the later guidelines, which would be in current now, would provide for a higher offense level for actual conduct.
Wow.
App 23. From there, the district court indicated that it was going to provide for a consecutive sentence, but a minimal consecutive sentence of 1 year to add to the New York sentence. ID at 24. In other words, the district court issued a 240-month above guideline sentence, predicated in part on the defendant's obstructive conduct and the current guidelines' harsher treatment of child sex offenses, but made only one of those 20 years consecutive to the defendant's sentence in the Eastern District of New York. The court then explained the basis of the sentence is selected at 22 through 30. Among these factors, it relied on the seriousness of the offense, including the abuse of young girls, sex tapes, tapes being in the public, despite Mr. Kelly's minions spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to get these tapes back. ID at 24. At various times, the district court described the offenses and the content of the child pornography tapes as horrible, horrific, and horrendous, along with the lasting damage that the tapes had caused because they're out in the public and they can't be removed. ID at 24-25. As to the history and characteristics of the defendant, the district court considered his challenging upbringing and educational background, contrasted with his musical abilities, fame, and wealth, including how he had used his money and his current financial state of affairs. ID at 25-26. The court also addressed the defendant's age in relation to a potential sentence, as well as in relation to the concepts of general and specific deterrence, noting specifically that the defendant will not pose much of a danger to the society when his New York sentence expires at approximately 80 years old. At 27-29. After taking the above factors into account, the district court arrived at an above guideline sentence of 240 months to 228 months to be served concurrently with 12 months to be served consecutively to the New York sentence, based in part on some evidence, justification for the obstruction, and because of the sentence in the current guidelines, ID at 29-30. The district court also imposed a 3-year term of supervised release concurrent with the period issued by the Eastern District of New York and a $600 special assessment along with restitution. ID at 32-34. Summary of judgment. The indictment against the defendant was timely, but because Congress in 2003, prior to the expiration of the statute of limitations period, as to offenses against Jane, Nia, and Pauline, extended the limitations period for the relevant charges to a period comprising the life of the child. Contrary to the defendant's claim on appeal, this amendment did not offend the ex post facto clause because, as courts that have addressed similar challenges have all concluded, Congress's expansion of limitations period before it expired did not serve as an improper retroactive application of the criminal statute. The district court also did not abuse its discretion in denying the defendant's motion to sever, because the defendant urges the acceptance of the evidentiary spillover theory of prejudice.
Hold on for a minute right there. Hold on. So the evidentiary spillover. So hopefully, I guess, I don't know if they're gonna go into it a little bit more, but what that pretty much means that one certain piece of evidence for one count shouldn't have affected another count. Okay, so I guess somewhere, and I don't know if J-Bo used that particular language, evidentiary spillover, to raise her objections or what have you, but that's what they're trying to say. So they're trying to say that it did not. Okay, but go ahead.
Okay. What's up, Cookie? What's good? All right. Um, here we go. So it says here, prejudice and prize. Let me see. Where did I stop at? I think I moved my
Um,
thing up.
Evidentiary spillover theory of prejudice.
Okay, okay. Evidentiary spillover. Hold on. Heck, hold on. Sufficient to sentencing. Hold on. I'm at what we at the top of 22.
We're at the top of 22, yeah,
Okay, hold on.
which is the district court.
Okay, evidence spillover. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Premise on the joinder of acts purportedly supported by stronger evidence and counts allegedly supported by weaker evidence. But this court has regularly rejected similar challenges, particularly where, as here, the district court expressly instructed the court to consider each charge separately. Moreover, the court in case clearly followed such instructions, as it acquitted the defendant on the counts related to the abuse of minor victims, Brittany and Tracy, while it did convict him on counts related to the abuse of minor victims, Nia and Pauline.
Stop right there. Stop right there. So what they're saying is that where she raised the claim that by not severing the case, the joinder, by not severing that, somehow it prejudiced him, right? Caused him to be found guilty on those other counts. They're saying right there that based on the fact that the jury followed the instructions, so must be a limited instructions was given, or maybe it was in the instructions to where to consider the evidence to what counts, that because the jury was able, just based on the fact that the Brittany and Tracy, he was acquitted of those two, that the jury understood the instructions just fine, so he wasn't prejudiced. Okay, because that's one of her claims. All right, and you cannot, and it's unconstitutional for your defendant to be prejudiced, right? So they're saying that because they were able to find him not guilty for Brittany and Tracy, that the jury understood the instructions that they were given and he wasn't prejudiced. That was a kind of clever way
Mm.
to combat what she was alleging in her brief. Go ahead, Adams.
Okay. Lastly, the district court sentence of 240 months imprisonment was both procedurally sound and substantially substantively reasonable.
Substantively reasonable. Stop right
Okay.
there real quick. Okay.
Okay.
Y'all remember those words again. Procedural law and substantive law, right? Procedural law is the rules that the court must go to when applying the law, applying the rules to throughout the case, and substantive rights or law is what we as people have rights to. So we have a right to not to be harmed, and what's prohibited, right? Like the different crimes and stuff, right? Like that's where the consent will fall up under, things of that matter, right? The so they're saying right there, lastly, district court sentence of 240 months imprisonment was both procedurally sound and substantively reasonable. They're saying that pretty much that his rights wasn't violated, and the law with regards to how they came up with the calculation was constitutional. All right, because she made a claim that it wasn't constitutional, that his sentence wasn't right, that he was sentenced incorrectly or what have you. They're saying that it was. Go ahead, Adam.
The district court beginning by adopting the defendant's advisory guidelines range calculation of 135 to 168 months, addressed at length each of the 3553 factors, accepting the defendant's arguments on some and the government's arguments on others, before arriving at its above guideline sentence, focusing on the egregious the egregiousness. Okay, egregiousness of. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Egregiousness of the defendant's child sex crimes and their long lasting impact on his three victims, and finding by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant obstructed justice in his efforts to silence those victims and hide the video evidence of his abuse. The district court adequately explained by a 240-month sentence was sufficient but not greater than necessary to achieve the statutory purposes of the sentence. In reaching, In reaching that conclusion, the district court properly referenced the evolution of the guidelines treatment of sexual abuse offenses as one data point in measuring the seriousness of the defendant's offenses. The district court adequately explained its sentencing rationale, and it did not abuse its discretion in imposing a 240-month above guideline sentence, particularly since it ordered that all but 12 months of the sentence be served concurrently to the sentence imposed in a different case which was not based on the same conduct. Argument. The defendant's indictment for sexual exploitation and inducement of a child was timely brought because Congress extended the statute of limitations period to the life of the child before the period otherwise elapsed as to Jane, Nia, and Pauline. Standard of review. This court reviews the trials court's determination regarding the statute of limitations. De Novo Gibson 490, so some case law. The
Stop.
analysis. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, start right now. So remember, y'all, like I said, sometimes you'll see the prosecutors may put in here that the judges are supposed to review the appropriate standard of review would be de novo or clearly erroneous or arbitrary. It's a whole list of them. I don't went through them with y'all before. Okay, that's not to me. I don't do. I've never done appeals like that or whatever. I haven't seen enough. I've only seen like 3. So, and so what I'm saying is, I don't know why they put that in there. Because if I'm not mistaken, when I was going over, because New York didn't do it, but when I was going over J-Bo's writing, I think at a certain point she did suggest that some should be reviewed as de novo or what have you. But again, when they're saying that in this particular case, unless they're doing this, saying that this particular case, they're telling that bench of judges, and this is probably what they're doing. They're telling that bench of judges that, hey, you have to qualify this objection that she's made, this particular argument, defendant indictment for sexual exploitation and inducement, child, that right there, however she worded it, that they would have to apply the standard of review as de novo, means as new, meaning like the lower court never looked at the case, and they're going off of what they would assess it as, right? Would they find the same, find them guilty or innocent or what have you, right? And maybe they're putting it in there saying, because remember I told you, if they cannot apply a standard of review to it, then it should be denied. Okay? They review these things if they can find a level of standard of review. And I went through all of them with you. But de novo is the one where most attorneys want to hit at. And then the next one up above that is clearly erroneous, right? And because de novo means they're not going to pay attention to what the lower court decided. All right. And the one that's up above that is they only pay attention a little bit to what the lower court decided. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Analysis. The district court correctly denied the defendant's motion to dismiss on statute of limitations grounds, as the relevant statute 18 USC 3283 establishes a limitations period that lasts the lifetime of the defendant's child victims. Hold on. So are they saying right here that the only way that they wouldn't hold that against, hold on, so correctly denied the motion to dismiss on statute of limitations grounds as the defendant statute establishes the limitations period that lasts. So only if the kids was dead would they not be able to charge him with that. Is that what it's saying? The lifetime of the defendant's child victims?
Well, it has something to do with the age. Remember, they removed the age, so when they refer to lifetime, like just say they're just saying to be short, just saying like they're able to go back 30 years. This is the language that allows them to go back 30 years or 40 years or however. This is the language.
That's crazy. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Between November 1991 and April 2003. The statute of limitations for offenses involving the sexual or physical abuse of a child under the age of 18 years allowed for prosecution of such offenses at any time before the child reached 25 years of age. Ooh, okay. On April 30th, 2003, at 3283, was amended. See, prosecutorial remedies and tools against the exploitation of children today. So I guess it's called the Protect Act of 2003. It says the 2003 amendment extended the statute of limitations for offenses involving the sexual or physical abuse of a child to the period comprising. So question. So let's say one of the girls would have been 26. No, hold. Oh, this is saying. So this stands past even the age of 25 because they're saying for life. That's crazy. Ooh, wow. Okay. All right. So no. You may read no statute of limitations that will otherwise conclude prosecution for an offense involving the sexual or physical abuse or kidnapping of a child under the age of 18 years shall preclude such prosecution during the life of the child or for 10 years after the offense, whichever is longer. Okay, 18 USC. The provision governs the child pornography and inducement offenses as issue here. United States versus Chief, which applies in sexual abuse cases. Accordingly, when the defendant was charged by superseding indictment in 2020, when his victims were still alive, the statute of limitations plainly had not run. The defendant does not contest that 3283 governs child pornography and inducement crimes. Rather, he contends that because he stopped abusing his victims prior to 3283's 2003 amendment, his conduct should be controlled by the previous iteration of the statute. Those limitations period expired, but his victims turned 25 years old in 2005, which was Nia, and in 2009, Jane and Pauline. Let's see, BR 13. In the defendant's view, to apply the 2003 amendment to him would violate the ex post facto clause. The defendant is wrong. It is well settled that applying a prosecutorial statute that effectively enlarges the limitations period, as 3283 did in this case, does not violate the ex post facto clause as long as the statute is passed before the given prosecution is barred. So Gibson, Go ahead.
So what that means is what I told y'all, that with ex post factos, okay, as long as they make the amendments, make the changes, or what have you, as long as the ex post facto clause, as a statute is passed before giving the prosecution is barred. Meaning, if the statute had ran out, had it was, had ran its limits, right? The statute of limitations on it. Okay. Said that you had to bring charges within 5 years of the incident, and it was 6 or 7 years. So it's already ran. So you wouldn't have been able to bring those charges, as well as post ex facto wouldn't be retroactive, because it's time barred, right?
So,
But
so real quick,
go ahead.
Miss Angie. So, if those girls at that time in question would have been 26 before they passed this law in 2003, then there would be nothing that they could have done, because the cutoff back then was
Right,
25. Oh wow.
right, right.
Okay.
So when they as long as as long as the a law is enforced, you can
Mm,
make those changes, and ex post facto will apply, and it will go back retroactively, because that's one of the benefits of it.
mm,
If this was time barred, okay, and if the law had died out, what have you,
mhm,
then they couldn't have they wouldn't have been able to get them,
mm,
okay, because ex post facto wouldn't apply. At that point, you would have been violating his rights, right?
mm.
And if they put a new bill on, and just say if they have a new bill on, right, come out with a new bill in the state or federal, then tomorrow ex post facto will not apply. So there will be no retroactivity to it. Okay.
Okay, that makes
Okay, go
sense.
ahead.
Therefore, because the statute of limitations period had not lapsed at the time of the 2003 amendment, the proper statute of limitations period in this case was the life of each of the defendant's victims. Indeed, the defendant appears to concede that this court already has decided the issue. Admittedly, this court, relying on Stogner, has held in different circumstances that extending a limitations period before prosecution is time barred does not run afoul of ex post facto. That's what you just said.
Right.
Multiple federal courts of appeals to have addressed the issue found no constitutional violation on Congress's extension of the limitations period for child sex offenses while the charges were still viable. See Chief 438, some case law. As we have emphasized in this case, the statute of limitations has not yet run when 2003 amendment took effect. So the amendment did not purport to resurrect an expired criminal charge. Accordingly, the indictment does not violate the ex post facto clause, United States versus Jeffries. It says in this case, 3509 extended the statute of limitations period. Therefore, the prosecution was time barred. And Stogner does not affect extensions of unexpired statutes of limitations, because such an extension is different from application of law to extend a limitations period after it has run. See also United States versus Pet, what's that, Payette, whatever that is. Um, 10th Circuit. It says by extending the unexpired statute of limitations, Congress via 3283 did not increase Payette's exposure to prosecution retroactively. Doing so does not violate retroactivity principles with respect to unexpired charging periods. In United States versus Maxwell 534, it says the Southern District of New York comprehensively analyzed 3283 and reached the same conclusion, consistent with those decisions and the court's holding in Gibson, which the district court here found persuasive in denying the defendant's motion in an instant case at 3 in Maxwell, as here the defendant disputed the timelessness of the indictment because the charge conduct took place before the Protect Act's amendment, arguing that the statute should not serve to retroactively length the statute of limitations applicable to her alleged offenses, ID at 314. In addressing the challenge, the Maxwell Court began with a two-step framework to determine whether a statute of limitations period applies to prior in-time conduct set forth in the Landgraf versus UCF film products. Landgraf directs courts to look first at looks first to the wording of the statute and determine whether by its plain language, it applies to earlier acts. In assessing Landgraf's first step, the Maxwell Court found that although the statute lacks an express retroactivity clause, 3283's plain language unambiguously requires that it apply to prosecutions for offenses committed before the date of the enactment. 534F sup, it says, instead of simply providing a new limitations period for future conduct, Congress stated that no statute of limitations that would otherwise preclude prosecution of these offenses will apply. Emphasis in original. The statute's plain language thus explicitly prevents the application of any statute of limitations that would otherwise apply to past conduct, contrary to the defendant's contention at BR 15. The Maxwell Court further explained that 3283's legislative history confirms Congress's intent to apply the extended limitations period as broadly as the Constitution allowed, because the legislature found that prior limitations periods were inadequate in many instances given reporting delays in cases of child sexual abuse. 534F sub says the Maxwell Court found unpersuasive defendant's argument also raised by the defendant here, that because the House version of the bill included an express retroactivity provision in its final form, the court should infer that Congress did not intend the statute to apply to past conduct. ID at 315. To the contrary, the Maxwell Court explained that the legislative history makes clear that Congress abandoned the retroactivity provision in the House bill only because it would have produced unconstitutional results, because, as the Supreme Court has explained, a law that revives a time-barred prosecution violates the ex post facto clause of the Constitution, but a law that extends an unexpired statute of limitations does not. Miss Angie, I'm about to wrap it up.
Okay.
But I did want to
That's
hop
fine.
on here and help you out just a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. You have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
I
I'll be in the
appreciate
bushes.
you. I appreciate you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, Admiral.
You're
Woo.
welcome.
Thank you. So let me see what we at. All right. What's up, Debo? Man, I've been looking for you. I'm tired of you, man. Let me see. Okay. So y'all all understand now. So hopefully y'all are remembering, and they're kind of refreshing you on what Jabo appeals are, right? Appeal is for. Okay, the issues she had. It was the sentence, The case should have been severed and something else. All right. As we're going through, you're hearing the explanation of the prosecutor as to why they feel that she is wrong. Okay. With the situation with ex post facto, it's almost kind of cut and dry because there's a procedural rules. Okay. All right. It's pretty much cut and dry. If the law hasn't been if the law isn't time barred or hasn't fizzled out, whatever, then they can amend it. Ex post facto can be applied there, and retroactivity would allow someone to go back 30 years or more and to get your ass. Okay. Unfortunately, whatever side you're on, you're like, okay, all right. So that's kind of clear. All right, y'all straight. Okay, how long do you keep a man in prison that broke the law in their 20s? Um, Girl, child, ain't got no cause like, honey. This child, listen. I drunk some of that little liquor they had over there, that little dark liquor, and baby, it burnt in my chest. That's why I was able to. That's why I sound better today. I just couldn't I couldn't eat no vapor rub. I couldn't do that. That was too much for me. That was too much for your girl. Well, let me jump back on here. Okay. Now we have, and thank you, Adam, so much. All right, having overcome Landgraf's first step, the Maxwell Court moved on to discuss the second, evaluating whether an application of the statute to past conduct would have impermissible retroactive effects, such as rescinding or impairing vested rights acquired under existing laws, or creating new obligations, imposing new duties, or detaching new disabilities or transactions or considerations already passed. See, and they have to be careful with this. Now, I would surmise, and I believe, and I don't know if this would happen or whatever, that when it comes to the the application of ex post factos to these laws and things of that nature, whatever, is it unconstitutional because it can be unfair to people? You understand what I'm saying? Because it could be a situation. Well, I can't say that. Okay, let's say with some laws, because maybe not with this particular situation he's in, because the age of consent is clear. But in some laws, like where you and this is one of the issues. I'm sorry, one of the issues under ex post facto when it comes to ex post factos, where people didn't know that they had committed a crime. Hell, they go to find out once the ex post factos as applied to these laws and stuff like that, that your ass is going to be locked up for some stuff that you didn't even know was a crime. At that point, you would probably want to argue the intent, right? How the hell would intent be there if you didn't know there was a crime? In his case, it's a little different because there's ages and stuff like that with consent and things of that nature, right? But some arguments that they find that it's unconstitutional when it comes to ex post factos is that, you know, the length of the crimes. If someone would have gotten arrested back then, they could have been out now, and maybe the sentencing guidelines were different. So it's a lot of unconstitutional claims that has arisen with regards to ex post factos and how this stuff works. So a lot of defense attorneys find that it's very unfair. All right, to people, and you can make that argument. Um, where am I? Have the first step Mexico moved to discuss impermissible effects, such as rescinding or impairing vested rights acquired under existing laws, or creating new obligations, imposing new duties, or detaching new disabilities or transactions or considerations already passed. All right, not it found that no such impermissible retroactive effects were present because, similar to the logic applied under the first step, while applying a new statute of limitations to previously time barred claims has an impermissible retroactive effect, applying it to conduct for which the state statute of limitations has not yet expired does not. Defendant nonetheless asked this court to cast aside the well-reasoned analysis set out in Maxwell and, in effect, to overturn Gibson and contravene the Supreme Court's holding in Stogner. In doing so, defendant relies upon the same text-based and legislative history arguments that were soundly rejected in Maxwell. Compare BR with Maxwell. As set forth above, the plain language of Section 3283 does not favor defendant, and the full context of its legislative history, which defendant ignores, makes clear that Section 3283's retroactivity provision was removed to alleviate the very ex post facto concern that defendant raises here. Let's see. Statement of Senator Leahy expressing concern that proposed retroactivity provision was doubtful constitutionality because it would have revived the government's authority to prosecute crimes that were previously time barred. Now, that's unconstitutional. As the court noted in Maxwell, defendant's fairness argument is a gripe with Congress policy judgment and provides no sound basis to shield him from Section 3283's application. Moreover, as the Supreme Court already has held, such application does not run afoul of defendant's rights. See Stogner, distinguishing extensions of unexpired statute of limitations periods from those where limitations periods have expired. In sum, in light of his court's decision in Gibson and sound persuasive authority concerning Section 3283, the district court correctly denied defendant's motion to dismiss. And shout out to these people for injecting the words that I've been putting out here in this shit, so y'all can know I ain't making it up and I ain't getting my shit from Walmart and I really sat in somebody's class. Okay. Persuasive, all this, remember I tell you, persuading briefs and stuff like that. This is the language. This is the language. Get with it. Get it. Okay. Number two, the district court did not abuse its discretion in denying defendant's motion to sever counts 10 through 13 from counts 1 through 3, where defendant's arguments were premised on the evidentiary spillover effect, and he otherwise failed to show prejudice. Standard of review. This court reviews the district court's denial of a motion to sever for abuse of discretion. Oh, okay. So that's hitting on the judge. Now, when you when they're when they're reviewing it for abuse of discretion, okay, that is a lot of deference that they give the lower court. So they're going to consider his determinations, his decisions, his judgments while rendering their decision, okay, on this review. Okay? That's different than de novo. De novo, they're not paying the lower court no mind. All right? But here, when it's abuse of discretion, they are going to they're going to take into account what the lower court said. Okay? analysis. Defendant contends that the district court abused its discretion in denying his motion to sever charges that he induced his minor victims other than Jane to engage in sex acts, count 10 through 13, from charges that he induced Jane to engage in sexual activity for the purpose of producing child pornography, counts 1 through 3. Ignoring that he was acquitted on 2 of those counts related to Brittany and Tracy, defendant argues he was prejudiced by their joinder because the video-based evidence regarding Jane, which he views as strong, tainted the jury's decision regarding the testimonial evidence involving Pauline and Nia. Okay, and the joinder is the counts that's joined together. That could be the counts that's with the co-defendants or his counts that he has joined together himself. Okay, that's considered joinders. All right, it says, which he views as weaker. The district court did not abuse its discretion in keeping those counts joined. Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, which is what I've been telling the people who want to fight with me about the law to read. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 8 permits the charging of 2 or more offenses together if they are of the same or similar character, or are based on the same act or transaction, or on connected with or Lord have mercy. Constituent parts. Yes, Lord help me, Jesus. I hope I ain't getting that dementia. Constituent parts. Huh? Like what the hell? And constituent parts is basically parts where you could parts that could be separated, okay, of a common scheme or plan. I hope I ain't getting that damn shit. It says Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 14 provides for severance of combined offenses of joinder appears to prejudice a defendant. Why they wrote it like that? Oh, if joinder appears to prejudice a defendant. Okay, let me read that over again. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 14 provides for severance of combined offenses if joinder appears to prejudice a defendant. Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure 14A. This court has described the Rule 14 standard as exacting because it is not enough for a defendant to show that separate trials may have provided defendant a better opportunity for an acquittal. Oh, now that's a strong reply, okay? Because they could say that you're saying all of this simply because you're saying you're saying that your client was denied a better opportunity from being found not guilty, and that's not how the law is supposed to perform. Okay, that's why all those rules and if not this and do this and whatever applies. Okay, so that's a strong comeback right there. It says that's all that case law. Rather, a defendant must be able to show that the denial of severance caused him actual prejudice and that it prevented him from receiving a fair trial. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to perform. Okay, but even if the defendant can show prejudice, that alone may not necessarily suffice for them to prevail. Limiting instructions will often cure any risk of prejudice. Remember, I always tell you, okay? I always tell you, just because, you have some people that think that if something happens, whatever, they throw everything away. That's not how it works. There's remedies. Remember I told you, there's remedies. All right? There's tests. With severance, there's a test. Okay? Just about with everything, there's a test to see if it passes or fails and you travel this road or travel that road, okay? To cure it, all right? To fix it. It's not throw it away and start over. It's not get jail free all the time. That's not how it works. Most times it's not how it works, okay? So prejudice in that it prevented him from receiving a fair trial. But even if the defendant can show prejudice, that alone may not necessarily suffice for them to prevail. Limited instructions will often cure any risk of prejudice, and tailoring relief from prejudice is within the district court's discretion. And cleaned up. All right. Here, defendant's pretrial motion failed to demonstrate a sufficient basis for severance, arguing merely that because the government would introduce video evidence in support of counts 1 through 3 involving Jane, the jury would not bother to consider whether the government satisfied its burden as to counts 10 through 13, in support of which no videos would be introduced at trial. Ooh, okay, that's good. Come back. The district court properly rejected that claim as unsupported and undeveloped, where this court has universally discarded, in the presence of adequate jury instructions, such evidentiary spillover arguments. Whoa. As a basis for requiring severance. Evidentiary spillover, that is, a case in which a strong count is added in the hope of bolstering a weak one, has been rejected. Collecting cases, case law. Such spillover claims alone do not warrant severance. Instructive here, this court in United States versus Irwin, case law, addressed and rejected a similar challenge to the district court's denial of severance on the basis of a prejudicial spillover effect between drug conspiracy and homicide counts. There are here, defendant argued on appeal that allowing the same jury to hear all of the evidence and decide all of the charges together created an unreasonable risk that the jury decided the homicide charges based on the stronger evidence presented in support of the drug conspiracy charges. But Irwin concluded that any potential prejudice was neutralized by the district court's instruction to the jury. But defendant ignores that the district court instructed the jury to consider each count and its related evidence separately. Specifically, the court instructed the jury to consider each count and the evidence relating to it separate and apart from every count. We presume a jury attends closely to the particular language of the trial court's instructions in a criminal case, including when the jury is instructed to consider each count and the relating evidence separately. That's called limited instructions, wrong. Case law. We find nothing in the record that would make us suppose that the jury would disregard the district court's instructions in this case, and defendant points to no evidence that reveals that the jury ignored the court's instructions. Case law. And because the district court's instructions provided an adequate safeguard against evidentiary spillover and accumulation of evidence, case law, we cannot say that defendant was prejudiced by the district court's denial of his motion to sever. The jury here was instructed just like the jury in Irwin. The district court instructed it, you must consider each charge separately. Your decision on one charge, whether it's guilty or not guilty, should not influence your decision on any other charge. Ooh, okay. Ooh, that's pretty strong. And that's basically how it goes. But this is a good argument to show, why it shouldn't have been severed in the first place. Okay. So they're tackling why it shouldn't have been severed, as well as that he wasn't prejudiced by it not being severed. So that's a proper response. It says, it is well settled that such an instruction provides an adequate safeguard against the risk of prejudice in the form of jury confusion, evidentiary spillover, and cumulation of evidence. Case law. Oh, that's a lot of case law. And in the same vein, this court has long held, what page on? Has long held that juries are presumed to follow their instructions. Case law. It's a Seventh Circuit 2002 discussing presumption that jury can capably sort through evidence and follow district court's limited instructions. Quite recently, the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that principle, even in the context of courts instructing juries not to consider evidence that a defendant or a co-defendant confessed to the crime as evidence of the defendant's guilt. Case law. Our legal system presumes that jurors will attend closely to a particular language of such instructions in a criminal case and strive to understand, make sense of, and follow them. Clean up. The presumption credits jurors. This, you know what? This they're gonna put in another one after this. It's gonna be the same one, but they're gonna clean this one up. Okay, the presumption credits jurors by refusing to assume that they are either too ignorant to comprehend or were too unmindful of their duty to respect instructions of the court. Quote in Pennsylvania Company versus Roy. If any doubt remains, defendant claim of prejudice is fatally undermined by the fact that the jury acquitted him of the inducement charges concerning minor victims Tracy and Brittany, counts 11 to 13. 2 of 4 counts he claims were tainted by their joinder to counts 1 through 3, the sexual exploitation charges pertaining to Jane. That result leaves no question that the jury considered each count separately, reflecting its adherence to the district court's instructions. Ooh, damn. Okay, that's a strong comeback right there. They are further illustrating that the jury was competent enough, they understood the judge's instructions, that they found him not guilty of other counts. So they followed the instructions that they were given. They followed the jury charge. That's pretty clever in a way, how they came back and used the fact that he was found not guilty of some shit to say, yeah, the jury did his job and they understood the task fine. That's pretty clever, to come back and use that. Okay. All right. I see why you needed a little time. All right, sir. I got you. I see how you moving. All right. It says, okay, so that result leaves no question that the jury considered each count separately, reflecting its adherence to the district court's instruction. Nor is there any possibility that the joinder resulted in confusion here. The evidence as to defendants' inducements of Jane, Nia, and Pauline was relatively straightforward, comprising just a few days of testimony, with each of the victims testifying as to their firsthand encounters with defendant and with Jane and Pauline corroborating each other's testimony. Such was the case in Alexander, where defendant argued the government's case on certain of the charges was relatively weak and that the government therefore benefited by trying all of the charges together. This court rejected that challenge, noting that the evidence as to each count was relatively straightforward and was therefore quite manageable, leaving little likelihood that the jury would have been confused in compartmentalizing Lord have mercy. You know I need me some help. Okay. And Lord, I hope I ain't getting that damn dementia. This was particularly so given that, as in the instant case, virtually the only defense defendant mounted was to attempt to undermine the credibility of the government's witness. Here, defendant primarily relied upon cross-examination of the government's witnesses to sow reasonable doubt. And even those witnesses he called were done for the purposes of contradicting the factual assertions made by his victims. The district court also was right and certainly did not abuse its discretion in rejecting defendant's vague claim that he had important testimony to give concerning counts 10 through 13 and a need to refrain from testifying as to counts 1 through 3. As this court has held, severance is not mandatory every time a defendant wishes to testify as to one charge but remain silent on another. If that were the law, a court would be divested of all control over the matter of severance, and the choice would be entrusted to the defendant. Case law. It says 7th Circuit in 1998. Rather than needed for severance in such situations does not arise until the defendant makes a convincing showing that he has both important testimony to give concerning one count and strong need to refrain from testifying on the other. Case law. Defendant made no such showing in the district court, and again on appeal he merely repeats the above stated standard without providing any explanation, even with the benefit of knowing how the evidence unfolded at trial. Regarding the testimony he sought to give regarding Nia and Pauline, or the testimony he sought to forego regarding Jane, the district court did not abuse its discretion in rejecting defendant's perfunctory claim that would be prejudiced by joining counts 1 through 3 with counts 10 through 13, and the jury's verdict confirms the presumption that he was not. Okay. Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ. All right. So they are pretty much saying that the district court did not abuse its discretion in rejecting defendant's perfunctory claim that would be prejudiced by joint account. So the district court did not abuse its discretion in rejecting defendant's perfunctory claim that he would not be prejudiced by joint counts 1 through 3 with counts 10 through 13, and the jury's verdict confirms that presumption that he was. Okay, so they were saying like he lacked concern. Okay, he lacked concern. All right. So when they try to say he lacked concern, the district court did not abuse his discretion. Okay. Defendant's 240-month above guideline sentence was procedurally sound and substantively reasonable. All right. Okay, so keep in mind, procedural law and substantive law works both ways for both sides. Mr. Kelly has a certain rights he's allowed it, as well as the other side. Okay. So substantive rights and laws applies to him too. Procedural law applies to him too. All right. It says standard of review. This court reviews procedural challenges to a defendant's sentence de novo. So again, this is without any deference to the lower court. So they're going to look at this as it was new, right? So this court review Johnson de novo, okay, case law. Such a review involves ensuring that the district court has not committed a significant procedural error, such as incorrectly calculating the guidelines range, failing to consider the section 3553A factors, selecting a sentence based on clearly erroneous facts, or failing to explain adequately the chosen sentence. Case law. The court applies an abuse of discretion standard to its review of the substantive reasonableness of a defendant's sentence. The court applies an abuse of discretion. Wait a minute now. How you saying that it abuse of discretion standard here challenges court reviews procedural challenges to defendant's sentence de novo? What you're saying here, the court applies abuse of discretion standard to its review of the substantive and reasonable, of a defendant's sentence. Wait a minute, that's the same thing. The reasonable. Okay, this is the okay, I got it. I'm sorry. So this top part is the top part here is the calculation part of it. They say that's supposed to be reviewed de novo. Okay, no deference, without giving any consideration to the lower court. But when it comes to this the substantive reasonableness to a defendant's sentence, they say that is to be reviewed at abuse of discretion. The court applies an abuse of discretion standard to it, right? So it means it looks heavily at what the lower court decided. Okay, all right. So it's two parts here. It's the calculation, and it's how they determine his sentence. Remember, did he get extra points when he shouldn't have, or did they take in consideration what he went through when he was a boy, or all that? Okay. It says 7th Circuit of 2020. Although a sentence that falls within a properly calculated guideline range is entitled to a presumption of reasonableness, there is no corresponding presumption of unreasonableness for a non-guideline sentence. Case law. This court will uphold an above guideline sentence so long as the district court offered an adequate statement of its reason consistent with 18 U.S.C. section 3553A for imposing such a sentence. So again, whether he got points, that type of stuff. Okay. Did they bump him up in the category unlawfully, right? Incorrectly. Okay. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay. The court will uphold an above guideline sentence so long as the district court offered an adequate statement of its reason consistent with 18 U.S.C. 3553A for imposing such a sentence. Case law. It's a bunch of case law. Also, the 7th Circuit of 2022, this court affords significant deference to carefully explain above guideline sentences. Okay, so that's what I just said. So significant deference, they translated to what I said. So they rely heavily on what the lower court said. All right. And the deference is the weight. De novo, no deference. Abuse of discretion, high deference. Okay. Analysis. And then there's stuff in between there. Analysis. The district court committed no procedural error when sentencing defendant. The court soundly explained its choice of sentence in light of the advisory guidelines range and the factors set forth in section 3553A. defendant's claim to the contrary lack merit. A district court should begin all sentencing proceedings by correctly calculating the applicable guideline range. Case law. Here, the district court adopted defendant's proposed guideline range, and as such, the starting point is not disputed on appeal. From there, the district court must consider a subset of the Section 3553A factors. Case law. It need not march through every factor under Section 3553A in a checklist manner, but it must say something that demonstrates that it considered the statutory criteria in determining the sentence. Accordingly, for procedural purposes, while more detail is always better than less in sentencing findings, the burden on the sentencing judge is not particularly erroneous. Case law. The district court began by discussing the fact that the defendant was currently serving a 30-year sentence imposed upon him in the Eastern District of New York. The district court then made a finding with respect to the applicable guideline range, tracking these standards precisely. The guidelines that we've worked out, or that I have established at this particular time, is 135 to 168 months. So, of course, that is one of the starting points. That's not the ending point, of course, because we have to consider the natural and circumstances of offense and the history and characteristics of the defendant and the other factors. The purposes of sentencing that we know about that reflect seriousness of the offense, promotes respect for the law, provide just punishment, provide adequate deterrence, and protect the public. And that's the standard language in when a judge is supposed, that's what the judge is supposed to use, or the guideline, or whatever you want to call it, when determining someone's sentence. Okay. The district court then previewed, before arriving at a term of imprisonment, how its consideration of these factors would impact defendant's overall sentence. The sentence that I would have given probably would have been higher than the guidelines, probably because of some of the points that the government has indicated. I think that while the jury spoke on the issue of whether he had obstructed justice, there certainly was evidence that I could find by preponderance that he obstructed justice. And also, as the government pointed out, that the later guidelines, which would be in current now, would provide for a higher offense level for the actual conduct. After thus setting the proper framework, the district court discussed the 3553A factor in detail, starting with the nature and circumstances of the offense. Now we start out, the seriousness of the offense is the nature and the circumstances of the offense. And of course, everybody agrees that the nature of this offense is horrible, horrific. Abuse of young girls, sex tapes being in the public, and cannot be, even though Mr. Kelly's minions spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to get those tapes back. And obviously, they were not able to do so, and they're out there in the public, and they can't be removed. The defendant's actions are seen on the tapes. The only possible ameliorating factor is that he didn't apparently intend to traffic the tapes. He certainly was horrendously negligent in how he kept them. As I remember, I think Lisa Van Allen said that she found them in, I guess, a backpack sitting on the floor, and so she just helped herself to them. and that started out a rather Keystone Cop kind of operation in which these tapes spread out through the country, and Kelly's minions spent the hundreds of thousands of dollars and efforts trying to get them back. They were obviously unable to do so. This was no prepubescent child sex porn, which is a particular type. And there is, as I understand it, based upon Dr. Dietz' report, that Mr. Kelly is not a pedophile. But again, these tapes got out there, and that's the nature and circumstances of the offense. And it's horrendous. And everybody agrees that with that. And it's deserving of very, very serious consequences to Mr. Kelly. As to the history and the characteristics of the defendant, the district court considered the mitigating and aggregating factors argued by the parties and briefed in the sentencing memorandum. In mitigation, the district court considered defendant's challenging upbringing, including being raised in poverty, a fatherless childhood, alcoholism in the family, his illiteracy and learning disabilities, and his status as a victim of sexual abuse. In contrast, the district court discussed defendant's musical talents, fame, wealth, and how he used that money and power. With regard to just punishment for the offense, the district court weighed defendant's age, 56, at the time of sentencing, against his life expectancy in light of the 30-year sentence in the Eastern District of New York and any pending sentence in the present proceedings. As to the issue of deterrence, and protection of the public, which is a very important issue in sentencing, the district court determined that defendant would be unlikely to reoffend upon his release as an elderly man. Only after the extensive consideration of all of these factors taken together did the district court indicate that defendant's sentence would be above guidelines term of 240 months. Considering all the factors that I've outlined before, I would have probably had a variance upwards from the top end of the guidelines, which was 168. Again, I think there was some evidence, justification for the obstruction, and because of the increase in the current guidelines, so that in all probability, if I was sentencing Mr. Kelly as a result of, I would probably give him a sentence in the neighborhood of 240 months. Ooh. So it seems to me that under all of the facts and circumstances, that is a valid sentence, the 240 months. Wait a minute, hold on. Because y'all know I'm getting excited about something. So it seems to me that under all the facts and circumstances, that is a valid sentence, the 240 months. But I'm going to make the only part that's going to be consecutive will be the 12 months. So the sentence would be 228 months concurrent to be followed by 12 months consecutive. But that would be the sentence. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I thought I saw something back. A second. Okay. Now, they added that little part in there to kind of indicate that the judge at the lower court gave him a break on the sentence. Okay. At bottom, the district court's reason for arriving at the above guideline sentence were direct and unambiguous. They included both defendant's obstructive conduct and the fact that modern guidelines provide for a higher offense level for sexual exploitation of children. But as the district court repeatedly made clear, the horrific nature of defendant's offense conduct alone was sufficient justification for an above guideline sentence. It's deserving of very, very serious consequences to Mr. Kelly. After presiding over a 4-week trial that included the viewing of 3 lengthy and graphic homemade child pornography videos, the district court was well positioned to arrive at such a determination. Defendant argues that the district court committed procedural error by failing to adequately explain his finding that defendant engaged in obstructive conduct. When imposing a 240-month sentence, the district court did not expressly state his basis for an above guideline sentence, instead vaguely suggesting a basis for an upward variance by mentioning obstructive conduct as a starting point. Okay, so she has some wiggle room there. J-Bo has some wiggle room there, because even they admit that the district court did not expressly state his basis for an above guideline sentence. That's fair game. J-Bo has some wiggle room there, like what it is. So, listen, they may get a standard of review applied just for that. Okay? And again, that's what the goal is if you are Team Chaos. Get a standard of review applied, you know that they are going to make a decision on it. And it's not going to be flat out denial. They don't apply a standard of review, flat out denial. Okay? All right, let's see. Okay, when imposing a 240-month sentence, the district court did not expressly state his basis for an above guideline sentence, instead vaguely suggesting a basis for an upward variance by mentioning obstructive conduct. As a starting point, defendant concedes, as he must, that a court may properly consider acquitted conduct at sentencing. All right, so remember I told y'all that. So if they can consider acquitted conduct at sentencing, you know that they can consider acquitted conduct when writing this persuading brief. All right? So, what that means is, although he was found not guilty on those charges, you go up on appeal, you're asking them to look at it, everything, given from no deference to high deference, that can come into play, right? Okay, when making their decision. All right? What was as a starting point, defendant concedes, as he must, that a court may properly consider acquitted conduct as sentencing, so long as it has been proven by a preponderance of the evidence. Case law. A verdict of acquittal does not prevent the sentencing court from considering conduct underlying the acquitted charge, so as long as that conduct has been proved by a preponderance of the evidence. Relevant statutes and the sentencing guidelines further encourage the use of pertinent information related to a defendant's character and conduct without limitation at sentencing, which is exactly how the sentencing court employed evidence indicative of defendant's obstructive conduct presented throughout the 4-week trial. No limitation shall be placed on the information concerning the background, character, and conduct of a person convicted of an offense which a court of the United States may receive and consider for the purpose of imposing an appropriate sentence. In determining the sentence to impose within the guideline range, or whether a departure from the guideline is warranted, the court may consider without limitation any information concerning the background, character, and conduct of the defendant unless prohibited by law. At trial, the district court heard ample evidence of obstruction as summarized in the government's sentencing memorandum, including that defendants sought to interfere with the investigation that resulted in the 2008 state trial, both by intimidating and bribing witnesses and by seeking to retrieve and conceal the child pornography videos that could support charges against him. That is precisely what the district court highlighted at sentencing and the basis for its finding that the defendant engaged in obstructive conduct, noting that Mr. Kelly minions spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to get these tapes back, and specifically referencing that he found such conduct existed by preponderance of the evidence. I think that while the jury spoke on the issue of whether he had obstructed justice, there certainly was evidence that I could find by preponderance that he obstructed justice. The district court thus identified the obstructive conduct it found aggravating and whether the corresponding evidentiary burdens had been met, all within the context of its holistic consideration of the Section 3553A factors, rather than in relation to any specific guideline enhancement. There were no procedural errors, nor is there any basis for finding the sentence substantively unreasonable in light of the horrendous offense conduct for which defendant was convicted. And every time you see that word substantively, you're dealing with somebody's rights or what's prohibited. Okay, it says this court recognizes that the substantive reasonableness occupies a range, not a point, and that the sentencing judge is in the best position to apply the Section 3553A factors to the individual and defendant. Case law. That does not automatically mean that an above guideline sentence is unreasonable, but rather that for such sentences, courts must consider the extent of the deviation and ensure that the justification is sufficiently compelling to support the degree of the variance. Accordingly, extraordinary circumstances are not required to justify a sentence outside the guidelines range. Case law. As long as the sentencing judge gives adequate justification, he may impose a sentence above the guideline range if he believes the range is too lenient. Okay, so remember I told you she may have some fighting room when the judge did not say why the judge ruled that gave him that was it an upward variance? I don't know. But remember I said that some pages back because I don't feel like going back there. This confirms what I was saying. As long as the sentencing judge gives adequate justification. So the prosecutor even admitted that he gave no justification. His old ass was going to fuck something up. Okay? So he gave no justification as to how he gave him that sentence like he did, right? So, like I said, she might have some fighting room right there. Let's see if it comes back in her reply to this, okay? May impose a sentence above guidelines range if he believes the range is too lenient. Here, the district court's above guideline sentence was substantively reasonable in light of the seriousness of the defendant's offense, the sexual abuse and exploitation of young girls, the creation of child pornography disseminated into society, the corresponding concerted efforts to stymie law enforcement's investigation into the same, along with numerous other Section 3553A factors, including defendant's history and characteristics and the need for a just punishment. Defendant contends that the district court imposed a substantively unreasonable sentence by invoking the current day guidelines, which would have increased defendant's offense level were they to govern his calculation. Even more problematic, the district court violated the ex post facto clause when it sentenced defendant to an above guideline sentence simply because the current sentencing guideline generally call for higher offense levels than did the applicable 1997 sentencing guidelines. Again, here, the starting point is a necessary concession from defendant that a court may also consider later amendments to the guidelines as guides for determining how much of a departure is warranted for the aggravating conduct in question. Case law. Defendant attempts to obtain Cole's holding to the narrow consideration of later adding aggravating elements within the guidelines, but can muster no legal support for such a contention, particularly where, as here, the evolution of the guidelines was just one of many factors the district court used to inform its decision to sentence defendant above the guideline range. As the court emphasized in Cole, reference to subsequent amendments may be one of the best ways a sentencing court can be assured that the magnitude for a departure is consistent with the sentencing scheme envisioned by Congress. Case law. In 2003, Congress recognized the need to increase jail sentences in cases where children are victimized by sexual predators. Reference. When in 2003, when it passed the Protect Act of 2003, the same law that amended the statute of limitations period under Section 3283, the Protect Act increased the base offense level provided under Guidelines Section 2G2.1, covering violations of Section 2251A. Here counts 1, 2, and 3 from 27 in 1997. The guidelines in effect at the time of defendant's offenses to 32 as of 2004, where it remains today. But the district court here did not undertake a mechanical, mathematical incorporation of the new offense level, and indeed, defendant concedes that the district court employed the 1997 sentencing guideline, not those from 2003. There were thus no ex post facto violations under Pew, decided by defendant, at which merely stands for the presumption that defendant may not be sentenced under a later version of the guidelines that provides for a higher offense level and range. Instead, the district court considered modern penalties for child sex exploitation offenses as one consideration among many during its Section 3553A analysis. When considered in light of all the relevant factors, the 240-month above guideline sentence, only 12 months of which are consecutive to the federal sentence defendant already is serving, was substantively reasonable, and there was no abuse of discretion. Conclusion for the above reason said above, the government respectfully requests that this court affirms the defendant's conviction and sentence. And affirm only means, upheld what the lower court determined. So let me go look for the footnotes, knock them out real quick. We're going to come around. It says citation to the original electronic record are designed as R, followed by the district. No, okay, so that's just like a key. Thank you for the key. Your way we're not denying it. I guess all we let's sleep I lose. I lose. Okay. Unlike video 1, video 2, and video 3, video 4 was not entered into evidence at trial or seen by jury because it was never recovered by law enforcement. Okay. After a 5-week jury trial on September 27, 2021, defendant was convicted in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York of multiple federal felonies offenses, including violations of 18 U.S.C. sections 1962C, 1963, 2421A, 2422A, so on and so forth. Robert Keller on June 3rd, 2022, presiding judge in New York, proceeding sentenced defendant to 30 years imprisonment. Um, the conduct the conduct addressed in the New York trial was separate from that in the instant case, which is this current case that they're referencing, okay, in the lower court, involving defendant's abuse of different victims over a distinct time frame. Okay, defendant's citations to the United States Dow does not operate to the contrary. In that case, the most recent version of Section 3283 extending the statute of limitations to the life of the child was not at issue. The government argued only that the prior limitations period, allowing prosecutions before the child reaches the age of 25 years, applied, and the court agreed. Okay, okay. So I think they're reviewing that de novo. The defendant appears to argue that because the law enforcement officials were already in possession of video 1 prior to the 2008 state trial, defendant's efforts to obtain additional tapes do not qualify as obstruction of justice. That contention discounts the potential evidentiary value of video 2 and 3, along with additional copies of 1, should those additional copies have been recovered by law enforcement. It also disregards the broad array of obstructive conduct presented at trial and by the government in its sentencing memorandum, including the fact that the conspiracy to receive child pornography was inextricably intertwined with defendant's obstructive conduct. Kelly obstructed justice by concealing and covering up video 2 and 3, video depictions of Kelly's sexual abuse of Jane. Pursuant to Section 2G2.1A, the current guidelines provide for a base offense level of 32 for violations of Section 2251A, along with a 2-level addition for the age of the victims here, per Section 2G2.1B1B, for an adjusted offense level of 34 for each of counts 1 through 3, applying the grouping rules and maintaining the offense levels for counts 9, 10, and 12 would yield a total offense level of 37, which paired with defendant's criminal history category 2 would result in an advisory guideline range of 235 to 293 months imprisonment. Oh, so they're saying that he got somewhere in between there, so he's right in range. Mm. And we put another one in the books. Huh? Huh? What they say now? What they say now? I'm coming on around there when I can get around now. What they say now? Yes, we put another one in the books. Yes. Okay. I'll stay with y'all for a couple minutes. Somebody got something to say? Got any questions? Thank y'all for hanging on that and hear me read it. I swear them popos out there listening to us read this shit, because now y'all got me paranoid. I ain't never been paranoid before. Mm, 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 mm. No. And see, and I stick to what I said before. So with the sentencing guidelines, and oh, no problem, Red Bunny. Thank y'all for the sentencing guidelines and for the sentencing guidelines. I think that the government may make that argument, but like I said, but the government kind of agreed. I don't know if J-Bo raised the argument that the judge was supposed to convey over why he deviated out of the sentencing guidelines upward, I guess, if he thought it was too lenient, if that's what happened. Now, if that's what happened, it says that he's supposed to express why. They said he didn't express why. But the little footnote I just read said that I think he got 240 months or 250 months or whatever it was. He got 20 years. So what's that? How much is that, y'all? Am I crazy? Wait a minute. 20 years. I guess so. Yeah, he got 240 months, right? So wasn't that 240 months right in the middle of what I read, that last footnote? Yeah, it was right, and yeah, it was actually on the lower end because it was 235, 293. So, that's kind of cut and dry. The sentencing kind of cut and dry. Severance. There's a rule, they're testing rules and stuff, so they're gonna, and it's consistent. It's not a different set of testing rules for the higher courts and lower courts know it's the same thing. It's the same consistent rules test for severance. They'll check that out. What was the other thing? What was the other? What was the other one, y'all? If we do something else for time. Oh, timely. Okay, yeah, that is kind of cut and dry. Either they were able to bring it with within the and it wasn't time barred. The charges wouldn't have been time barred or not. So some of this is just kind of cut and dry. I don't know, y'all. Shit. Hell, I'm in a developed goddamn a nervous condition dealing with y'all. I'm so glad that this part is over because they would have put one more extension in. I promise you, I was going in. Oh, look at D.B. Wild. Listen. D.B. Wild said it's 240, Miss Walker. Background character is here. Oh, what y'all think? Y'all, I mean, and shout out to Atmos knocking out a few pages for me. I appreciate you, sir. That's what we do. That's that real love. I know, DBY, I was not going to swallow no goddamn vapor rub. But when I got my little pineapple, hey y'all, had y'all ever seen that little pineapple food I had? Have y'all ever seen that before? You know, people, people love me, so they just, they knew not to mix no pineapple up in there with them shrimp and stuff, because that wasn't gonna work out. So I'm a handful. I don't care. I don't care. They like it. They like it, honey. I don't care. I'm a handful, baby. Mm-mm. I'm a handful. What? What? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yes, honey. Deep Wild, miss him. Baby, I don't can fuck with that damn, you know. God damn, Deep Wild. That was a big ask. I couldn't do that. We good and everything. And I trust you. I don't trust that shit. Oh man. And I'm so tired of I'm so sorry for tearing y'all ass up on that wall, but I be at giving y'all some content because I figure y'all need something to do. And I'm up. Shit, you gonna stay up. Okay. Wait a minute. I got this alarm on, right? Oh man, y'all getting y'all stuff together for this holiday and stuff like that. While listen, I don't have one of them rugged Chicago bodies like you do, baby. I can't be ingesting all kind of poison and shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? I can't do that. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, the little pineapple thing was fine. I of course, I'm gonna be me. So I scooped the food up, the stuff up out of there. And then I cut around the little pineapple and they had me some of that little pineapple. I like pineapple. I like pineapple. Mm-hmm. Oh man. Listen. I am such a sports. I love sports. I don't care what nobody say. I can't believe y'all couldn't even get that right. I know we are just existing. Understand that? Because I would have said that to anybody. I would have said, what time is it? They would have said game time. Who? Yeah, I'm probably try to goddamn run out like they run out the hole or something. What the fuck is going on around here? And people like to say, I don't, get out because I don't chose to, at this moment, to rip and run the damn streets and shit. Huh? I got shit to do. Here. Hell, when you work in and out, hell, I have stuff to do. Got time for that. Thank you, Miss Cookie. Thank you.
Hi, Miss Ann. The least I can do. You stayed up and read all that for us. I
Oh,
appreciate you as always.
no problem. No problem. My pleasure. I've been waiting for it for months.
I know, right? And since
Right,
DV
yeah.
wanted to put me on the spot,
Oh, he did?
yeah, Tom asked me, am I tired? Why ain't I going up here? Like,
Oh, Lord. Tell me that's not necessary, girl. Honey, I can talk y'all to death myself.
yeah. I mean, because it's like, you know how I feel when it comes to the legal stuff. I don't know all those big words. Um, but I was trying to remember all the things you were saying and having my own comments about it. Like when they were talking about he was hiding the tapes and taping people. If he was hiding, how were they so able to steal the tape, the so-called famous tape that was just in his so-called gym bag? That's not hiding. And like they say, he never hid the tape from the girls. They knew he was taping. So maybe I'm misunderstanding how the legal part of it is. And then when they say that the jury, if they found him not guilty on some of the charges and they understood the writing of the what's it called,
The jury instructions.
jury instructions.
Mhm.
Um, damn, what was my point on that? Oh, that would be a presumption that you are trying to read the minds of the jury. Because
Oh,
maybe those, the ones that were found not to be, or the ones that he was acquitted on, were those not the ones that the jury did not believe, that there was holes in their story, or it just didn't make sense, or they wasn't credible, and that's why they
go
threw
ahead
out those
on
charges
Cookie.
against
Girl, go
those.
ahead on Cookie. Girl,
I mean,
go ahead on Cookie.
because we're
So
supposed to be
right
using our
now.
common sense.
Go ahead. So Cookie, go ahead on with that. So J-Bo could say, um, because you can't. It's not reasonable to assume that just because the jury was able to find Mr. Kelly not guilty on some of the counts and guilty on others, it's not reasonable to assume that the counts not being severed
Was understood.
right. That doesn't mean that, and she can pretty it up more better than this. It just simply means that based on their understanding of the jury instructions, they could not convict him based on the evidence submitted at trial. That has nothing to do with whether my client was prejudiced. Those are two different and separate, distinct circumstances. Stop playing with me. Go ahead on, Cookie.
Right.
Hey, hey, go ahead on,
Hey,
Cookie.
thumbs
Yes,
up for
girl.
me.
Stop selling yourself short, girl. That's good.
I
You
just
had
don't
me
know all that
rolling
legal
out.
stuff, to put it in the right terms. And then, wasn't it true that it was an issue, and I'm not sure about how it exactly was worded, but they were saying at some point of the mitigation, is that what it's called? Mitigation, that
Mm.
they changed some words to or, and that was a questionable factor in finding him guilty in some of those charges because person was supposed to be either or, and then they changed it to and or either vice versa.
Now, in this, she didn't appeal that argument is called the um, injunctive and conjunctive. That's that argument. She didn't argue that on appeal. She argued those three things that I brought up that they put in there.
But
That's what
no,
she
I'm
argued.
saying as far as the jury is concerned, when you talk about what the jury understood or didn't understand, because some of them been confused because they added that and or situation.
Well, it depends if they added it in those counts in those situations that she referenced. You see what I'm saying? Like it's specific, right? So just
Uh-huh.
because they added it throughout some other places and not in the places where just say like she talked about the sentence, the severance, and the what else? The other thing.
So that
So
would be just for the charges. That would
did
be
what
like, I'm
what
sorry, you know what I mean?
go ahead.
Would that be for, because these were the charges that the counts. And one of those, or I don't know if it was one or two or how many it was, but it was a charge. And it was a dispute about because they changed the wording of and or on
Right.
one of the
So
charges instead of it just being find them guilty of it and then or. So they could have been confused on that and just like, what the hell, fuck it. We're just gonna go with guilty.
Was that the
well, she didn't
trafficking
make
charge?
that. She didn't bring that argument up. So
Oh
that's the
God.
conjunctive and disjunctive argument, and she didn't bring that argument up. So
Okay.
maybe
So she would have had to
and
specifically
or
speak on that.
huh?
She would have had to specifically speak on that.
Yeah.
Was that the
If that's what she's
trafficking charge?
appealing, if she was appealing the jury's understanding with regards to the conjunctive and disjunctive form, then yeah, that she would have to bring that up.
Now, could she come back with that, seeing that their paperwork is stating that the jury understood the why am I keep forgetting that dang on word? The instructions.
The jury,
Since
the jury
they
charge.
said the jury understood everything. And they came out with what they came out with because some things were not guilty and some things were. you're presuming that they understood that because maybe there's some that were confused with that one charge where they changed the and or. Because they did it the last minute, I think, during the deliberation phase. It wasn't like it was, I don't know when they give them the instructions and then they said it was that. It was like they came back with a question.
That was
The
at the
jury,
end.
the jury came back with a question during deliberation, I believe, and that's when they changed it to and or, if I remember correctly.
Right. That
I
was
could be
Right.
wrong.
And that's a normal argument because it happens all the time. That's a normal argument.
in the federal case.
Um, so they apparently they were satisfied with it on at the lower court. So whatever the discussion, because I remember it came up, she raised it, but
And one more thing I'm gonna let DB say before I forget. And then when they talk about, it started in '93, this happened in '94. The Leah thing, I think, was supposed to be what, '95. Like, when did this man find the time to make all these great hits and become the number one, what they say, greatest of all time,
Right.
renewing other people's careers and traveling and touring and making hits. And they got all these years, 93, 94, 95, 96, 88. Like, what?
they passionate.
Where did he find the
Hmm.
time to do all this fucking? That's what I want to know. And
I
then
don't know, honey.
they fucked 50 times. They fucked 100
Damn.
times. Like,
In a
who
day.
counts?
In one day, Cookie. In one damn
Yeah.
day. Hey, Miss Walker. Hey, Cookie.
Hey, he was,
I
yeah,
was with you
according
for
to
3
them,
months and
I
we
mean,
fucked
he was
50
having a
times.
lot of sex.
hey, TT, listen, when I was, shit, 17, 18, 19, I wasn't hitting nothing that many times a day, and I was making babies, and I still wasn't hitting nothing that many times in a day. Come on now. And doing traveling like that, how could he possibly do it?
But my thing is not to get into your because
No, I
I
mean,
don't want to know. But so like I don't want to know, but
I
I'm
get
trying
you.
to figure out like what the hell is wrong with y'all that y'all can like as I know like okay you okay Cookie, you a woman, okay, and you
Oh,
know how like one time, then two times, then that third time to be like, I'm tired. Wait a minute, I need
right,
some.
right.
Hold on, I got to rest up or something like that. Whatever y'all need to, to get rejuvenated.
Right.
Is that not standard with all the guys? Are y'all taking some of them blue? Now, what's going on?
TT, what they
Most of the time, I feel like a man, I mean, yeah, you might get an extraordinary man that can do it 2 or 3 times in a row, but they got to take a break. And maybe they can do it.
Right.
But it ain't too many of them like that. Because once they do, they like, how they just like collapse. And they got to,
Yeah.
smoke a cigarette, have a drink, smoke some
right.
weed, do something, go cut the grass. Then they like, I'm ready again. And it might be that same day. But you got some that might can do it maybe 2 or 3 times. But let's say you do it 3 times a day. There's only 30 days in the week. And we're talking about the same 30 or 31 days in the week, 28 days on leap year. If you're talking about the same woman, I, I would assume she has a period.
Hmm.
You know, most women stay on between 3 to 5 days. Some may be
Majority of the time.
longer. So you
But
guys subtract those days. So we're talking about 3 times a day out of 20, what, 5 days, give or take. How many times a month is that?
That
75. I don't
I
think
see
no
where you're
woman want to
going.
do that much. When are you working? That's my thing.
That's
Well,
what
these were so-called
exactly. When
young
are you
ladies.
working?
it's not.
And
It's not
see
possible.
and see me. I tell you straight up and down. Hey, you ain't gonna wear me out. I'm tired. Now what the hell is wrong with you? I
Yeah,
mean,
we got
okay,
headache days, wash hair
my
days,
God.
gotta go
TT,
see
you ain't doing.
grandma days. Like, what the
TT,
fuck?
you ain't doing that as a goddamn teenager, and you ain't doing it definitely as a celebrity. Let's get
Ex-
that understood.
Listen, let me tell you something. You're not gonna wear me out.
Mm-mm.
Them little few exes y'all done heard them talk. They all say the same thing in common. She stingy on the ass. She stingy on the
Mm-hmm.
ass.
Yeah,
You ain't
yeah.
gonna wear me out. I got shit to do. I can't be around here all day and all night, just going
Right,
like bunny rabbits and shit. I got
right,
shit to do.
right.
And then
God
when I think about Jane Doe, the famous tape girl, and
Mm.
then her friend Pauline. Okay, she's 15. Pauline's 15. And Robert says to her, "Do your mama know about that little boy you was kissing?" Do you really think a 15-year-old girl is really going to hide a kiss from mommy or scared to tell mommy she kissed the boy at
uh
15?
I believe so. She 15. Yeah, because depending on what kind of family you got, honey. But mine gonna
Well,
hit the
you ain't
side.
had that good of a
If
family
mine
if
don't
your
want you
family
to
got
kiss
you hanging around
until
a
you're
grown ass
married.
man's house.
Shit, she gonna
What?
tell a friend or something that's gonna tell mommy. Somebody. She gonna tell a
Mm.
friend or something. Whereas it's gonna get back to mommy, right? Because I
And
Well,
then
mean,
he
use
tells you
that
to take your
illustration.
clothes off and whatever else. I can't remember all the other things he's told her to do. So even if you're scared, because most of the time you think about it, when you hear about predators and you hear about people that do things to little kids, the first thing you say is they threaten them. All
Right.
he said was, "It's our secret." So where's the threat at that she felt like she had to do this? Or if she felt like she couldn't leave at that time when she got out of that house, she didn't go tell mommy and daddy what happened at Mr. Roberts' house with her friend who's 14.
mm,
See,
right.
here's where keeping it real, victim blaming, and and a person taking responsibility, being responsible for what they've done, all collides. Because let's just keep it real. I'm not going to victim blame nobody, victim shame nobody, none of that type of shit. But here's the thing, right? Depending on who you are, what little girl it is,
Right,
around 14, 15, they may start begin to get a little curious then.
right.
So they may on their own hide a little kiss or get a little, what I'm talking about, into having sex. Now, but it does not say that a person that's over the age of whatever is free to take advantage of that person if they,
No, 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 no. I agree with
so
you
I'm not
there.
saying that. But I want to make sure people understand. You, it's psychology in everything we do, and I'm saying that psychology of somebody that age could be, hey, I'm a little curious. I want to kiss. I was kissing at 16.
And that's my point, Miss Auntie, because even as a young teenager, we have to hold them accountable because of the fact that if she was curious, let's say she was one of those girls that was at that age of being curious, I would have more respect if you say, like I told you, I was 16, he was 23.
Mm-hmm.
I knew what I wanted. I'm not saying it was right. I'm sure he knew it wasn't right, but I knew what I was doing and what I was putting myself in. I knew I wasn't going to no grown man's house, skipping school to go eat no cookies and milk. I had a
Right.
crush on him. I acted a little older. That don't make no excuse. I was still only 16 years old. I skipped school and walked to his house that was probably about a good 20 blocks away. And I knew what the possibility was going to happen. So if something would have happened and somebody seen me and it got reported or somebody told my mom or whatever, I would have still said, I wanted to go. I wanted to be with him. I'm going to be accountable. And they can still throw his ass in jail because he was wrong. But I know in my heart and in my mind, no matter what age I was, what I was doing for
Yeah.
whatever reason. curiosity.
here's the
Why did he ask?
But here's the thing, right? Even though you know, and a lot of people know, I definitely would have known. Um, and I did know. It still don't absolve, uh, based on the law, someone from having, if they're an adult, having sex with what what is considered a minor, because it's a consent thing. You understand what I'm saying? It just doesn't. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why people think I'm somewhere off in the la la land. No, because listen, even though I didn't start kissing until I was 16, hell, I thought about it at like 15. I wasn't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? But I thought about it.
Excuse me. That's
You
my
know, but
daughter, Miss Angie, by the way, Bratalia.
I
And I
pretend.
just seen her comment. And I want
Hi.
so bad. I wish she would hit that link because I'm gonna, but
Well,
I ain't
don't
gonna
tell
do
on
that to her.
yourself.
She said if they had told me to stay on the porch, I would have stayed. I, I, Bratalia, if you hit the link, then that gives me permission to say what I want to say. But anyway, um, I just, my thought is just on if she, I'm not victim shaming.
Right.
It would have, because another thing about the 14-year-old, I don't know, maybe it's just me. In my mind, I don't believe that it was her. Because how can you put an age on someone that wasn't identified? Back in 2008, she said it wasn't her. Her mother said it wasn't her. Her father said it wasn't her. This person just had a form of a body as a young person. And we all know women come in all shapes and sizes. So until we have an identity, we can't put an age to that person because we don't even know who they are. And
But
then
she
when we
said
go
it was her
forward,
now. Problem is, she said it was her now.
she said it when
She said this
2022.
right. That's what she's saying. I mean,
So
you
my
are.
thought is this: you wait
Mhm.
until your daddy died because you still all these years you've been with Robert. The man that molested you, you went to court,
Mhm.
all this stuff that happened. This tape was so famous. And then your family still stuck by his side. You stuck by his side. When he got arrested, you was working in some form in his camp. He bought your car. He paid for your rent. This is a person after 20 something years you still in love with. At some point, you did not have the sense. I mean, I don't think nothing was mentally wrong with her that you could say, Mom and Dad, y'all allowed this? I wouldn't be speaking to my mom and dad, knowing that I had to wait till I was of age to break free because y'all still had me with this man in some form, and he did this to me. And the whole world knows that. And then up until he was arrested,
Right.
you're texting him, calling him, you were good. And then y'all still wasn't saying it was you until your daddy died. And now what y'all gotta figure out how to keep the money coming? So now, oh, it was me? That's why I don't believe it.
It's all weird. It's
It
all weird.
is.
It's all weird. I mean, couldn't be mine. I couldn't be mine. Couldn't be mine because and what makes it bad when you have the fact that she did not leave until what 2019 and all that kind of weird shit there.
She left when he got arrested.
Uh-huh.
She decided to talk when he went to his Chicago trial. Well, I guess before then. But she was in the process of doing her little civil suit for that. What was it? Uh, $20 million or something.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not gonna say it's not her because I don't know. I was not there. I'm just going by common sense. Because like I said, I have a cousin. She passed away, may she rest in peace. But up until she was probably in her late 30s. She still can pass for early 20s, early
Mm.
20s, barely to get in the bar type 20.
Oh wow.
You know, and she was very petite. She used to try to toot her little butt out like she had a butt, but she looked young. I have another niece, and she still looks. She's in her mid 40s, and you would think she was maybe 28, 30. So imagine how she looked when she was 25. She still looked like she was a teenager.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you can't always go by, how young someone look. And then you can't, and then you got some that will make this stuff look. Look at Pace in front of that courthouse. I would have thought she might have been 18, 19. Because what is
Right.
a 14-year-old girl coming to a court hearing every day
By herself.
by herself? She wasn't even allowed to be in
You
there because of
talking about
the charges.
Geronda?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't shit. I don't know, honey. Don't get me to line. While I do believe that do at certain ages we know what we're doing. You know. However, you got the laws that say yeah you can know what you're doing. Yeah, but check this out. The what we put out here to govern to protect y'all dumb ass, this is what we use, right? So just to put it, just to put it basic like that. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't know why people think that I don't know that the people. I see you, honey. I don't know that the people that the girls, it could be as young as 12 or whatever. You know what you're doing because
Hmm.
when you see a lot of people get educated off TV or what they
Hmm.
hear, what their little friends tell them, what they read and stuff like that.
Right.
You know, so but we have that good old fashioned law that
Hey,
say, yeah,
Battalion.
Yeah,
hey,
HBO was not
Battalion.
nice to me at night. HBO was not nice to me at night. And sometimes I could see little pictures through all that snow on the TV.
Yeah,
What is she? What?
I'm just
you talking
saying.
about
I stayed up
HBO?
watching and little images in the snow on the TV.
So what was you seeing in the images?
I don't know, adults having sex.
Is that what your
Mhm.
mind was
I
telling you
wasn't
was
supposed to.
happening?
No, no, honey, no, honey, no, honey, no, 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 no. You could literally kind of see it. Like I don't know if it was just like signals mixing from the TV antennas. I don't know, but channels we weren't supposed to get were kind of being broadcasted through. But that was analog, you know. Well, I let it go. But I was gonna
Okay, so
say,
your so
if
your
this
15 year
man
old
kept
self.
recording himself, this man kept recording himself.
That's not a crime.
We have noted on record that he told someone he has a problem. Why so secretive? If you're okay with what you're doing, if there's nothing wrong with what you're doing, why so secret? Why even keep the tapes? Why even keep them?
The same way you keep a photograph.
The same way. Okay, so now we're on the butterfly effect. So listen, um, I don't know. I just feel like there's some time that he may not need to spend his whole life in it, but I'm just looking at the age difference. I'm looking at how many different women, like the older women, and it's a little disturbing that y'all put up with the bull crap. But the
Mhm.
fact that they really weren't hindered from leaving. If you don't want to live this life, you can go. That's what it sounded like. That's what
Right.
it felt like. You have a choice. You can
Yeah.
go. But then they got
Yeah.
to give up the money. They got to give up the housing, whatever, whatever. I think it's kind of funny that the original girl from the video, she basically didn't, it doesn't seem like she knew she signed an NDA with him, but he was paying for her housing. So, like, just a lot of stuff just lost in either translation or the girls not really knowing what they were up against until they wanted out. I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean up against what? What were they
The
up against?
control, it's really just the control aspect. You have these girls, if they are young girls, somebody has to keep it within somebody, and then it's not just one man, somebody's allowing it to happen. Somebody had to witness something.
See, you know, and I don't know if Queen E is in here, she could probably attest to this. But this is how this little stuff work, and this is how it's worked in every little celebrity little ring I've been in. Okay, you have you have the celebrity, whatever, giving the little orders, whatever. They send them bodyguards. They come and, get you or pass the number or whatever it is, whatever it is they need to communicate to you. Or if they want you to come on up there to the room or whatever, that's what they're doing. And not only, and here's the thing, right? It's not only the celebrity, it's the hanger-ons too that think they supposed to benefit too. The only people, anybody that knows this can correct me if I'm lying, the only people that ain't knocking nobody off is the bodyguards and security.
Mhm.
They the
Because
only
they got to
ones
keep
that
the
standing
secrets. They got
doing
to
their
protect
job.
and keep the. They got to
That's the only
protect the
ones that they
secrets.
not admitting.
Hmm.
That's the only
No,
ones that they
see
not
why them
admitting
people
that
that be they be like they be listen, they be standing to attention. Them the only ones that ain't having they not partying. The ones people I've been around, they're not
oh
partying,
yeah,
they're not
yeah,
partaking
yeah.
in, they're not trying to get a little ass, they're not trying to
But they know
get
something.
high.
But not that that's not that we see. We don't know what goes on in celebrity.
I'm
I
telling
guess it
you
depends on your
I don't
entourage.
understand where they do it unless they doing it when they the person they protecting is sleeping
Like
or
the
something
after
like that. Which
party.
don't make no sense. They
They get
supposed
the
to be
leftovers.
The
yeah.
They
after
That's
party. Yeah.
paid to do
other
a
than that they
job.
just go and get the girl or get the number or whatever it is they supposed to be doing, you know. And for a minute, we stayed in touch with the bodyguards, a new addition. For a minute, I mean, it was just that common like that. But other than that, they don't really they don't partake. I ain't never seen them partake. It be them rest of them, them hanger-ons. They think they just as big as the celebrities. Let me tell you, with
Mm-hmm.
David Banner, I ended up going again. My daughter told this story. Let me tell you who all came up to that hotel room. I just had them go just sign some autographs. The cousins, all of them that was in the little bus. So all of them jumped out. They were signing autographs like they celebrities, girl.
I'm sorry, it's not
Like who was you?
funny.
Them girls, I mean, them girls was knocking them the adults down trying to grab some paper and so to get the people to sign. Like,
Mm. I hear all the logic when it comes to trying to defend this man, but he can't get off scotch free. And things, you know how slick people can be. I'm not saying he was a mastermind or nothing, but clearly they wanted to keep their artists happy. Um, I don't know. How
listen.
much time will it take to forgive and forget these actions slash rumors slash I don't know.
You know what, Cookie?
If
Mm.
it followed you this long.
If you know what, Cookie, let me say it like this. You know what? Let's just say
That
for
was
for
Brittany talking.
oh,
What
that
was
Unless
was
you
that?
Brittany.
unless you're addressing me, but that was Brittany
I
that was
was
just talking.
I was addressing you. Yeah, I
Oh,
was
okay.
Yeah,
I'm
he
addressing.
was.
sorry.
My name's
Okay,
Bratalia. Thank you.
Oh,
you
I'm
so
sorry,
crazy.
Bratalia. That's what I meant to say.
You so crazy. But no, I mean, um, let's just say, let's say if you take the law out of the whole equation, right? Okay, and you look at it like this: what do boys start doing by the time that they 15? They start feeling themselves,
I
right?
don't say masturbating. Yep.
And they start masturbating, they start playing with themselves or whatever. And actually, honestly, I mean, I'm just putting it out there. Honestly, boys start doing it a little
A
before
little
men.
earlier. Yeah.
Sooner because they're
The
trying to figure out
13 when
what
it
else is there
depending
for.
on right, hold on, depending on where what how they upbringing is or whatever. Now, unless they they street they in the streets or whatever, and they have older cousins or uncles or whatever is in the street performance thing or whatever. Then- And what do girls do? Girls when they are around that about that age, of 15. What do? They start exploring themselves. Now they want to start running off with men.
I'm
And
just
I
trying to see how I
and
look.
I quote and I quote men. I'm talking about older men. They start lying about their age. You got guys out here, the doughboys, who don't give a damn about how old you is or
But
whatever.
mm,
Whether it was what I'm saying is whether it was right or wrong, you got older guys out here who don't. I'm not comparing. I'm not saying it's the Kales. I'm just saying you got older guys out here who don't give a damn, and these girls don't want nothing but what they want, and they pay, and get paid for it, and that's it, and that's all.
down to exposure really,
So
opportunity.
just to be able to tell their friends a story of I did this, I did that to that person. It's crazy. You know it's all crazy. So when you think about it, you know what I'm saying. Hey, when those same girls, and then when they come back home, and then they end up being pregnant or whatever, then it's a different story. Then it'll be a different story. So in a situation like that with like Kales or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Then can you imagine? Okay, if they gonna talk shit about a guy that they messed with, that's nothing but a drug dealer. Can you imagine what they gonna do about a guy that's a celebrity? Come
Mm-hmm.
on now, you got him.
Oh
If they
yeah.
get you get a kiss from a damn celebrity, come on now, you're not gonna hold that back. You're gonna talk about it. Everybody's gonna know. Your parents might find out. Family members, somebody in the family, friends might know. Everybody's gonna know about that.
Because that would be like saying that, like you said, girls are going to talk. If you got
They
some
gonna
friend
talk.
girls, they're going to talk. And you mean to tell me, out of all these 14, 15-year-old friends that you got, all of them, I ain't going to say, I ain't going to victim shame. None of them has sense enough to know my 14-year-old friend or 15-year-old friend should not be over at Kel's house kissing and doing whatever she said they did.
They probably
There's
did,
got to
but
be one
Chicago.
mature little kid, if you want to call him that, young lady, that's going to say, he can't, that's not right. Oh, I'm telling mommy, or I'm telling my mom. They going to slip up and tell my mom, um, did you know that Tracy is going over to R. Kelly's and he be kissing them and playing with them and stuff?
You don't know their environment though. Maybe there was occasions like that, and they said mind your business. You don't know how them people was talking.
And they not gonna say if it's right or wrong. They don't care if it's damn it right
Like
or
that's
wrong
R.
or
Kelly. You
whatever.
better leave that
As
man
soon as
alone.
they
He got
find out,
money.
right? Exactly. I was just gonna go there. As soon as they find out that it's him, then what they want out the situation. Then they find out it's money. Now he finds out that they lied. You said you was 19, 20. At the same time, you ain't nothing but 17, and you know what I'm saying. That's what it is. So whether it was right or wrong, I mean, hey, shit. Hey, I don't uphold it, but I'm just saying that when you take that out the equation and you look at it, I mean, it's it's crazy being caught. You getting caught up like that. That's crazy. I really
Yeah,
do
like
think.
I said,
So,
even though I know I shouldn't have been messing with older men, I never lied about my age. I
okay,
never lied
Right.
about my age.
and
Right.
when you never
That
lied
idiot that I messed
about
with,
your age,
I was almost 17, but I was still I was like 2 months from being 17. He was 21, but sure,
and at that
I ain't
time back then, TT, he didn't give a damn, and did he?
uh-uh,
And
uh-uh.
you didn't give a, and you wanted what you wanted. He didn't give a damn. So who wrong? All it took was him to have some real legal fucking money for you. You,
Wait a
you
minute now.
probably
It wasn't. Wait a minute now. You ain't gonna say I was no hoe. Wait a
no,
minute.
what? No, no, no. We definitely ain't gonna say that.
Hold
But
on
all it
now.
took, no. But what I'm saying is, no. I'm not saying you is. I'm not saying that. But all it takes is for him to have some money, and for I was gonna say that, but all it takes is for him to have some money, and then your parent or cousin, somebody in your family find out about this, and then they be like, "Oh no, well this is wrong. We going fuck that. We gonna sue this month." All you got to find out is
Especially after he stopped dealing with you. As long
and
as you
he's going,
messing with him and he's cool, y'all cool,
yeah.
and he
But
taking
after
care of
he
you and keep
found
putting the
out,
money in your pocket, everything's fine. But as
yeah,
soon as he move on and you
soon
no
or
longer can get anything out of it,
yeah,
that's when the problems come.
yeah, or he could be doing. Let's say he was doing something. I mean, man, I can go. You know what? If you think about days in high schools and stuff like that, back when you had the doughboys and all this stuff, they come up to the
Mhm.
high schools and everything, right? I'm gonna give that scenario. And the girls they flock to them, this and that, and the third, because they the boys, they the guys with the money. You got now in front of the schools, like my high school where I went to, okay, we had security guards, we had police that was up there, whatever. Now they would try to disperse the crowd, I say, and keep the
Hey,
guys,
Jessica.
hey, Jusby, but we they would try to keep the crowd from being around and trying to crowd up, making drama, starting stuff, and just trying to keep everything down, make sure the facility was straight. You know what I mean? Okay, but
Mhm.
was that keeping the doughboys away? Hell no, it wasn't. Those niggas be going down the street, they parking their cars, they come back, they walk to the school, and how could you really tell when they all around the same age and they all wearing the same shit? You look at the doughboys, they not in the car exactly, but they fresh dressed. They got these big chains on and all that. Then you got the boys that's going to schools. You talking about? I mean, this is in Chicago that for a fact that I know. Then you got the boys that's in school. You understand what I'm saying? They walking around with nice big old chains on inside the schools. Hey, the school's trying to crack down on it, but what can they do about it?
Right? Because they
You
got the
can't
alarm.
tell you can't tell nobody that they can't wear no jewelry. That's the thing.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so the girls are the young ladies, they attracted to boys like that. It starts out. That's how it starts out. That's exactly how it starts out. Now they want to screw around and mess with the older guys they see or whatever. You know, that's how it all starts out. Some of them, yeah, they do it and they mess around with them, and then it is what it is, and then they never speak of it again or whatever. But like I said, let them be a celebrity, goddamn. I dare you. Let their ass be a celebrity. I wouldn't trust it worth anything. I bet you they parents or somebody would find out that and take them to jail. Now the parents finding out that this guy ain't nothing but a drug dealer, he ain't shit, they gonna figure, oh well, he just a drug dealer, he ain't got no damn money. What am I suing him and taking him to court for? So she messed around with him. So she don't care about the mamas, the parents. I'm not just putting it on the mamas, but the parents, they don't care about that shit. But if they knew that he was a celebrity, oh Lord, it's going down. It's
And
Oh,
from
going down.
listening to a lot of people that I hear on panels when they talk about Chicago and how dangerous it is, how
Mhm.
you got to grow up fast, how you got to know the movement. I just can't believe that all these women from Chicago is that damn slow.
And it's not just
They're
women from
naive.
slow,
Chicago.
but maybe looking
You,
for a come up. There are
it's
women that will deliberately go on welfare there just so they can get their kids to school safely without them being posed by a gang or something. You know what I mean?
Brother
Mm.
Talia. It's
They
not just women from
sacrifice that.
Right.
Chicago. It's other women in other places and other cities that you just don't hear it broadcasted like this because you don't. You know why you don't hear it broadcasted like this? Again, I repeat, they are not a damn celebrity, and they are not a big, huge celebrity. Be a goddamn celebrity that didn't do nothing but make a one-hit wonder, and see how far that'll get you. Yeah, you might hear about a sue or settlement in court about it behind the scenes some years later or whatever, but let it be a big time celebrity. Or you're gonna hear about it immediately, as soon as the law find out.
Yeah, because like I said, I dealt with older men mainly because what is someone my age in ninth grade, 10th grade gonna do for me? Take me to McDonald's? At that time, I used to love Red Lobster, Ponderosa. Remember Ponderosa? I like the real food. I ain't want no burger and fries and shake. I can get that on my own. So it's like an older guy could take me out to the movies, take me to a nice restaurant without, like I said, using coupons. I could drive his car, things like that. And he can put some money in my pocket. And the big thing about it is, if I gave it up, I ain't have to worry about him talking to the other little kids in the school.
Yep, exactly.
So it's just, I don't know. Like I said, everybody's different, but you can't tell me, out of all these women, nobody went to the police. That's the thing that really gets me. Everybody's so naive and young and scared of this artist, like he's a gangster or something. That nobody went to the police.
And I give out blessings to all of the women, all the sisters who,
all the real ones,
all the single parents, Cookie, who raised their daughters on their own, who didn't have the father figures around. They try to do the best they can. You understand what I'm saying? It depends on, of course, how strict you is to your child or whatever. It's not about just taking them to church. It just depends on how strict you trying to teach them. And you know what I'm saying? It's what it's about, okay? Because
sometimes being strict. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but sometimes being strict isn't always that good of a job either. Because I had a neighbor friend, her mom. I'm talking about when the street light came on, she had to go in the house, not sit on the porch, not sit by the corner in a little circle. She had to come in the house. Her mom was at work; she couldn't come outside. But when her mom would, be nice and let her go out, she would run away.
And you know what that sounds
like? Because she did not know how it felt to be free. A little bit. If her mom gave her, and she was like, y'all see, I ain't gonna say, I'm gonna call her Tracy. Y'all see Tracy? Y'all, Tracy be gone for like 3 or 4 days, sometimes a week.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like it sounds like that old school saying of what we used to say back in the day. That sounds like a church girl.
She was no church girl.
Or just a shelter.
No. I'm not saying
she was just sheltered.
Right.
And her mom was very strict.
That's my point. It sounds like one of those church girls, the kind of girl that be sheltered or whatever, just like a church girl.
So next door to her was a church preacher and his wife and 3 girls. They had more freedom than she did.
Right.
And they were church girls. Preacher kids.
So you got to give them just enough room to get out there, but not to hang themselves, and then
I was not saying not to hang themselves, right?
Right, and then battalion snatch their ass right the fuck, and then stand on their ass.
Teach lessons.
Who the fuck is that
boy? Be their voice of reason, and hey, look out for this, look out for that.
Who the fuck is that boy you talking to? It pays off. I guarantee you. It pays off. You tell your friend, no. You tell your. That's your friend.
Well, you gotta say it nicely. You gotta say, "Who's your new friend?"
Right. Wait a minute, Cookie. You tell your friend, Battalion. You tell your friend that goddamn it. She talking. I mean, you tell your daughter who has a friend that's a guy. Who's your friend? You know what I'm saying? No, don't tell him to call me by my first name. Tell him to call me by my last name. You stand on that shit. No, you don't treat her and act like she your damn friend, like he your damn friend along with you. You don't treat your daughter like she your friend. That's the problem along with our generation now. We treating the daughters like the best friends and smoke buddies and all this old bullshit. Once they get to high school, and then you know what they say, Battalion? They say this. The females they say, well, it's not just the females. Like I say, it's the father. It's fathers too. But even with the boys, they say, well, I would rather for my child to smoke in the house than smoke with these niggas outside in the street.
Underneath them,
you are not stuck in. You still not fucking being.
That's the last resort, though. Like if you can control it, if you can get them to listen to you, enforce it. But if they're going to do what they want to do anyway, you just got to know your child. I think we come to that conclusion a lot.
That's true too. But if you stay,
people not paying attention to their children.
but the less you stay on top of their ass, then guess what? The more they gonna do. But the more you stay on top of them, then they're gonna, you know what they do? They might go out there and try to do what they want to do, cookies. And guess what, babe? At some point in time, they think about what the fuck. I'm telling you, because I'm telling you what I did. I'm telling you, I had people standing on my neck, on my throat, and even though I did what I wanted to do, I
I'm
always
like
sat
that
up
with my
there and
son.
thought. I always thought back and said, to myself, and I always thought back to myself, me and my cousins, my friends and stuff, we always thought back to ourselves and said, you know, hey, it ain't, nah, we ain't gonna do that. That ain't right.
Mhm.
Like, we ain't finna be trying to go to jail. I'm scared to go to jail, or that ain't, it just ain't right. We shouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to be like these niggas. Okay, they, it, you know, that's just what it is. You see what I'm saying? Like for real,
Mhm.
just because they make movies where they go bomb people's houses and everything, that don't mean we be stupid enough to go out there and bomb a person's house. That don't
Right.
mean stupid. Don't mean be stupid enough to go out there and sell drugs and or go out there and do drugs just because you seen that they did it in a goddamn gangster movie. Of course, they gonna make movies like this to show you what real life is about, but that
Mhm.
don't mean to go out there and do it. So
That's it.
when you stand as a parent, especially as a single mama, when you stand on top of your child, when you stand on them boys' necks like that, they gonna respect that shit. You be cool with them, but they gonna respect that shit. Trust me.
I hope he does, because I want my son. It brings so much joy to my heart to see his innocence, and one day
I'm
he might
saying.
lose. He might, but I hope he just makes good choices. You know what I mean?
And I don't mean to
But
sound like I'm
when I
preaching,
see him
but I'm
hug
being
another
honest.
little kid or something, and there's no freshness going on, I love it. I love it. I hope it lasts forever.
Right. I don't mean to sound like I'm preaching or nothing, but I'm just being honest
But it's true. It's true.
because you know why I'm just telling you the difference between a dude that's a thug right out in the street and doing wrong opposed to being a gangster, meaning taking everything and doing what the fuck you want to do. Don't care what the law say. Don't care what your parents say. That's what
My
gangster.
daddy always told me read the fine print, and nothing in
It's a
life is
difference
free.
between being a gangster and being a thug. Same as you know what I'm saying? And that's what Tupac didn't understand, right? It's a difference between being a thug and a gangster. Nigga, you was a thug at first, but now you think you're a gangster. See? It's a difference. It's a big
Sissy.
difference. Shit. I'm being
Miss
honest.
Angie, you still there?
I'm here. I'm here.
I know you listening.
Oh, Miss
Mhm.
Yeah.
Moss still there.
Miss Angie allowed people to talk.
TT, yeah,
Yeah.
she do. And to tell you, she's there. She's listening. She allowed everybody to talk. That's how she do. So
Our channel by Angie.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I
Yes,
get the
ma'am.
name. Now I get the name.
You get it?
hey, Battalion.
Yes, sir.
You, so you know I'm only 5'4", right?
I'm only 5'4" too. And three
hey,
quarters. Yes.
Cookie, tell her. Hey, Cookie, tell her. Don't get me
She's
started.
she's taller than 5'4". She's taller than me.
No, I'm 5'4" and 3/4 woman.
Okay.
Three fucking quarters. Now, who the fuck is 3/4, Cookie?
I'm right. I know. I know.
Ain't no damn body three no
My
damn
parents,
quarter.
they messed up. The
Oh my
doctors was
god.
telling me 5'5" for so long.
Because you
Battalion,
are.
I am
Battalion,
five
what's
five.
wrong with your mama?
I'm trying to
Battalion, what's
match the
wrong with your mama?
songs. 5'5", brown eyes.
If I'm
What's wrong with
five
your
four,
mama,
you
Battalion?
five
Talking about 3/4.
5'5".
I thought she was 5'6", but she's not that tall either. So
I found out I was 5'6", but I've been saying 5'4" for so long, and you're taller than me. So if I'm
you're
five
drinking all
six,
that coffee, you're knocking your inches off.
oh
Mm,
gee,
Coffee
mm.
and cigarettes.
Battalion, don't let her go there. I'm instigating like a motherfucker. Don't let her go there. Don't do it. Don't take it. Don't take it.
I can't tell what's the problem, the coffee or the cigarettes.
and you Miss Angie, when I was talking about the older men I dated and messed with, my grandmother knew. It's not like I went out the house with, a church dress on and then went around the corner and put on some Daisy Dukes. And you know what she would say? She'd be sitting right there in her window smoking her cigarettes or drinking her coffee. They would pick me up right in front of the door. She know when those 14, 16-year-old driving no Cadillacs and Lincolns. And she was like, those old men gonna give you worms. Better leave those old men alone. And they wasn't old, but they was in their 20s.
Old
That's
enough.
what she would say. But she knew that those old men were taking a little bit of uh, weight off of her by giving me some money, taking me out shopping for school, taking me out to eat. That's
Hey,
one
Cookie.
less. I ain't got to worry about. Grandma, can I get some money? Grandma, can I get the car? Grandma, you know.
Hey, Cookie. You know what was so crazy? What I ain't understand
Different
though
era.
about you know what I ain't understand about myself though, Cookie? Because
Mm.
fast as fast as my ass was doing the shit I was doing, thugging, gang banging, hustling, doing whatever, right? When I got let me tell you, by the time I turned 21, okay, I started, the first time I turned 21 on my birthday, December 29th, with me and my cousin, we went to the bar, had drinks and everything, and me and cuz just sat there and we just watched every fucking thing, like for real. I was like a little bit nervous still or whatever at that point in time to get up and just dance or whatever. But if an older lady, but if an older lady said something to me like, "Y'all okay? This and that and the third, and y'all don't want to dance this and that," and they could look at me and like tell I was young. They could look at me and tell I was young. Cause listen, I didn't grow no hair on my face till I turned about 26. And all this gray shit I got right now, I ain't never gonna no hair on my face till I turn about 26. I promise. And you know these boys now these days, they got full facial hair and everything at 15, 16, 17 years old.
My brother had
Mm-hmm.
a mustache
And I,
since he was in the third grade.
yeah, you see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, but then once I got and because because I like the stepping and I was used to it. I guess it's because the way I was raised and because I like the stepping and everything. Then okay, I went to that bar that one time or whatever, and then I think I got my scares out. I think I got all my little scares out because the next time I went to that bar, not that same bar, but I went the next time I went to the bar. Shit, you'd have thought, goddamn it, hey,
It was on, huh?
You've
I
been
was
here
on,
before.
baby. I swear to God, I thought, man, listen, what's that one on Phony Island? What the fuck is that name?
Sir,
The dating game.
precision of language.
No, 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 no. Um, but out of respect, yeah, okay. Tell a cookie. Okay,
I
but I
can
got.
tell you can't help it, but dang.
I didn't say the
I'm
B
just
word.
I'm just messing.
I didn't say the H word.
Go
Did I?
ahead. Continue. Continue.
Cookie, stop listening.
I ain't saying nothing. I'm letting you talk. Go ahead, DB.
I'm done. I'm finna be quiet. I'm done.
That's like Italian's father. When I met him, I was 22 years old. Now I'm of age, but he was 42, 20 years older than me, and that was in '91. That's the era we were living in. My son's father, he was 18 years older than me. So it wasn't a thing about age, like Brittalia, when you talk about it's the age thing that gets you. I can understand and respect that, but you got to also know that these girls was coming to him saying they were 18, and
But the
legally.
world had evolved. We're not in the 60s. We're not in the 70s. We weren't in the 80s.
But what I'm saying
We're
is,
talking
that,
90s into 2000s.
but regardless of what the age is, if it's legal, it's legal. No matter if she's 18 and he's 68, 18 is a legal age, and in
I'm
some
okay with
states it's
18. I'm okay
16.
with 18. She can jump out the nest at 18. But the
Okay,
law
so
is a law. The law is a law
it
and it was made for a reason. We're not in no third world country. You know, we want
okay,
to
but
protect our children.
listen. I just want you to listen. I already know how you feel. But if someone tells you, because like I said, these women now, these girls, can look very mature, can act very mature. Some got boobs and some don't. Some got booties and some don't. But that don't mean that you're of age because you don't have a butt. Or it
Even
doesn't
after
mean
I get past all these things that you say to defend this man, this celebrity, I
no,
come back
I'm just
to the
saying
fact. I
when it
come back
comes
to the
to
fact of why haven't I heard him speak? Why hasn't he said
hey,
sleeping with young
Miss
girls?
Angie,
I want
that's
to
your
hear from
question.
him.
Miss Angie. Miss Angie.
Now he going to incriminate himself.
Miss Angie.
If you're so innocent, you
I'm
can't
She
put
might
your
here.
take
hands
a nap.
up.
Can you
I'm here.
She
explain
might
to
take a
her
nap.
why he would not speak? Why he hasn't spoken? Other than the Gail King thing. Why would he not speak to defend
Oh
himself? Can you
God,
tell her?
no.
Look at this.
He wouldn't. He one anything he say can and will be used against him. That's number one. And with that being said, um, like right now so he's been found he's been convicted, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's going through an appellate process, right? Which is more streamlined than the next phase of it, which is the writ of habeas corpus process, 2255. And what you never know, you know what I'm saying? You never know if whatever he says, um, if some kind of way it could be entered into court, because like where with the appeals process, most likely not, but at the writ of habeas corpus it may be. It just depends on what he says, who he says it to, and on under what condition he says it. So you have to be careful. So that's why pretty much you better off not talking about your case, period.
But if
Because
Because
he
your
was so
words could be
innocent, because he would
misconstrued.
have to say, I did all those things, but, and then he would have to give an explanation. And he wouldn't live with it. He wouldn't be able to get away because they'd be like, okay, you just admitted it. But then on the other hand, you could be like, he could speak openly about his preferences and maybe become where, oh, okay, he's mentally insane or he has a mental health issue. So I feel like it could help
yeah,
or hinder him, but I just was a little disturbed that I wasn't hearing anything from him. I get why you're not talking, but that just shows guilt to me. Because
But he
anything
did
that you
talk.
would say, you would not be able to defend yourself and get off.
But think about it. He did the Gail King interview. And what did everybody say? He's emotional. He's guilty.
guilty.
Everybody thought the best. I
It was
thought the best.
overreaction. He could have been more calm. To me,
Excuse me.
How
overreaction.
would you be when you
And,
know someone's trying to take your life
okay,
and you're
but she witnessing talking about when the girls were doing their interview, he's sitting in there back there coughing. Sir, go get some
that's
water.
what she said.
You
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 gonna
don't
trust the
believe her?
media?
You don't believe her?
Did we hear
They
him call?
and they also said that the girl that he was on the side back there mentoring them, telling them what to say, what to do, and all that shit.
Okay, so if we're gonna believe what they say, why don't we believe when Ashley Rat said we did not have sex when I was 17? Why don't we believe when she says my parents pimped me out like a prostitute?
Because it sounds like
Why
you
can't
put
we
something on
believe
the
when she
line, like
said
you were
he
told these are
straight,
the guidelines.
huh?
Like you were told these are the guidelines. Don't mess up and say something different.
No.
Shit.
And the parents
Why is it so big? Obama didn't go through this. Who? No.
Mhm.
This has
and even though
followed
the
me for too
parents
long. I can't. I can't defend him. I can't.
and even though the
I'm not
parents
saying you have
told
to do the rest of your life in jail, but or in prison. But yeah, him.
and even though the parents told her to say that or whatever, then you understand she still made that fake ID, and then the government gonna know. They gonna find that out though. What's true and what's not true.
They just need maybe better stipulations. I don't know. If you didn't know the age and then finds out you were sleeping with an underage, 2 to 5, two to
It
5 years.
just I just hate the fact that they made it seem like okay, he met her in like he met her. He met as what what was it in Chicago? Was it at that concert?
Florida, I think.
Florida.
Oh yeah, because my mom said
It was
what was she
Florida.
doing at the concert? What was
He
she
Yeah,
doing?
met her in
Florida.
Florida. And then
Mm-hmm.
he asked her to come to and then he asked he didn't even ask her to come to Chicago or whatever, really. She came on her own recognizance.
Isn't she from Chicago?
No,
No,
she's from Atlanta, right? No,
one
she
No,
that
said
she's
no,
from
not Atlanta.
Baltimore. Wasn't it
Baltimore.
Baltimore, Angie?
but I think she was. Her
Was it?
family's from Baltimore. I
And
don't
then
know if
they
she was
moved to
born in
Atlanta, right?
Baltimore,
Oh
but
yeah.
they
Oh yeah, that was a
reside
whole
in
scam.
Florida.
That was a whole scam right there.
Okay. Didn't they
Just
move
the
to
money.
Atlanta though, TT?
No, that's Joycelyn is from
That was
Atlanta.
Joycelyn? Okay, my bad. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it still was crazy though. Like you met her in Florida. Okay. Then you came to Chicago, she followed you. She came on her own
That's what
recognizance.
I'm looking at this point. She followed you, right?
She
They
followed
all
you.
followed them. He
Yeah,
ain't go
so
looking for them.
he ain't, and you ain't got nan bodyguard. Wait a minute, you ain't got nan bodyguard, maid, or helper around the house that confessed and said that, goddamn it, oh, I hooked him up with her, and I brought her to Chicago. Like, um,
So we'll just have to adjust the system based on this situation.
that
Don't make
don't
that
make
man
no
do life.
sense.
Don't make that man do life. But now,
And then she
well,
went
both of them
back.
can get created. Yeah.
Then he sent her back home, and then she came back again.
Which one you talking about, Deaver?
And then
When
she
he
went
found
back.
out, when she
She went back
supposedly
home.
told him
Yeah,
that
Oh
she was
yeah, yeah.
17,
right.
and he
Mm-hmm.
slapped her and sent
And
her home, and the parents sent her back.
right.
He ain't
And she
slapping.
said that out her own mouth. She said that
Slap.
he slapped her.
I don't know.
They
That's a
said
joke.
it out
It sounds
their whole
dramatic.
mouth.
It sounds
Yeah,
dramatic.
but she said that in a reality
He
on the
probably slapped her because, like, don't say that. You supposed to say you 18, you dummy. That's
right.
probably
She said that on the she said that on that little bullshit recording, that tape thing that somebody did or whatever, that he slapped her or whatever on the interview or some shit like that,
because
that
you're
he
trying to
slapped
make
her.
her say 18. You supposed to lie,
But
girl.
No,
did she
no,
say
this
that?
is what she testified to also. So it wasn't
So
that
she
he
said
made
in
her, because
court.
she's saying
So she
that
said in court
he
that
did
he
not,
slapped
she lied about her age when they met in April. September, when it was time for her to go back to school, even though she had been traveling with him for a couple of months, when it
her.
was time for her to go back to school, she told him that she was 18. And plus,
Right,
the mother kept telling her, "You got to tell him the real age." It's the mother that started the shit.
right.
Because you
Mm-hmm.
pretending to be your
Yeah.
daughter, and you tell you, "All right, Kelly, you're 18." Then you send
'Cause
your
that's the only way they
daughter.
get any money. That's the scheme right there.
That's
You
the
gotta
point we're
tell him your
making.
real age so that we can threaten him for money.
Right.
I don't
And
know.
then
Only they know. Only they know for
and then
real.
the parents sit up there and make it seem like they really want her to go back to school or this and that and the third. And then she turn around and say, well, I don't want to go to school. I want to pursue my music career. He never told you that he was going to help you out with your music career though. He never said that.
Well, on Gail King, she claimed that she had no desire to do music anymore.
Cause
See
she
what
That
I'm
gave
was
it
her
all
saying?
to him. They
parents.
was sitting up in the room writing lyrics for him, and he took credit for all that music. They say you could have it, Daddy. That's probably what happened. I'm telling you.
He ain't need nobody write no music for him.
Right. What the
If you
fuck?
listen to a lot of his songs, they say a lot of the same thing. And the earlier, like the 2000s and stuff, he talking
Yeah.
about smoking and sipping yak.
Yeah, but don't nobody write for R. Kelly. He write for everybody else. He
He don't
recorded
know how
for
to
everybody
write.
else.
Oh, okay, I'm done.
Did
Yeah,
Cookie?
I've never heard nobody say they wrote a song for R. Kelly.
Because
I've
they
never
not
in my
admitting it. He
life. Not
taking
even
credit for
Smokey
all of it. Some
Robinson.
girls was sitting in a room all day making up little lyrics, and he took
No,
credit for all of
Right.
it.
no.
Now, wait a minute. Now, you know how people come up with little melodies or little sayings or little certain
Yeah, a little
words every
chorus
now
or
and again.
something.
Yeah, they come up with that type of shit, and they probably do help him
Yeah,
inspire
a little
him
bit.
to come up with certain things. Okay, I get that, but you ain't getting no goddamn no writer's credits for that, and you as a nobody.
No, you're not.
You're not a
That's why I said
nobody.
they say he
You're
could
not.
have it.
You don't even work for Kels.
You don't even work for him.
You don't even no. You have to be able to. You have to be able to be working for Kels to be able to say that you're a ghost writer, some type of backup engineer, ghost producer, however you want to say it. You have to
I'm
be
sure
able to
I
somebody
can see
laid
this
it out
happen.
for
Hey,
them.
Miss Angie, you remember this
you
show,
have to
The
have
Five
a title.
Heartbeats?
Yeah.
So
Lord
I
have
could
mercy.
I
Movie?
could imagine, the girl sitting in the hotel or in the house saying, "Nights like this," and then R. Kelly starts saying, "I wish raindrops would," and he make a whole song out of "Nights like this." But they ain't sitting there writing nothing. They might have said a little saying, and he made a whole song out of it. That's it, and that's all. I'm not gonna give nobody no credit because they know said this man's a genius. He could think of a song and write a song within hours. You know, driving down the road and something comes to his mind and he made up, "I believe I can fly."
I
So the
mean, the
only thing
song
they
he
might
made
have
up
gave him
too.
was a line.
And this is what I was telling you before. Like what this was saying in Chicago, right? He said he used to walk around with a gym bag and walk around with a recorder. This is what they said, and they used to say that what you think was in those gym bags? His tapes of him
His
recording
tapes, yeah.
himself with of him having sex. Now who? Now who the fuck in a ignorant mind gonna walk around with a bag full? It just doesn't
He need
sound.
his souvenirs. Maybe it helps with
Make
his
it. Let's make it.
creativity.
Make him no. Fuck that cookie. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
Who the
That was
fuck is
that
gonna
was
walk
potato.
around with? Who the fuck is gonna walk around? You can be dumb and know not to walk around with tape. I
Well,
mean, because what
clearly
you
the
gonna do?
man.
So if you move around, that's like saying so if you go visit one chick, okay, and then you go visit and then you go visit another chick, what you gonna carry that bag to the same house to another
If you feel
girl?
like you're untouchable, if you feel that safe, maybe.
No, that's not happening.
Mm.
That's not happening. You're not even finna keep that shit in your car, no nothing. And these females are all crazy for
You
this man.
shouldn't, but
They
it
they they
depends on how you feel.
all they all crazy for this man. They all probably you know how these females is, not just in Chicago, but a lot of places though. Cookie, they not you know how some females they be see I hate to base everything I hate to base some things on females with y'all. Y'all be
Just
trying to
since
make it
maybe
sound
your experience,
y'all
what
trying to
you've
make it sound
run
like
into.
female bashing or something. No, it's not
Just think
that. I'm
about
just
how crazy
Yeah.
we are over an ordinary nigga
I'm just,
and
that's
how
what I'm
men
saying.
are crazy over an ordinary woman. Because it goes
That's
both
what
ways.
I'm saying. That's
Push
all
is a
I'm saying.
punk.
I'm saying when you think about it, right? How like saying a female is crazy over a dude. Uh, what's this? What's that? Let me see in your phone. Let me And no, I got it. I put it in the back of your car. Why can't I go? You know what I'm saying? Like it's certain little things that normally happen with people, normally happen with females, and normally happen with guys. That
Sometimes
just
it's natural, sometimes it's
that
insecurity.
just doesn't make this. That just doesn't put two and two together to try to make this shit make sense. So I'm gonna walk around with a bag, and okay, when I get ready to go from one female crib to the next, what I pass the bag off and tell the bodyguard or whatever, hey, keep an eye on this. Make sure nothing happened to it. Those
Because if he
bodyguards
catch you
know
going through it, he gonna slap you.
those bodyguards nosy as hell. They gonna run through it. They gonna look and be nosy. And once they get their hands on something, oh my god, anything that can make a motherfucker some extra money, you know they gonna put it out there. They'll
Well, it all comes down to trusting that who you're surrounded by.
fuck
He
trusting.
probably did have times
He
where he
never had
trusted.
nobody he could trust, though, Patai.
I
He
mean,
never
clearly,
had.
but I'm
He
just saying he
never had
probably did
nobody he could
though.
trust.
Yeah.
He probably
Just
trusted
think
How
about
maybe.
it.
about
Why would
the
I
tape
carry a bag
sound?
around in my own hometown when I
He
could just leave
never
it in
had
my house?
nobody he could trust. Right. Why would
Or
somebody
if
Because the
I'm
woman's
out of
at the
town, I
house.
would have it
What
in,
if they
in the
get
bag
loose
or
and they get out the
briefcase and
room?
I'll leave it at the hotel. What am I doing?
right?
Looking at them while I'm taking a drive around the block to my next
Exactly.
destination?
So if
No,
you
you
gonna
just
look at
feel
him taking a
secure
drive
that you
around the
have
block,
them with you and they're not at home and your home gets raided by the
ain't no
feds
way.
and they sitting there like evidence.
No, but ain't no way other way to look at it though, because really, you're just not gonna do that. You're just
Okay, I
not
get in
gonna
a
leave.
car accident and and
You're not
You
and
going. He
gonna
and
not going to leave him at his auntie's house.
exactly.
He
You
not going to
gonna
leave him at his
stash them.
auntie's house.
You gonna stash them somewhere. You
He
gonna
you
should
do
gotta
have
something.
stay.
You're
destroyed
not gonna.
them.
You're not
He
gonna
should
walk
have
around with them.
destroyed them or taped over them, or you
Exactly.
should
You're
have
not
just
gonna.
stopped doing what you was doing. I don't know.
You're not
I get
gonna.
an
You're not gonna
addiction or
walk.
whatever.
You're not gonna walk around with them.
Yeah.
You're not gonna walk around with them. I don't care. Whatever you do, you're not gonna walk around with those tapes
We didn't
of
have the
no
technology
evidence,
we have today because
especially,
now everything's syncing to the cloud. So if he would have
especially.
had this technology, he would have been syncing everything to the cloud anyway.
It doesn't even
Okay,
matter.
Britannia,
That
what is
shit can
my
get pulled from
addiction?
the cloud. That's the best place for the feds to pay. That's the
Money?
first thing
I
the
don't
feds
know.
look at. They look at the clouds. That's the first thing they look at, though.
Yeah,
Now these days, they look for the clouds first.
yeah.
So they not even. It's not no way possibly that you're just gonna do that. Not even being an ignorant dude. You're
But
just not
he
gonna
is, in
do
a way, he is ignorant. No matter how creative he didn't have it. His personal life, his sex life to a T. It wasn't as private as the moments that he was taping these women.
it. Britannia, listen. All I'm saying is, you know what? If they only got, if they claim they only got 3 tapes and of women, and when you say taping these women, we know that R. Kelly done had way more than 3 females
Uh huh.
on legit. I mean, come on, logistic. No, we know that he had more than 3 females. Where are the rest of the goddamn those tapes that he had of all the other women? If that's all he ever did was sit up and tape
Maybe those
himself out.
nights the sex was mediocre. He wasn't trying to do nothing too crazy.
Come on now, let's be honest.
He
Like I
probably
said,
taped the young girls because he wanted proof that they were
no,
consenting.
nah, that's not gonna work. You cannot tape
No.
pictures. You cannot tape picture. You cannot tape what you call it. Make a videotape of a young girl and prove that you're consenting. Ain't nobody gonna some for somebody to
And if
tell
he
you
get on the
that.
stand and say that I
For
did it
somebody
because
that
I
no,
knew,
that's not gonna
no,
work. Somebody that
no.
somebody that be somebody to even be dumb enough to even tell you that would be indoctrinating themselves in that case right there. And then for you to be a dumbass to even believe that shit is actually true. Forgive me for cursing, but
I
for
don't know
you
if
to
I'll
even
try to
be,
forgive you for that one.
it's you just can't do that, and it's not possibly. It's
And
almost
this is
like
probably what
saying,
his lawyers tell him and why he ain't talking. I
which
get
it's
it.
the same way as being a, it's the same way as being a, you being a bank robber or being a, you robbing a store or something. You got a gun with you, and your people that's with you robbing the store tell you, no, don't hide the gun, take it with you. The fuck you gonna do? You gonna believe them? No. Common sense. You know, you saying, nigga, what you mean? Take it with me, motherfucker. I'm hiding this gun. Don't make me sound like we out here now. Shit.
And
No.
every and then and in those scenarios, not everyone is going to react the same. Doesn't matter what scenario.
Ain't no, not a, listen, ain't nobody, you have to, I mean, okay. You could look, I mean, we could look at it like that or whatever, and we could look at his, uh, we could look at his disposition and the fact that he can't read, right? We could say he's slow. We could
He
say
a
he's slow to
mastermind at
learn.
music. I don't see him being a mastermind any other aspect.
We could say it doesn't matter what we say and what we think. That's what I'm saying. You could look at him and say that he's slow, he can't write, he can't
I
read, he
ain't
can't
say
do
that
either one
either.
of them. No, no, no. I
Just
didn't say you
making
said
poor.
that. I said
Okay.
you can look at the fact of that and say that if you
Mhm.
want to. But we know a grown man of his age, especially, not even a damn teenager, is gonna say, we gonna go rob this grocery store right here, this convenience store right here, and then gonna say, without ditching that gun. Not even a teenager is gonna do that. Not even a teenager. So ain't no way he's gonna walk around, carry around evidence of him having sex with underage minors.
Don't say no way.
It's
He,
Okay.
He has a fetish.
Go
He has a
ahead. All
fetish.
right.
That's probably what my mom would call it, a fetish. And you don't know what that does for him. If maybe he gets a second in a hotel bathroom and he want to pop it in the little cam and look at it again, or you know what I mean, or it helps with his creativity to make him think of something crazy for the next track. I don't know, but I have a friend. Gonna try not to go into too many detail, but like he's obsessed with like porn and stuff, and uh, sexcapade stories, and like listening to people do that thing. And to me, it's a little creepy. I'm like, that's not really normal to me. But I know people like porn, but it's not just porn; it's any type of sexual. And I'm like, what happened to you? But it's like it's just his preference. But to me, it's a little unhealthy. I can barely even have a conversation with this man before he brings up something sexual, and then I gotta end the conversation. So just like people like that. Um,
Cookie, I'm watching the chat. Don't worry. Don't worry, Cookie baby. I'm watching the chat. I'm
Yeah,
watching,
I was looking at it for a minute,
know
but
who
I'm
you
looking at
are and
and
know the laws.
you
You're
know me.
obviously
I'm
gonna break the law because you don't know all the
because
laws. But
because
right
it's
is
not.
right, wrong is wrong.
Yeah, we know right is right, right is wrong. I broke this down
He's
in
in
the sense.
America. He should have went and
I
got
broke.
somewhere to
I,
another country
right.
and
I
got
didn't
a
break
young
this.
girl.
I didn't break this. I didn't break this part of the conversation down in the law aspect. I broke this conversation down in the aspect of common person
common
or
sense.
whatever. To common fucking sense. So before we go to law, I went to common sense. Now, if y'all want to go back to law, fine. I don't know no guy. I
Just in
don't know no
America.
law.
We're in America. This is
So
America.
so these people right here who I ain't never seen, these I don't even know who they is. I don't even know who they is. I never heard of you. Well, not disrespect. But don't worry about it, baby.
So
I don't even know
battalions.
who you is.
Oh, they said battalion's the only one that got some sense up here.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
I
fine.
Because
mean,
That's
I
fine.
feel like when it comes to Miss Cookie and even you, sir, I get your defense. It's just it doesn't hold any weight with me because I know how I grew up and what I've learned. But like I said, any other country, any state where it's okay, you go and you do that stuff there. What happens in Vegas, what happens in Amsterdam, whatever, the Netherlands for Pete's sake. But I don't know. I just
But you can't. But you, if you was a person, right?
he taking up too
These
much of
people,
our time. That's all I'm saying.
like these people, like you. But you look at like these people in the chat, right? That don't know what they talking about or whatever. Okay, and we talking about common sense, right? Whatever. You can't. You don't know this man personally, whatever. You can't say what he did, didn't do. Whether you for kills or not for kills, it doesn't even matter. That's
We're
not.
not talking about
No, no.
Chester child molester of the neighborhood, though. He is a celebrity. He's on a pedestal. He is. I
Then
can't.
who is
I
that
just
talking
can't.
about?
Yeah.
I'm here talking
He's
about.
not your
I mean, whether you
neighborhood
for,
guy.
whether you
Is
for,
somebody gonna beat him up for something? Like I
right?
just
Whether you, but look, okay, listen.
untouchable.
But you know
he's
what
not
though? Guess what?
untouchable. Nobody's
Clearly,
untouchable.
You know what?
clearly. But how
Battalion.
many
You know
tax
what?
dollars is this gonna take?
Battalion. But you know what? You say is somebody gonna beat him up? Why they ain't beat his ass in Chicago then when he was here?
Because
If
that
he
he
did,
got support there. He has a lot of
ain't
support
no
in the
support in
streets, and
Chicago, baby. Ain't no
no.
support in Chicago for Kales like that. No, it's not.
Well, I
It's
thought there
never
was some
been.
underground. Like he
No,
got
ain't no
supporters. He do.
underground, nothing. These
No,
people is the ones who put that man where he at. Battalion is what I'm trying to tell you.
because
Ain't
the
no
money
support for
stopped
Kales.
drying up. Somebody took that money.
Ain't
But
nobody.
he,
Battalion. You only got ain't that many people that took that. Listen, the people that took. Listen, even the people that probably did take money to do something or do whatever. What I'm telling you is, ain't no support in Chicago for that man. They want to bring you down. You cannot be. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you like I said this before. You cannot be from Chicago, be rich and famous, and still live the fucking Chicago without people coming at your throat, coming at your head, trying to bring you down, feeling like you owe they ass something. It's not. It's not happening. That doesn't. You know what? That doesn't happen. And that doesn't happen just like that in places, in other cities, in places, in other towns. Atlanta,
being
LA.
interviewed. Like I
Yeah,
said, when it comes to his silence and just his reaction to the whole thing. That's what made me stop believing in him. I at first I'm like, no, okay, no. But when I listened to, let me see, was he got an album from 2004 or 2006, Double Up? And I was in high school at the time. And I loved that. I used to play that CD round and round. But I think about the mindset if I were have met him, or I mean I never really fantasized about no celebrity, but if it were me, if my mother's daughter, if I were around R. Kelly and that happened to me, how would she feel? How would she feel? She's seen a video of me getting pissed on.
True, that's facts. But like I said,
I would have
all I'm
told you
saying is,
2% it was
Or
Battalion.
you,
or it
But
made
all
to
I'm
and his
saying is,
ass would have been in
Battalion.
jail back there in 2008. I would not have lied and said that's not my daughter. I don't care
and
how much I loved his music and how much money he had.
Right. But
Mark I yeah, that
I'm
see that
looking at Mark. I'm watching Mark Quinn too. I'm
back
watching, bro.
then it was
But
that, but now, yeah, where's your child? Are they in school and they're after school
exactly, I'm watching Mark Quinn. But you know what? But like I
we're
said, I'm
building,
not. It's not
building.
about. It's not about really about being. It's not even really so much as being about for the man, being for him, or being a. Guess the thing is, we on the outside, we looking in. We don't know what was true, what's not. All we know is a bunch of damn rumors that came from Chicago and saying that
How long
he
they
did
follow?
this.
Who's
And
gonna sit there and follow you with this for so long? There's so many other people that could have been victimized.
it's called they call haters and everything. They call fucking haters. If it listen, if it wasn't okay, listen, let me break it down to you like this. Okay. If let me tell you this. Let's say you a Leo, right? And you got an uncle, right? And he's trying to put you into the music industry and stuff, right? If you got an uncle like that that cared about you that fucking much, why would he, goddamn it, sit up there and promote you out like you was some goddamn hoe, some hooker? I don't have to watch my mouth on that. I'm being
Well,
honest
they don't care about
because
you.
because he don't care the fuck about you, and he will promote you out there and put you out there and say that you had sex with this older man as a celebrity, and say that you understand that that this older man did this and that and the third to you or whatever, and it's not true, and you can't
Really
prove
comes
it.
generational
You
curse.
can't prove it. You can't prove it, nor did it happen or anything. Or if you can prove it and it did happen, whatever, right? Why would you still consider your niece? Let's be honest, Natalia. Let's be honest. Why would you consider your niece to still work with this man for the next couple of albums? Why
Money.
would you? Why? Let's be honest. Why would you consider your niece? Your niece don't need this man to get on. If she's
No,
that talented, if she's that successful, she don't need him.
a hundred
That's
dollars.
the same thing I say about the tape girl.
It's
Her
money.
father continued to work with R. Kelly up until what year? 2019, right?
And was
And
he
this
cool?
happened in what? 98? He went to trial. He was charged in 2002, went to trial in 2008. And father is still working with Art Kelly, knowing that this is the man that so called, quote unquote, pissed on my daughter? Ain't no fucking way. It's not enough money in the world. If I did still stay working with you, I'm be plotting on a way to kill your ass, throw you out of a plane on our next trip, something.
She meant hypothetically, y'all. She meant hypothetically.
No, I'm serious.
Oh my bad. But tell you, if a man ever pulled out his stuff and peed on you, I guarantee you, I really believe deep down in my heart that Cookie's gonna kill that motherfucker and she's gonna take that time.
He won't have to because I'm gonna beat him down. He gonna be black and blue before she.
You saying beat him down? Beat him
Oh,
down ain't shit.
oh
That's
yeah,
nothing. He's gonna
no,
be dead.
nasty. I can't take no feces. I'm sorry.
He peed on you. You can
I
kill that motherfucker.
have a knife close by, but I don't think he'd die. He probably wouldn't die.
Hmm.
Shit.
But
Hallelujah. I don't think that's
That's
what Cookie
because you're
think.
that 14-year-old self, and you might try to get away and defend yourself. But when you come and tell mommy, Mommy gonna go to jail,
I don't
Some
know.
or mommy gonna die trying.
Mommy be talking a lot sometimes.
But mommy is definitely gonna be taking you down to the hospital and to the police station.
Hey,
I,
Mark Quinn. Hey, Mark Quinn. Bro, why you holding back, bro? You come up here, man. You can hit the link. The link is there. It's at the top of the. It's at the top of the screen, bro. Hit the link, man. Come in here and holler. You
I
don't
get,
never want to come in here and holler.
I get what he's saying. What she
I'm
saying?
listening to him. I'm watching him. Yeah.
A limited amount of
No, he
misinformation.
don't be saying no bullshit. No, he don't be coming
No,
out saying
Marquise seemed like he's for
Quinn,
cows.
Quinn, Quinn,
He
Mark
just
Quinn.
he said stay out of grown man's face, but that's what I was taught. At a
Yeah.
certain age, sit on nobody's lap no more. You don't sit up under grown folks because a lot of times
Yeah.
you're getting exposed to things and your mind starts to turn a different gear.
Right. You
Wait a
see,
minute,
like
hold up. Jenny, I have to say this.
Jenny's mint. Yeah,
Jenny,
Jenny's mint.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
you was
talk
talking
about,
about ass.
the
She always
daughter
talking to you.
threatening to do suicide. Yeah, that can be a scary feeling for your child to want to commit suicide over a grown man. But that's when you still go to the police and then you go get your daughter some help and put her in
Yeah,
counseling or put her in a hospital to
uh-huh,
work on those issues.
right.
I'm not going to go ahead and say, well, okay, baby, continue to be with that man that peed on you or who's too old, that you should, it's not legal
And
because you're going to threaten to kill yourself.
trying to get
Right.
rid of the enabling part.
You go from one problem to the next, Jenny. Straight up. You go from one
Yeah.
problem, one issue to the next about why people should be against the man. Come on now. I'm just saying, like,
But still, how do you solve it? Even when you propose the problem, the issue, you still have to have a resolve to how we can prevent it from happening again. Because what if we never got no
That,
time? None of this. What
well,
have
that's when you have to start talking to your children and letting them know they're loved, that no one should violate them. And if so, do not be scared to come and tell me.
that one girl that said he
It's
gave
not your fault.
the preacher's daughter? She was raised right, and she still fell into it.
What preacher's daughter? Who you talking about?
What was her? The girl with the braces. Um, I
faith,
can't.
faith,
Faith,
Oh, you talking about?
Faith,
faith.
But she was of age.
and she still was in a way mistreated. I don't know. I just don't like
Faith
mistreatment.
is a burn up ass hooker.
Mistreated how?
She's burnt up. Faith is burnt up. So
How was
Okay,
she
bad. It doesn't
mistreated?
make sense.
back to the young girls. I don't know. Just from everything, I don't know. I did watch
Who
all
is
the.
burnt up, DV? Who you talking about burnt up?
Faith,
What you mean burnt up? She ain't burnt up.
not burnt up literally. I just said she's burnt up. She ain't shit. She's burnt up.
What, the
I
herpes?
don't know what that means, but no, she ain't. I don't know what you talking about.
What did you
She
call her?
ain't shit. She's burnt up. Her lying ass. She's another liar.
Called her a hoe or
What
a?
she lied about, DV?
What she didn't lie about. TT, come on, man.
I mean, no, you said she.
She
Listen,
said,
listen, listen,
okay,
y'all.
did
Listen.
she get her restitution? Right? She got her little restitution, right?
I don't know. I don't keep
For
up with that stuff like
for
that.
saying
But
that
no,
she got her little restitution. Did she get her little restitution for saying that she had that she got the herpes?
I think she got them. Why
But
wouldn't she?
didn't her mom come back and say she don't have it?
No, no,
But
no.
he
Mom
tried to
said
give it
she
to her.
doesn't have,
I
and
really
she
believe
doesn't
Online
have them
on
that.
down.
camera.
Wait a minute. Listen, she doesn't have them down below. She have them in her mouth.
Yes, and that's when we was talking about how anybody can have herpes in their mouth.
Because that's
Because
just a
Herpes
cold sore.
Hold on,
simplex
hold on.
one.
I think no. I think y'all getting. Cause I think you're getting confused. The cold sores with stuff all in the roof of their mouth. I think it's all in the roof of her mouth.
Oh,
Which is
well,
well,
herpes.
that tells me you should watch where you put your mouth
Herpes.
at then.
Yeah,
everybody has herpes in their systems, but once
that's
you
what
have
I said. That's what I was trying to tell her. That everybody that
Yeah.
you have an
that's
hour
herpes.
to pass it to somebody and give them genital herpes.
Right. That's herpes simplex one though. When you have like those sores in the
Exposed.
roof of your mouth or whatever.
So Miss Angie. Okay, so she has it in her mouth. In order for herpes to be transported, don't they have to be having what's it called?
Right.
Oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for?
Break.
What's it called?
Outbreak.
Outbreak, right?
Right, just be it's in the mouth. That's what I thought. It's in the mouth, not on the lips.
Okay, so if you having an outbreak, that means that penis should have some bumps or something, right? Rash or something, right?
Wait a minute, I don't
They
know
have
about all that. I don't know.
or
Nah.
Yeah, but herpes
Well, you
simplex
had sex
one,
education class, didn't you, Miss Angie?
Yeah,
but
You
yeah,
ain't
herpes
gotta
simplex
ever
one,
have it to know.
but
hey,
I'm just remembering some of the stuff I
hey,
read
Cookie,
and
wait a minute.
pamphlets at the doctor's office you might
Listen,
look at.
wait a minute, Cookie. If I never had to deal with it, trust me, I wasn't trying to remember that shit. I ain't trying to keep that in my memory bank. All that old
You know how
disgusting
sometimes you go to the doctor's office and they have pamphlets, you sitting in the waiting room, so you might pick it up to read just to educate yourself. I like to educate myself on
Listen,
stuff.
the only thing that I had to deal with that I had to remember is when my period stopped. That meant I was pregnant. Other than that, I went no, no, ma'am.
but TT,
Okay, so
herpes simplex, the simplex
let's
one,
just
the
say
herpes simplex one doesn't turn into herpes simplex two just like that,
but
right?
she's saying that it was in her mouth. She had the thrust or whatever it's called, the thrust or something, the whatever, all up in the root of her mouth, on her tongue,
But
gums,
we're
and
talking about
everything.
simplex one though. If it's simplex one, even though you have a cold sore or whatever in your mouth or whatever, just because you give somebody oral sex or whatever, does that mean that they have simplex two? No, it don't work. It don't work like that, do it?
I don't
Exactly.
know. I'm like Angie now.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not the way. That's not the way. STDs work. That's not the way. That's not the way that works. Just because
The
you
only
have
issue I had
we
about this herpes thing, because I thought that they testified, even though the doctor said he has symptoms.
symptoms. He had
Uh,
a sore on his throat. A
he
sore
was
on
not.
his
His
throat.
test came back inconclusive.
Right.
So if
And
they're
they
not
treated
saying
him.
he got it, even though he could have it, he could not have it.
And
But
they
there's
treated him
no
for
test saying he was
it. Exactly.
positive.
That's what I'm
Who's
saying.
to
And they
say he
treated
got
him.
it or he gave it to her? That's
Exactly.
like,
And
I don't
they
want
Wait,
my
they
doctor to
said,
say,
wait a
well, you
minute.
have
It's
cancer-like
not.
symptoms,
Hold
so
on,
we're
hold
gonna
on.
just
It don't
assume,
work like
and I'm
that.
gonna
Okay.
treat you for cancer.
Hold on for a minute. It doesn't work like that. So here's how it works,
exactly.
right? So if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure, but they said that he never did go back to take the test or something. I don't know, but he diagnosed him just by looking at his symptoms, his outbreaks and stuff, and said he had herpes, had to take Valtrex. This is what his doctor said.
Hmm.
He was taking the medicine, and he should tell the people that he's having sex with that he has been exposed to herpes, as well as use protection when having sex with people. Now here's the thing, right? When you when you he he was he was he was charged with the exposing of people, not for passing it to somebody, for
Exactly.
exposing somebody to herpes, right? So they deemed that he had it, and his notification, they could use a notification as when what the girl named Geronda told him that she had it and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So it don't have to be a actual test. It could be when somebody notify you that you got it.
Mhm.
Then you need to either carry
Okay,
it
so
like
what if he
you got it
had
or
it
you don't.
So
already?
it's still a.
Huh?
So it's still in the.
Somebody is
So
need to mute, or if they got background noise or something.
So
But
isn't
my
it it's still an assumption though, right? Unless I mean, because you basically going off the word of what these young ladies say that he might possibly have because these young ladies say, okay, now I got herpes and this and that, and I think I got
Either
it from him.
that's good enough in court for a notification.
but what if they already had it before they met
But
him?
they already had it.
That's why you
Still,
guys should
still,
get tested
still,
with your
that's still
partners.
that is notifying him that he has it. Now he can
That he
either
has it.
go, hold
Yeah,
on, he can either go get tested and know for find out for sure, or let a
No,
doctor
no,
check him
no.
out.
I'm saying, Miss Angie, I got herpes. I don't
Uh-huh.
tell you I got herpes. I go
Yeah.
be with you, and then I hear in the grapevine that you got herpes, or there's a rumor you got herpes. Now I'm gonna say you gave it to me when I already had it before I even met you.
It
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
look at the
matter who
medical
gave it to who.
records.
It's the notification. That's what I'm
Hmm.
saying. It's not it you could have had sex with somebody and never get infected him with it. He
Hmm.
got charged with him not notifying her that he had herpes.
Had that he had it.
Okay, well, Miss Angie,
But
I
it was
had it
herpes
already,
simplex
and I didn't
one
notify
though.
you that I had it, and now
Right,
you
but it was
got it.
herpes
Y'all
simplex
both
one.
Okay, then
wrong.
he
That
need
cancels out. That
okay, then he
cancels
need
out.
to
That's not.
take out charges on her. He need to bring up charges
It
on
still
her.
wasn't herpes simplex 2, 3, 4, or nothing. It was simplex
Don't
herpes simplex
matter.
one, right?
We're not gonna do the herpes argument. Just know
No.
Just
that
be glad it wasn't
Okay.
HIV.
just know
Gritty's
that
getting some lotion.
it
Did
is
you say you ain't have
it is
no herpes argument?
the exposure to, just the exposure to. It doesn't matter who, it's that they're saying that he exposed them. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
They
if
put him on him. Yeah.
Mm.
Hard to tell when
yeah,
you
I
say he
mean,
recording everything. I don't know.
Of course they gonna put everything on him.
He
Of
He
got the
course
got
they
yeah,
do.
money.
if
money.
all
He got
listen,
money.
it's
It's
a
all
good
about the
listen,
fucking
it's a good
money.
indication that he probably got it, that everybody he know has it. Use that.
Yeah, that's my thing. Why don't his wife got it?
Cause
You
you
don't know
maybe
if she
she's
don't have it. She ain't said shit.
right. And maybe she do got it. Or maybe she's
Right. Look at Mark Film Quinn. He says it's a
immune.
misdemeanor and Kales get a goddamn federal charge for that. So you telling me I'm gonna get a federal charge because I got herpes simplex one, a cold
We ain't
sore,
gonna do the
If
law
you were
tonight. We ain't
notified
gonna
and
do
cold
the law
failed to
this
sore,
morning because
notify,
I done been
a
through this
cold
before.
sore in my
Let me
mouth, and
explain this. Let me explain this.
that means I
Listen,
gave.
listen,
if you can
listen.
prove it.
Wherever they charge you, whether it's federal or state, whatever they can make stick, it sticks. That's
Hmm.
it. So
Okay.
if they ain't
It's
gonna
all
do
about
state,
bringing the charges
because
in the
the
first
state would have
place.
been, I mean, it's the statute of limitations have ran. So because they charged him in federal court,
Just
within
me.
a federal court, that's what he got stuck with, federal crimes.
Okay, but he's
It's
still only.
Where
it's
y'all be
He's
at when
still
I
only.
going through this
But
stuff?
he still only was.
just be is making
Okay, but
sense
he.
though, but that's true.
I'm
Just
reading her. I'm reading her right now. But I'm saying the man was only charged. He only was tested for herpes simplex one, not two, three, four, or nothing that had to
regardless, he
do with
still failed to
sexually.
It
I'm
notify.
don't
just saying.
matter. It's
I
the
mean,
exposure. It's the
so if you
exposure.
had,
They
so
I
if
didn't
you
don't
have a
had,
think they was
choice.
in court discussing the strands and
no,
which one
because it was a
died
civil
and all
case.
this. I don't think they was doing that because it's just the exposure. Listen to what I'm saying. It's
I got
not the
that part.
transfer. It's exposing.
I got
Because
that,
it's already
but
in your system. So it's
I
like
got
you
that.
just made
So
me have to
you
deal with
go.
something for the rest
How
of
did
my
you get
life.
away with that though? How did you get away with saying that I exposed you with herpes or whatever, and you already had fucking herpes?
Oh my God. I can't. Listen, I can have herpes. You can have herpes. If you don't tell me you have herpes when you sleep with me, it still can be charged with
Okay, TT.
exposing me to herpes. It's
Okay,
not infecting.
okay, TT. I'm talking about you have herpes simplex one, a fucking canker sore,
We're not
or
talking about the simplex. We're talking about the herpes that is the STD herpes. That's what they talking about.
But he didn't have that on. He didn't have an STD on his throat. He had a fucking sore on his throat that
Listen,
was a
give it
canker
wild.
sore.
He
It
got it.
wasn't
Okay, give
STD.
it wild. He
I'll
got it.
be honest though, I hear you
Okay.
saying
He
the
got
same
it.
thing. Yeah,
Okay.
it sounds the same to me.
Everybody around him got it. He got it.
Ugh.
There
Y'all
ain't no
stress
way
me
around that.
out. Y'all
Everybody
stress
around
me
him
out
got
so
it.
much.
And he ain't got it. He had sex
3
with
o'clock.
everybody. He got it.
No, I don't believe that. No, because I'm not gonna agree and say, okay. I mean, we can, you know, I'm
Okay, well,
just
I
saying.
tell you what, go have sex with the people he done had sex with and find
No,
out.
I'm not. I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna try shit, TT. Yeah, but I'm not gonna
None of
Okay.
try
y'all,
shit.
anybody in
That's
here,
like
none of y'all better be having sex until this thing
yeah,
is over.
that's like drugs. No, I'm not doing that. I don't try. I don't try
He
none of
says
that
like
shit.
drugs.
Shit, I'm just saying. But if you have a, I'm just saying, if you have herpes simplex one, which could be possibly a canker sore or something, it's not just a STD. So if I go kiss somebody else, that doesn't mean that they're gonna catch a fucking canker sore.
D.B.
Or,
Watson, let me ask you
or
this. Let me ask you
oh,
this.
TT,
I don't
go
know
ahead,
how
go
y'all
ahead.
be processing shit in Chicago. Let me ask you this,
What you
D.B.
mean
Watson. Let me ask you
Chicago?
this. Let
Simplex
me ask
one
you
is
this.
simplex
Let me
one.
ask
That's
you
not
this. D.B.
transmitted.
D.B. Let me ask you this. You think the court of law, whether it be Chicago, any state, and the feds, they can just run some ranky dank shit up in there and the simplex be off and he ain't got the STD and all and make that shit stick?
How did you make it stick if they said that he was tested for it and just because he was treated for it on the count of them females, not because on the count of him personally, and they
He was
treated him
treated because he had symptoms, DB Wow.
symptoms,
And he was
meaning
and
and
people
and
wasn't
what was the
taking
symptoms?
it.
And what was the symptoms, TT? The
It was
symptoms was
whatever the symptoms was, I don't know.
I just told you the symptoms was the sore that was on his fucking throat. He didn't even want to go out and perform and sing at that little show that he was doing, but he went out there
He
anyway and
shouldn't
did
have
it.
wanted to have sex either.
That's not. I'm talking about, but the show he did that day. I'm talking about the show. Okay, all right, all right. I'm just
DB
saying.
Wow. Just
No,
just
Back to
go
the
with
kids.
I'm
Back
not
to the
the
gonna say
show.
he
law,
had it.
the law of averages, the law
I'm telling
of
you.
probability. There is if you got you done been around 5 people that
I'm
and
not
got
talking
them
about if
herpes.
you have. That's if you have herpes. Herpes.
DB
Simplex
Wild, wait,
one.
DB
Herpes
Wild,
is one.
listen,
It's two. It's different
listen,
from two.
listen.
Okay.
If 5 of them got the herpes, and they have sex with you, somebody's gonna give you the
The
herpes.
herpes.
Not really. Not all the time though. TT. I know somebody.
Okay,
TT.
all right. I
TT.
can't.
TT. I know
No,
some.
no, 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 no,
Listen.
no, no, no,
TT.
no.
I know somebody who has
My
herpes,
space, my
and that
IQ, and
doesn't
all
mean that
that
they
shit is
have
too
herpes.
important. I'm not doing that.
TT, but I know somebody who has herpes, somebody who's very close to me who has herpes and didn't give out the herpes to somebody else. I know somebody like
Probably
this,
because they
TT.
was taking the meth. I don't know. I'm just telling you. You didn't
I'm
listen to what
telling
I said.
you.
I'm
But
telling
you think,
you.
okay, and I'm telling
DB,
what all I'm saying is,
listen.
I'm listening to you.
No, you're
But
not
all I'm
talking.
saying, I'm listening to you, TT, but you're
But
not.
you're talking. You can't be listening.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If I have sex with 5 people that got herpes, the STD herpes,
That
somebody gonna
doesn't
give
mean
it to me.
TT, just because a person has herpes, it's a chance that you can give them herpes. But
Maybe I
you
said 5. I said
wait,
5
listen,
people.
wait, hold
I
on.
said 5
But
of
just
them.
I hear you. I
No,
hear
you
you. I
don't.
heard you.
You're not
I
doing no
hear.
math. You're not
But
doing
at the
no
same time,
33%
logic, and I'm
chance.
but
not
at the
doing
I
that.
same time, but
probabilitized it.
but at the
33%
same
chance of
time, just because
passing.
you have herpes doesn't mean that you've given a person a herpes unless it's an outbreak, though. It has to be a fucking outbreak. It cannot just be just because you have herpes.
Well,
And
let
I
me ask
mean,
you
look
It
this.
it
could
up
be
in
I
through
just
Google.
want to know
saliva
I
this.
or
have the
blood.
fucking
Just let me know
paperwork.
this. Let me know this.
I have the
So,
paperwork on
hold
herpes.
on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me ask you this. So, his doctor, the one that
Okay.
treated him and all of that, the man who got an MD, which is more than any. more than what we have. He got on the stand and spoke to this. So he don't know what he's talking about, and we do.
No, I'm not saying none of that.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Okay, I'm not saying none of that, but I'm
That's all
also
I want to
saying
know. That's
I
all I
heard.
want to know. That's
Okay,
all I want to know. If
all
he
right, you
don't know
want
what
to
the
leave
hell
it?
he's talking about, then hey,
All
I
right,
don't know what to tell
so
you.
you want to leave it at that?
I'm gonna go with the doctor. I'm gonna go with what the
Okay.
doctor said.
I'm
That's
not
what I'm gonna
saying
go with.
that. I'm not saying that I know.
I'm gonna go with the
Doctor.
doctor, and I'm gonna go
I'm
with
not
that
saying that I
everybody
go
that
with the
R. Kelly
doctor.
know
I'm
got
not
herpes
saying
except him.
right, but I'm not saying that.
That don't
All I'm
make
saying
sense.
is just because. All I'm saying is, I repeat, just because a person has herpes doesn't mean that they didn't give it to that they really actually gave it to somebody unless that you understand unless there was an outbreak. That's how herpes
Five
works,
of
though.
them, DV
You
Wild.
don't give
Five of
out.
them.
I'm saying you don't give out. What I'm saying, TT, is you don't give
Five.
out
Oh, I'm
herpes.
not talking about one
TT,
person.
hold on, TT,
Two,
hold on. I'm not
three,
Okay,
telling you what to do.
four,
DV,
or
All I'm
DV,
five.
saying
DV.
is you don't
Five
give out
of them.
herpes.
Guys,
Okay,
It's
guys.
the law of probability.
you're not
It
giving out
works
no herpes to
against
nobody
you.
because you rub up against them.
Oh my God. The less than greater than sign.
Okay,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I got you. All
I
right.
don't like when y'all argue.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm getting
DV.
sleepy
Wait a minute.
too.
Let me
I'm getting
speak
sleepy.
to. I
I'm
think it's
going to bed.
NW. She
Go
was
ahead.
saying what she was saying was kind of what I started that conversation with, because I was under the impression, because I see people talking about the Valtrex and all that. I
Hmm.
was under the impression that the doctor had ran tests on him, and it came back inconclusive, and he just assumed because it was herpes-like rashes. So he gave him the prescription and told him to tell his partners that he had it, but the test never proved said positive for it. So,
Hmm.
but so if you're not diagnosed with something, like I said, if I have cancer, I don't want the doctor to say I'm gonna give you
Hey, stick,
oh damn, I can't say it,
I'm listening to you.
radiation
Stick
and
with the
chemotherapy when I may not have cancer, but I have cancer symptoms.
right.
And
I
as
hear you.
far as the drug that they gave him, they give that drug for many different reasons.
Same thing they give out the Valtrex for. They
That's
give
what I'm
out
talking about.
Valtrex for different kinds of things.
So until that
Like I
doctor
said,
say yes, you
it
have
doesn't mean
cancer,
that you
I'm
have
not going
an
to do no
STD.
chemotherapy and radiation. So
That's two
until you
different.
tell me I have herpes, don't be telling me I got herpes until my test
No, but
says
yeah,
I
He
have
but
told
it's
him he
that.
herpes.
had herpes. He told him he had it. Listen, y'all don't listen. I
No,
just
doctor.
said, listen. I
He
just said,
testified he had.
Show me that. TT, show me that
Hey,
in the transcripts. You about to
well,
make me
don't worry.
like,
Don't worry
show
about it.
me
Don't
that in
worry
the
about it.
transcript.
Whatever.
I wanted to
Go
hear her. Dang it.
go ahead. Show me that in the transcripts, though.
I done read it
Yeah,
a
say it.
thousand times. The man told him he had herpes. He treated him for herpes. That, under the law, is considered a notification. That means when you go sleeping with somebody, you need to tell them, I may got have herpes. But let me tell you this. So that's me letting you know. So I'm gonna wear this rubber, or I'm not gonna wear this rubber. But I need to get consent from you to have sex. It doesn't mean, it has nothing to do with whether or not he infected someone.
Hey,
So
But
you're
listen.
telling
Okay,
me
so listen.
I'm
So
going
look,
with the
Cookie.
common
Look
sense
what
law.
in.
I'm going
Look
with the
what
common
in.
sense
Look
law.
what
I'm
in.
going with the common sense that he
so I
got it.
no longer need a
Because he done had sex
diagnosis
with
of a
everybody that
test.
got
I
it.
No,
can just
no. So look what in. Look what in. What's that? NV. Look what her and Just V just said just now. Look what
Read
they
the
just
New
said
York
I
on. You might
just
have to
said,
start.
Times.
I just said he
Mhm.
told R. Kelly he had herpes. I read that.
Hmm.
That means
I
it's
was
a
with you, TT. Remember?
notification. That is why he was charged. That is why
I know
he
that.
was
I
convicted.
understand what
He
you're
wasn't
saying, TT.
convicting him of whether or not he had herpes. Y'all do not get it. Move out of
Yes, we
Chicago.
do. Yes, we do,
Move
TT.
out of
We
there.
got that. I was with you when you was reading it, TT. Remember? Dang.
Okay, but that's not the point. Move out of Chicago.
Man, I ain't okay. You can catch herpes out of Chicago. Shit.
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
I
I'm
mean, the
talking about the
population is
understanding
high, so
process.
the
It has nothing to
probability.
do with whether or not he actually has them, whether what he got charged from. It's the exposure. It says it all through the paperwork. Exposure.
That's why I say exposure, right? Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to. Oh, and
But
it's
originally he
like we're going
said,
backwards. We're going backwards.
originally
We
he
done been
said
through
that
this.
he was
I done
treating
went over this
symptoms.
time, blue in the face, and it's
Yeah.
frustrating.
I'm sure. I'm sorry.
Exposing. It's exposing somebody. But I'm just using my common sense that most likely he got it. Everybody else got it that know him.
You got a whole sore in your throat. Somebody got it.
Yeah, somebody got it.
Because how you get in your throat and not on your penis?
Hey, look, TT, she went through this story
When you're
so many
fucking a lot
goddamn
of
times,
people, you don't know
and
where it came from.
Young girls that are sexually active too.
she
He probably wasn't the only one.
TT said this story so many times, and this story right here makes her upset. You see how it woke her up. That's why I said I didn't want
I'm
to get
just
into it.
Yeah,
disappointed,
because
R.
it's
Kelly.
like,
That's
oh
why
my
I didn't
God.
want to get it.
It's
But
like,
TT, I didn't really want to get into it.
I mean, listen, and you ain't got to
And
take from me. The paperwork says exposure. Then they say infected, gave it to
yeah,
somebody. Now it
right.
says exposure.
Exposure. I got that.
Anybody knows how to
So,
spell exposure.
so
Anybody
look.
knows how to spell that word.
So if you get a cold sore in
EXPOSURE.
your mouth, so if you get a cold sore in your mouth, right, whatever, right, and
Everybody
then
making
you
fun
go,
of you all day at school.
damn, Cookie, damn.
He swear we sounded like.
So listen, Cookie, damn. So listen, Cookie, if you have a cold sore in your mouth, you go kiss somebody or whatever, right? Then it's a possibility you passing that symptom on and give somebody that cold sore. Okay. But now let's say you give, well, close your ears, Natalia, but I'm just saying, if you give somebody else some oral, that doesn't mean per se that you giving them a STD, as in a
But
as
the
in a
probabilities are.
no, it doesn't mean that doesn't though,
I
Natalia.
know. Don't get
Natalia,
upset. Keep it
listen.
calm.
I'm gonna tell you. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna tell y'all. But listen, no, and don't y'all think, hell no, I don't have that shit. Hell no, I don't have that shit. But I know some. When I say I know somebody that's very close to me that has that shit, then I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell y'all, Natalia. Damn, y'all gonna make me go there.
Thought you was telling us.
Damn, Cookie, y'all gonna make me go there. But I'm gonna tell you, Cookie. But I'm not gonna talk about it right now. But I'm gonna go there. But I'm gonna tell you. It doesn't work
Get
like that.
there.
That's how I know. That's how I know. But it's not me because no, because I don't
If you
have
say it one more
like
time, we heard you the first 3 times.
shit.
He
Hell
said
no.
on the record, Auntie, on the
Yeah,
record.
yes, on the motherfucking record because
On the record.
I'll let you know because I have to get tested twice a year. I have to get tested twice a year, and one of them is for STDs. They draw blood for me for STDs.
You got
At
kidney
least
stones?
no. No, I
Gout?
don't have no damn kidney stones. I'm not gonna tell you my goddamn business on
Gout?
fucking record. Damn, Battalion.
Gout?
Shit. Now off
Yeah.
record. Hey, look,
You can't
Battalion, but
even
listen,
say
I'm
that because
saying,
by in the morning they're gonna say you got something.
Right.
fuck them,
It's,
TT.
it's
Fuck
always
them.
something.
Uh-uh.
TT, you know how I feel. TT, fuck them. They can kiss my ass. You know I don't give.
Precision of language.
I'm not worried about no language right now. I've been drinking my little beers and stuff. And fuck the language.
He said my little beard. So I'm telling you, not so little.
Shit. No, but I'm just saying, we'll talk about it later. But
We'll talk about
Okay,
it.
let's get off the herpes.
Yeah,
Um,
I was
let's
the one to
get off
get
that
off of
shit.
that.
Sound
Yeah.
nasty as hell.
You
Let's
know,
get off that
I
shit.
understand when the chat when people say they hope people don't have daughters. I have a daughter and I have a son. You're looking at my beautiful daughter right now.
And some of these
Technically,
people
And
not.
got
I will
herpes.
tell you, with a daughter, I'm still not going to believe all women because women do lie. Because I have a son that a
Women lie too.
daughter, someone else's daughter, can
Yeah.
lie on my son.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I was
Mama be
a
lying?
victim.
Mama be
What?
lying?
Sometimes you can lie. Yeah, we all do.
Women lie too.
I don't
Women
lie,
lie
Mom. I
too.
just tell
And
you
I'm a
stuff,
woman and
sweet.
I know I lie too.
I don't
But
lie. I just tell you stuff,
You a
I'm
sweet.
lie
saying
now. You lying
that
now.
there are, I'm in my R. Kelly voice, there are real victims out there. I
Mm-mm.
am one of
How dare
them.
you? How
So
dare
I
you?
understand what it is to be a real victim. And I sympathize for the real victims.
But why he
I'm
lie
not
and say
trying
he
to,
don't know what a code is? Why he lie?
what?
Babe, you was not a victim, babe. You moved on with your goddamn life.
Yeah, I'm a survivor. But I'm saying I have been victimized as a young child. So I know what that means. And I'm saying at this day and age of my life at 55, I wouldn't care if one of those motherfuckers had gotten hit the lottery. If I didn't see some type of prosecution or to come out and tell my story after all these years, because I moved on with my life. I got kids, I got married, I lived life, I'm mentally okay. It didn't affect my life to the point where I couldn't live no more. Because I was in a white jacket. I continued to live life for 30, 40 more years or more.
Mm.
So why
You ain't
now,
dealing with no
if this
celebrity though.
motherfucker hit the lottery, I want to say, oh, you molested me when I was 10.
Yeah, you said
I want something to
you lived that,
happen.
you lived
But
that long.
everybody
How
don't
many?
think that way. Everybody, and see,
Some people
another
are okay.
thing was people somehow think that victims is a cookie cutter. Oh, they supposed to act like this. They supposed to act like that. It don't
Right.
work that way. If you ever had any uh a course in psychology, they would tell you that. You know,
Trauma
And I,
affects people. Trauma
and
affects
just
people
listen, that
differently.
no two victimizers act the same. No two victims act the same. That's just what it is.
okay, well, what about how many do
Hey,
you have? They
TT,
say he had hundreds.
and that's
Huh?
Nobody.
normally
My thing is,
I'm
Miss
only taking
Angie,
out the
out
gay
of all
boys.
these
I don't
people,
know.
out of all these
what it
people,
is though, TT.
out of
Don't
all
know
these
two victims
people,
act the same though.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
normally what
Everybody
it
did
is.
the same
But they
thing. They didn't
all
go to the
but they
police.
all share the same story though, right? Cookie. They all
Yeah.
share the same fucking story. But no two victims, you just said yourself, though, but don't no two victims act the fucking same. But they all share the same goddamn story.
You can have the
So
same story and then different
Which means they're
no,
not going to
no,
do
No,
the
I
same.
believe. I
They're
mean,
not
because
no.
if
going
You
you
to.
have to know the same
listen,
people in order to
DB,
have the
DB,
same
wait,
story.
it
DB, I
affects
gotta
people
tell you when you're
differently.
Go
wrong.
ahead. Go ahead.
A true predator usually have the same routine. So most
That's true.
likely,
The
if you're
MO.
baiting that child in
MO.
with
The same
candy,
MO.
you're always gonna use candy. If you
Yeah,
baiting that
exactly.
child with "I'm gonna kill your family," you're
Baby, you
always
switch
gonna
it
say.
up to pop.
I agree with that, Cookie. Just like you see
But
in
what
the
I'm
movie.
saying is, I can't believe that all these victims had the same exact story, and not one of them went to the police, got a rape kit,
Exactly.
reported nothing. That's the thing that gets me. All
And
of
even
y'all
though
couldn't
they
have
had
been
the
scared
same
for 20
story,
years.
and
So,
even though they all had the
Nobody
same,
came forward until this documentary,
and
until
even though they
Miss
had the
Fox
same,
said,
well,
call the hotline.
no,
and even
wait a minute, because hold on, there was some people that, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't support either way, I just support the fact. There was some people, well, hold on, let me say, I support what they,
I appreciate her getting her thoughts together.
yeah, I support, let me tell you what they said. Okay, I'll tell you what they said.
go ahead,
Okay,
TT.
they
Go ahead,
said
TT.
they
Them shit's
said that,
crazy.
I mean, that people did. Some people filed police reports and called the cops. You had lawsuits, and settlements back in the day with regards to this, right? Now, a lawsuit, a settlement, isn't an admission of guilt. But so this wasn't something that just came about 3 or 4 years ago with everybody, with some people, yeah, but not with everybody. And I don't know. We weren't there or whatever. All we know is what happened in the criminal court. And
Right.
with the civil court, we can use that as some evidence of innocence or guilt, or however you want to take it, depending on how you look at it. But with criminal case, because the burden of proof is much higher, you have to treat it as such. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I don't like to, I can't tell what a person did and what a person didn't do, whatever. Because I believe that nobody told 100% the truth on either side.
Especially
I
our
don't believe that.
They sure
You
didn't.
know what I'm saying? I
They
don't believe
didn't.
all of what them women said, all of them people that got on the stand said, and I don't believe, all of what the defense said. I just don't believe not, 100%
Yeah.
of what they say. I just don't.
See, right. Hey, Just V, I think that was Lisa Van Allen, if I'm not mistaken, the hair braider from the video. I think that was Lisa Van Allen.
And I believe Sparkle. I believe her.
Fuck Sparkle. No, you can't believe Sparkle.
Are you
Why not?
serious?
Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding me, Sparkle?
So
Oh
y'all think
God.
she
Sparkle.
pawned her knees
How could
off
you
on
believe
him? Talk
Sparkle?
about
How could
sit
you?
on his lap and give him a kiss and call him daddy.
Yeah, how could you believe it? So, so you
First
believe
of
she
all, I
did
don't
it?
care about that daddy thing
So
because
you
we've
believe
been doing
Sparkle
that for
did it?
years.
Or
Ain't
ask him
nothing
to be
wrong with calling your
mine.
man daddy
No,
if
no,
that's
no.
what you
Ask him
choose
to
to
be your
do.
No, you ain't
goddad or
call.
your
No, you ain't finna tell me.
goddad or
Call
something.
daddy.
No,
I
you ain't
ain't
finna
that
The,
tell
ain't
me
the
how
new
you
normal.
word,
sit on it.
the
That's
new word now is what? Bae. Hey, bae,
Hey,
bae,
bang,
bae.
bang.
oh God.
Yeah, but you ain't finna tell Bertai to go. You ain't finna tell Bertai to go sit on another motherfucking man's lap at 12
I,
years old or
Mom, you
14
and
years
remember
ain't none
that
of
old.
one
ain't
time?
none of her
You remember
aunts
that
gonna
one
tell
time,
her that.
Mom?
Shit, that's
No,
Huh?
she ain't
crazy.
never. She ain't
No,
13
never.
I
years
don't
old,
believe.
you should already have a daggone godparent.
Hey, look, babe, listen, though. Ain't no way in no Sparkle. No, we cannot believe her. We cannot. We can discredit her right. Wait, what just
Why?
be
Because of
saying?
her
She say
Instagram
Lisa Van
video?
Allen wasn't the hair braid. Wait, who was the hair braider then? If it wasn't Lisa Van Allen, who was?
She was a hair braider in the
In
in
the
the
video.
video. In the video. DV was right when she said the hair braider in the video, but not the
Okay.
hair braider, not
In
the
real life.
hair braider.
Okay. I
I
thought she was
got you.
talking about the. Okay, Just V. Damn, Just V. What the fuck? I thought you was on my
But
side.
no, DV, you was
I thought.
kind of right. You was kind of right. You
Yeah,
did the
you
Yeah,
hair
did
because
the
braider
I
in the
you
because
did the
video.
hair
because
braid in the
look, we
video.
was yeah, because she was talking about the hair braider. What the fuck? I'm thinking about the video. So Just
Yeah,
V.
you
Damn.
was right
I'm
about the hair
sorry.
braider in the
Don't
video, but
talk to
not
me.
the
Look,
How
hair
about
braider.
leave
look,
that
Hair
B
braider.
alone?
What you
Child,
No,
talking
child,
about
you
now?
I'm
got
not
too much
leaving no
shit
B
going
alone.
on.
You come bring me a damn
Lord, I hate
drink,
when
Just
that's
V.
too much.
Bring me a damn drink. Yeah,
I
but
got a
no,
ginger ale. That's all I got is ginger ale.
but I'm just saying though. Like, what was I saying? Damn, I don't even remember. Fuck
You know what? Can I tell
it.
y'all something funny?
Put the beer down.
Can I tell
No,
y'all
I'm
something
done with the
funny?
beer now. So forget it.
Can I
So
tell y'all
I
something funny?
want to be
Yes,
off
ma'am.
now.
Even why do you ever
Stop
just
putting it on
want
me.
to be
What?
quiet sometimes? Just
No,
want
He
to be
you.
can't.
quiet
That the
sometimes. Listen,
liquor, the
listen,
brew.
honey. After my encounter with y'all asses, guess what I did? The man that I threw the canned goods at.
Can good.
I dropped down in his DM today.
What? May I ask why you threw
hey,
some canned
hey,
goods at a
I don't
man?
think he's so bad now.
Man,
I'm,
TT, are
hey,
you
I'm
gonna start
scarred
talking
like
about
a
that man
Sorry, I
motherfucker.
again?
like my
Hey,
marijuana.
I'm
My
scarred like a
medical
motherfucker. I
marijuana.
don't think he that bad. I'm like, shit, I don't know why I threw them cans at you. I mean, you was holding my
I got you
daughter
on the
hostage,
alcohol
but
though.
shit, I don't think you that bad. I done
Sparkle
ran,
called
I done
CPS
ran into
before
some
she called her
people way
sister.
worse than you, motherfucker.
I
hey,
have questions about Sparkle's motivation
Yes, I can't.
or motives.
I'm looking at
Motives.
just be like seriously. No, because
just me, yes, ma'am, honey.
we
I don't
can't do
want him to
that
come
with
and tell them stories with me.
Sparkle. You know what I'm saying? Just be. I mean, when you think about it, Sparkle is a very big part of this in the beginning of the framing and everything.
No
Sparkle
kids
is
in the studio unless it's for Disney. Okay, we're good. We're
Sparkle
good.
was a very big part of this. I mean, having as you say, a child in the studio. You telling your child to go. You telling your niece to go sit on a grown ass man's lap and everything. That's the first mistake.
I
Uh,
mean, y'all do it to
Yeah,
Sam all the time,
which
but hey,
that's the first mistake. That's
yeah,
the
that's
first mistake.
crazy. Y'all need to move out of
That's the first
Chicago.
mistake,
I don't know what the
TT,
fuck is going
that kills the whole goddamn thing right there. And then for you tell him to rub his head, call him daddy, all this whole extra
right,
bullshit.
right,
And then
just it.
Sparkle,
Right.
and then when Sparkle And then you got to think about it.
All
Sparkle
it
was
take is
married.
one. All it take is
Hey,
one person to do the right
hold
thing.
up, Cookie. Hold up, Cookie, baby. When let me say this.
It's
When
little
and you
cookie.
got to think, huh?
It's little cookie.
Okay, okay. Sorry, but let
Fixing
me
it.
say this. When you got to think about this. When Sparkle was married to one of the I don't know which one. I keep
Band members. Band members.
Yeah.
well.
And then she left him for R. Kelly because she liked R. Kelly. My mom
Oh
said.
my God! Can you stop talking, baby? Can I say?
Sorry. I
Okay,
could.
listen. It's not a, and he's not a fucking band member. He's a singer. Public announcement is not a band member. He's a singer. So
Say
okay,
that.
so he was married to one of the public announcement guys. She was married to one of them, and she, you understand, she wanted to get with R. Kelly. Okay, and of course that member found out about that. Whichever one it was, I forgot which one it was. I keep wanting. Ricky is the name that's in the back of my head, but I also believe that Ricky ass was gay. So I'm not gonna go there. So I don't know the exact name. But when you think about it, public announcement was married to Sparkle. He was, he got in his little jealous feelings because of Sparkle stepped out and messed with R. Kelly.
So now Sparkle got herpes.
Sparkle stepped out and messed with R. Kelly. Sparkle wanted to be the number one. She was there before Andrea. She wanted to be the number one. You see what I'm saying? And when she found out that he decided, okay, now it's time. I want to meet somebody. I want to have kids or whatever, and then have a family. This and that and the third. Then Sparkle. It wasn't just Sparkle just got kicked to the curb because she couldn't. It's not like she couldn't sing. It's not like she couldn't couldn't make her, make albums. I think what R. Kelly made what 2 albums for, or was it one? It was just that one.
I think
But
I
He
don't
needed
know. I ain't,
something
right.
younger.
But anyway, it ain't like he didn't like her far as an artist, far as her doing things. But he messed around with her, and you understand. Then she forgot her fucking place. She wanted to be number one, and that's not what R. Kelly wanted. He didn't want her to be his number one. So she, goddamn it, jumped onto the bandwagon, TT, with Barry Hankerson and the Leah thing, that story. And how did she do that? How did she even get onto that story? Demetrius.
Hmm?
Demetrius.
I got a better conspiracy theory than that. And listen, I ain't had a conspiracy theory in my lifetime. I've been fucking around with y'all. But y'all, I'm just, I don't know. Listen to
And this,
this. Listen to this.
mm-hmm.
And my conspiracy theory, you know, it's gonna sound smart. It's gonna sound logical. Listen to this.
You gonna get into the
Okay.
law and shit.
Yeah, but listen. Okay, because this is crazy to me. Now, I don't know how everybody was raised, but that young lady said you don't tell no little girl to go sit on no man's lap and shit. Okay. And shit like that, right? Now you know that, right? But now
That's a fact.
imagine this. Imagine this. Just say, because now we know that Sparkle done lied about her relationship with R. Kelly. She done cheated on her husband, so we already know she got a little hoe in her. Okay. And might have a little attitude on her, right? Now
Mm-hmm.
we never did understand how is it that the man at the newspaper, what is his name? Jim Derogatis,
Yeah.
the man at the newspaper picked Sparkle out of everybody to contact to say, is this your niece on the tape?
Fact.
Like, how we know that's a niece? What do y'all think that Sparkle could have set that little girl up to set R. Kelly up?
That's
Cause
what I've been
one,
saying,
cause
Miss
Did.
listen,
Angie.
She
hold
That's
on,
what
did,
I've
cause
been
listen,
TT.
saying.
She
huh?
did, TT. And that
Hold
word
on,
was
let me finish my conspiracy. Y'all can't let me finish my conspiracy.
you are right on point, TT. And it's been
Hold
going
on,
around
let me
Chicago.
finish my conspiracy.
Go ahead.
because he already has a little history with
Exactly.
the Aaliyah girl, right?
Exactly.
Fast forward, now
Mhm.
knowing that now, and we know that somehow Aaliyah was trying to sue him or was going to testify or something like that, right? So here you go, Sparkle. She gets mad at him for some reason. I mean, the strangest request is, why don't you ask R. Kelly to be your goddaddy? Huh?
Mhm.
That's strange to me.
Yeah, but she ain't sue. She ain't sue R. Kelly. She sued the Cook County clerk, David
Wait a minute,
Orr.
hold on. Let
No,
me
you
finish what
talking
I'm
about
saying.
Aaliyah now.
Oh, my bad. You
No,
said. Oh, okay, my bad.
She
Go ahead.
talking
no,
about
no,
I'm
Sparkle.
no.
talking about Sparkle still. Okay,
And
okay.
Miss
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not
Angie, this is my thing too. The parents and the little girl could have been involved because you remember, R. Kelly stopped this. I think it was the second album. He didn't put that album out.
And she
So she
won
was
it.
probably thinking, I'm gonna get my money, blah blah blah. So they
Right.
probably went along with it. But then when it didn't go that way, they was like, well, we ain't giving up our bread. We're gonna say it
No,
ain't her.
I'm
Because they could
talking
have been
about the initial meeting. I'm talking about the initial meeting. I'm trying to speak. None of these, none of these pieces make sense. How you gonna tell this little girl to sit on somebody's lap, stroke their head, and whatever the
Right.
fuck? You're talking about, will you be my god daddy? That don't require that. You can do that on the phone if it's that important. And what about? I mean, you got a whole mama. What
right.
your mama say? Did your mama say
Right.
ask R.
But
Kelly to
the
be your
mama
God? Your
wasn't.
God? Hold on, let me finish. Let me get it out. Did your mama say ask R. Kelly to be your God daddy? Your mama ain't say that. Your trifling ass auntie who giving it up out both sides of her panties. Um set your ass up. You know, when I said your butt told you to do that. You got that going. That's strange. That's just strange to me. And
It is.
then then all of a sudden this man come up with the tape. You own the tape. You be gone allegedly according to y'all, according to the mama, you the people understand all that. You be with R. Kelly all this time enough to for him to allegedly set up the tape and do
And
all
put
these
on
things or whatever. Now you own the tape. Now and them Gary Gods get the tape. Out of everybody calling Chicago, he called you to see is this your niece?
And
Huh?
why when he called the parents?
And when
Wouldn't
he
that who you
pissed
go
on
to
her,
the parent? If you know who the little girl is, you would go to the parent, not the auntie.
Right,
and when
right,
and when
right,
he
exactly. None of
and when
that
he
shit
pissed
makes
on her,
sense
where
to
was
me.
Sparkle at? Where was Sparkle at when he pissed on her? She allegedly wasn't there, right?
Right? Like I don't understand none of this.
That's bullshit. You ain't leaving your
No, I
niece
don't
with
believe
nobody.
no, I ain't saying that just be
No, I
I'm
ain't saying you
saying
believe it.
no. I'm saying I don't believe about the 12-year-old girl. No, I ain't talking about that part. I'm talking about just the facts, the part of the story that don't make sense.
Yeah.
Remember,
Right,
I'm thinking in a different manner. I'm thinking
right.
on an investigative type, and I'm thinking about if I had to put a case together, how the hell am I'm supposed? Because I got to make that make sense myself.
Right.
Huh? Because
Right.
time you tell me some shit like that, time I'm writing down what you say, or I'm recording what you say, I'm gonna start looking at you crazy. I'm gonna start. I'm like, wait a minute. You told her to do what? Now, what was the purpose of that? And she sat up there and said she
Well,
never
Miss
would be in a
Angie, wasn't
relationship
it the
with that
girl that
man.
said that though? And Sparkle
Huh?
said that she didn't tell her to do that?
Yeah, Sparkle said that, but I don't believe Sparkle asked because that man in the public announcement said that Sparkle um hooked up
Yep.
with R. Kelly. Their
Yeah.
husband disappeared around the same time she was recording with R. Kelly,
Recording with
and
R.
the
Kelly.
and the niece said Sparkle was going with R. Kelly, and I think the mama said Sparkle. That's four motherfucking people. Shit,
And
everybody
then
one person line but Sparkle.
Plus, the mama
and
was
then
supposed to be fucking him, right?
No, the
who
mama.
who the mama? What mama? No, that was
Didn't
Aaliyah
say the
mama that was
mama
supposed
was
to be.
always going to his
No,
studio
that was
and
Aaliyah
something was
mama.
going on.
That was Aaliyah mama.
I
Not
don't think the
Sparkle.
mama was
Not
having
that
sex
was
with him.
Aaliyah mama. That mama, the Rashonda mama, whatever the fuck her name was. No, she wasn't. No, it was Aaliyah mama and the daddy that was supposed to be always there with Aaliyah or whatever. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
just me. And what her name is? What Judge Judah always say? If it don't make sense, it ain't true.
It ain't true.
Okay, so that whole tape shit, and I'm a let me all the people in Chicago, I'm gonna call Sparkle. That's Sparkle needs. Huh? How you know that?
And
I
Don't
don't
then
think
think
about
that.
right, and
Just
then
see.
Sparkle put the
that.
and
Wait,
That
then
wait,
didn't happen.
Sparkle.
DB. I don't think that uh Just B said she believed that Sparkle had already reached out to Jim and told him about the tape, her
Right.
suspicion. It
No.
wasn't about no suspicion, it was about her set up with the tape.
Right.
She set that in play and she took it to him. It wasn't that she was suspicious of
Yeah.
anything.
So
She
forget
played
that.
a part in it.
She played a part in it, and she played a part in because she played a part in it before that too. Because the
But how
Sparkle,
would Sparkle even know about the tape?
because
Exactly. Exactly. Unless you
but
had a
before
part in it.
exactly, we know. Okay,
You
so
understand what I'm saying? Some all of the
exactly.
all them pieces like that. See, I don't even know. I don't even know in good faith.
But
And
look,
I
TT,
might need to read them
right there.
transcripts more
You
because I know damn well they ain't put no case on like that
But
crazy
before
stuff
the tape,
like that.
before the tape even went into play, but before the tape even went into play, though, TT Sparkle had, like I said, she was already jealous about the fact, about Kels wanting to be with Drill and all that. Sparkle, her ass, she was the one who went to Demetrius and told him
Is
that
she
Barry
Scorpio?
Hankerson.
Hold on. What Sparkle is? Hold on. Let me see what her sign is. Let me figure this out.
Wait, Sparkle,
Uh,
she was the one who went to. She was the one who went to. That she got that information from Barry Hankerson though about Aaliyah, and then she was the one. Sparkle was the one who went to Demetrius and told him, like, you know what I'm saying, like in other words, like, you heard about what, I think this might be that. I think I think this might. Um, this is what R. Kelly probably. This is what Barry's saying that he think that 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 Kelly is that Kelly is doing to goddamn it Aaliyah or whatever. So when he went to her and even and when she went to him and told him that, you understand, then they say start watching him when he be on the bus with her. So Demetrius and public announcement dude that Sparkle was married to, they was right there by the bus with them. They was right there by the bus with the public announcement, Demetrius and Sparkle or whatever. And then they say, look, one of them went
And
on the bus. One of them went on
wait,
the
wait,
bus.
TV, before I
oh, no.
forget, I'm gonna let you finish. And then Miss Angie, remember, isn't Sparkle the first one that started that stuff about Drea knocking on the door, asking if she could go get something to eat? And everybody else started talking about knocking on doors to go to the bathroom, knocking on doors to go get something to eat. She was the first one
I
that
think
said
she had a
that she didn't
version
know that.
of knocking on the doors. I think what name Asante has a version of knocking on doors
Mhm.
and Asante McGee. Yeah, it's just some weird. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I can't. But uh.
So when they said that she went up on, so it was told that Demetrius went up on that bus and R. Kelly was supposed to be allegedly sitting there, like sitting on his knees or whatever, in between Aaliyah's legs. And when they seen that, then they tried to make it seem like, okay, well, and then Demetrius came off that, and then Demetrius saw that and became off that bus, and he went back and he was talking with Sparkle's husband about that shit. Like, you see that. You see what's going on up there? I think I think R. Kelly messing with her, or this and that. And then Demetrius the one who made a whole biggie thing about it. he made a big thing about it because that's what Barry Hankerson said, not because of that's what was his own thoughts. Somebody, Barry Hankerson was the one who said, watch Kels around Aaliyah. Watch him. I think he's messing with her. Barry Hankerson said that not because the simple fact that he really actually thought that Kels was watching, that Kels was messing with her. He said that out of the spite because of
To put
the
to start the ball to rolling.
yeah, and because of the simple fact of the record deal shit, and he wanted because Kels was trying to leave him, and because Kels found out that he signed away his rights for he signed away his rights for those next 3 albums. When Kels found out he signed away his story right there, that's the blueprint. When Kels found out that he signed away his rights because he couldn't read he didn't Kels didn't have them kind of lawyers back then. Remember, we talking about when he had what's that? I just said her name, Susan Loggins, that lawyer. When he had her and everything, man, you think she was trying to protect him? No, she was the one setting him up with them females getting them bogus lawsuits. She was not in Kel's best interest trying to protect Kels or nothing. And then she had shiesty ass Barry Hankerson right there too. That was a perfect story to go with.
But I thought they said that somebody in Kel's camp. No, Demetrius took the women to Susan Loggins.
Yes, he was. He was the one who collected all the females, met all the females. So basically, okay, you got Demetrius. He go out and he meeting all the females who all the low class women who around hoods and different places and neighborhoods or whatever, and he putting them on the game on how to get this money and get lawsuits against Kales. I'm just making it as simple as term, basically. Back then it was so easy to do, TT. Back then it was so easy to
Okay,
do.
but
And whether
Steve,
you
that's not how it works.
it doesn't, wait, TT, no, don't do that. Don't do that, TT. Wait a
What
minute.
you mean
I'm
don't
not
do
trying to
that?
tell
That
you
don't make.
because no, no,
Listen,
no, 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 no. I'm
you
not trying
trying
to
to
tell you
say that this
no,
lady, the lawyer.
TT.
Go ahead.
Go. I'm not trying to tell. I'm not trying to listen. I'm not trying to tell you like the way it supposed to should work, supposed to work, or whatever. I'm telling you. Okay, so it's. I told you this. I mentioned this to you before. Okay, you got bogus lawyer, a bogus accountant, and a bogus manager. Those are only the people that need to sign off on that goddamn lawsuit. Those are people that
But
need to sign off on that for them females to get that goddamn money.
okay, but listen, why would they have a claim? Listen, make this make
Because it's
sense,
against
honey.
a label.
Leave it. Quiet for 1 minute. Why would R. Kelly want to pay somebody his own money for no reason?
Listen, TT, because he didn't know that those lawsuits
Are
was
you
into.
crazy?
Yes,
Listen
he
to what
does,
you're
TT.
saying.
I am listening
Listen,
to what
ain't
I'm
no
saying. I'm
fool.
telling you,
Listen,
TT.
Stevie,
It's been
ain't
going
nobody
around
with a
before.
sixth grade
TT,
education.
this been going around
There's
before the case
nobody
even
with a
started.
sixth grade education is going to volunteer to pay somebody
TT,
some money
TT. This case
for
been
no
going
reason.
on around the time. This case been going on in Chicago, and this was a case have started way before it hit the media and all that. Okay, and all I'm saying
No,
is,
you making it seem like R. Kelly don't
I'm
know
not
these.
making it seem he not the man couldn't what he couldn't read his contracts. He didn't know what was going on or whatever. He didn't know who was in his pockets. He didn't know who the labels was paying off to settle these lawsuits.
Well, can I ask you a question? Then why didn't he sue any of them people
How he
when he
gonna sue
found
some
out?
people? How he gonna sue the people when he didn't know right away and
I
he
just
ain't
say when
find
he
out?
found out.
Listen, I'm answering your question. How
Listen,
is he
he
gonna?
can
I
count.
said,
He can
TT.
count.
How is he
He
gonna
can count.
find out? How
He
is he
can
gonna
count.
see?
He can
Okay,
count.
listen,
He know numbers.
listen, TT.
He know
How is
numbers.
he gonna find out? I mean, how is he gonna sue somebody
Can he
about
dial on the
something?
telephone If he can dial
How
on the
how
telephone,
is you
he
gonna?
know
But
numbers.
listen,
He know
if you
numbers.
were literate, if,
I go to my bank
okay,
account.
okay,
I
okay,
go to my
TT.
bank
But
account.
if
Hold on,
you were literate, you cannot
DV,
read no contracts, TT. If
you're
tell
not listening.
I'm you not
You're not
listening to me.
listening.
You over talking me like.
I am
Okay,
listening
go
to
ahead.
you. You keep cutting me
Ah,
off.
you.
I listen
Oh,
to your whole thing. I'm trying to explain to you.
Let her
Okay,
talk, DB. Listen to
I'm
what
words
she's
on
go
a
saying.
ahead. But
contract.
you just go
Words
ahead. Go
on
ahead.
a contract.
Two people
They
can't
can
talk, can't listen.
Words on a contract
You
can
jumping
be
in on me.
challenging to anybody. I get that. I'm talking about numbers in a bank account. If you know how to take out your phone, beep, beep, beep,
He
beep,
never
beep.
even did this. The man never even went to the fucking bank
David,
and even counted his
Can I
money.
finish
TT.
talking? I can't be up here all night. Can I finish talking?
He not. Oh God. Okay.
Listen,
Go ahead.
I'm telling you, if you know somebody gives you money for working, you've been there, you ain't just started this yesterday. You know, if you work, you get paid. The money goes into your bank account. You know how you know you got money? Because you're riding around in the results of that money. You're riding around in that car, you're sleeping in that house. You know it's getting paid somehow. You got people on the staff. They get paid, they keep showing up. So you know you got a bank account or access or some kind of to some goddamn money. This ain't crazy now. We ain't nobody fucking crazy. If you could pull out a cell phone, dial somebody's number, that means you can recognize number. I'm a fucking teacher, so I know this. I come from a long line of goddamn teachers, doctors, and every motherfucking body else. I'm telling you, you can put out a phone, you can recognize numbers. So guess what? So somebody say, hey, this girl is suing you, this child is suing, this person is suing you, this person suing, this person suing you. This money is leaving. I am
TT.
being on top of that. Hold on top of my money just disappearing. Okay. I know
You
my
don't
money
know that.
disappearing because I'm getting evicted. I can't hold on to this. I can't afford this. I'm staying in Homewood Suites. All this other bullshit. Now, goddamn.
I think
TT.
what he's saying, Miss Angie, is because
You don't know.
he was
TT.
making the
You
kind of
don't know.
money that he
Do
was
you know?
making. He
Listen.
got
Do you
people
know?
that handle that stuff. Wait, DB, I'm trying
Listen.
to help you. I'm trying to help you.
But you didn't have.
And
You didn't have. Go ahead.
and he got accountants, he got managers, he got agents. He's making his money.
Right.
So when these girls, when Demetrius get these girls or whatever, and maybe some of them Kels was with, maybe he wasn't. But then he tells them, hey, especially if they're underage, you can get some money out of Kels. I'm gonna take you to Susan.
Transparent.
He takes
Like
them to Susan. I don't know if Susan was R. Kelly's lawyer at one
I
time or
just.
what.
Yes, she was. She was his
Okay, well,
lawyer.
she was. So then, because they handling everything, and they said this girl says R. Kelly, hit her, or R. Kelly took advantage of her, she's underage, and they might take it to the label company, and then they cut a check, and R. Kelly don't know nothing about it. They don't bring it to him.
How
They
he
just
gonna know?
settle it so that it don't mess up his music career,
How
and
he gonna
they
know?
want to keep
Cookie?
it out of the media. And R.
Because
Kelly
So
don't
now
know
with
nothing
all of
about
you,
it.
and
Cookie,
I'm not even talking about nobody underage. And I'm not
how
even
he
talking
gonna
about nobody
know how
underage.
he gonna know when the lawyer how he gonna know that the money is coming up out of his account and the money is coming from the labels. And did you please just tell me y'all did not see this recording of R. Kelly going to the bank? What was that in 2018, 17, 18, 19,
I know he told Gail King he went to the
and
bank
then
for the
and
first
then the man
time.
said that, and then the man R. Kelly said that I've never been to the bank. I've never checked my banking account.
But he can walk
Please
around
tell
with
me.
money in his book sack.
Are you listening to what I'm saying, though,
He
Do
TT?
can
you
walk
realize
around
Did
what
with
you
kind
money
of
in
not
his
money
book
he
hear?
got?
sack.
Did you not hear the man say that? He never checked his
I
own
heard him
fucking
say
bank
that.
account. So okay, so if the man, it's just like look at Wesley Snipes when he went to jail for the tax
Tax evasion.
invasion thing. Look at Ron Isley when he went to. It's a lot of these goddamn people who go to
Because you
jail for
leave
tax
people
evasion.
that you pay
Yeah,
to
because
take
they
care of
didn't
that
pay
But
their
stuff.
you need
tax.
trusty
Yeah,
people
they
that
didn't
you
pay
can
it.
pay to
But you got your
motherfucking.
accountant to do that for you.
But
These
you
rich
got,
people,
but
they
you
ain't
have to
like
have people
us.
that you can
Listen,
trust,
listen,
though.
honey, listen,
Yeah,
listen.
they're not like
You
us.
have your accountants to do that, you can also instruct your accountant not to pay the motherfuckers.
It doesn't matter if you tell them to do it or not do it. Guess what? They wasn't doing what they wasn't doing what they was supposed to do. You know why?
Right.
Because they was
So let
putting the
me ask
money
you
in
this.
these
Let me
bitches'
ask you
hands.
this.
They wasn't putting money in and paying off this man's
Because they knew he
bills and
couldn't read and
taxes and
write, so he
everything
wasn't gonna
because
be
he
like,
couldn't
let
read
me
and
look at
write.
that what you call it,
See,
bank
this been
account, or
going on.
what's it called, the papers you
This
put it on.
Okay,
same,
so I'm
this
trying to
this
figure out
same.
how do these women get get from in between from R. Kelly to the lawyer?
Because
What's
Demetrius,
going on?
you got Demetrius that introduced them. I've already
So
said that.
there's no interaction between R. Kelly
I
and the
just said
women.
Demetrius that introduced them.
Mhm.
And so listen, TT, even if you got the
Oh,
okay,
finish what happens between R. Kelly and the women. Get to that part. To
I'm
make
trying
them
to
go to the
fucking get to that
lawyer.
part, but if you stop, just TT,
I
Okay.
think
if
he's saying
okay,
that he did maybe have some
so
encounter with the women, but under the impression that they were of age.
I,
Dimitri
I'm
would
saying
bring.
they of age.
so
I'm
he
saying
bringing,
they of
so he
age. I
bringing,
go with it. They
so he
of age.
bringing, so he bringing,
Mhm.
so he bringing females. So you got Demetrius goofy ass. Remember, he had a baby by who? Tiffany Hawkins, was it?
I don't think
And
so.
she was underage.
I don't know if that's the truth.
Oh my God,
I said
really?
I don't know if that's the truth. I have
Okay,
to
okay,
I have to
okay,
hear it from
okay.
a
Well,
reliable
he
source.
definitely, well,
I
he
don't.
had a, but he definitely had a baby by one of them damn teenage girls, right now, and of course that's been kept under wraps for a long time. But he's definitely had a baby by one of them, and you got Demetrius that brings all these chicks, these low class ass women, to this goddamn lawyer to say this is how you that's why Susan Logan, that's why she had to retire when she did, because she had burnt it out. She had did too many bogus lawsuits by the time she did it. When she didn't just she didn't just up and just retire like that out of
Okay. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you, do you think R. Kelly knows about Susan Loggins now?
no, no, he been knew about Susan Logan a long time
Okay, so
ago.
let me ask you this.
He been know
So
about
J
Susan
Bo,
Logan
hold
since
on. He has an
shit. I think
attorney,
started
because
out.
he has a whole list of line of attorneys that sue people.
Yeah, okay.
Why he ain't sued none of them people?
Look, Candy, what you mean we know this? How the fuck you know this? Nothing. Anyway, um, my point is, listen, when he, you know what I'm saying? He had, okay, yes, he had attorneys that found out and knew this, whatever. But
Hmm.
those same attorneys, but those attorneys that knew and found out about it, they found out about it later. R. Kelly had so many goddamn deals that was on the table that was laid out that he already signed behind.
That's
He didn't even
fine.
know what he
I
was
just want to know
signing.
why he ain't sued
He
nobody. He ain't sued these people that
he
allegedly did all this harm to him. None of
because
this
you know
makes
why?
sense. See, let me tell
Because
you something.
because
You can't resolve the problem. You can't help him out. You can't help nobody else unless you deal with the facts. And the
exactly.
facts
But
ain't
how you
making up
gonna?
shit.
Yeah, but how you gonna sit up there? But listen, what all I'm saying is, TT, how you gonna resolve the problem or the issue or what's going on, right? When you don't even know that the shit is going on behind your back. You got
Okay, well,
lawyers.
he knows now. He knows now.
TT.
Okay.
Before you talk about now, I'm talking about how you got lawyers. Just like when you get ready to get sued, right? You a celebrity, you get sued. Okay, you got lawyers that's going to court for you.
Hmm.
You got accountants that's going to court for you, business
Okay.
managers, everything that's going to court for you, that's handling your business. You not even there at the shit. And then and even if you at court, guess what? Them people are they speaking the language, TT. You know that. That's over your damn head. If the man can't read and
Hmm.
write, how the fuck he gonna understand legal terms and everything when he do go to court? It's only so many times he have to even probably go to court. He don't know what the fuck is really going on. Cause he ain't studying that part of the shit. All that he wanted to do was make. I'm not taking up on. I'm just saying all he wanted to do was make good music. He didn't even care about that shit. He ain't care about. He ain't never cared about how much money he was making or nothing like that, or this and that and the third. He just
Are
knew
you
that he was
crazy?
making goddamn good hot records and everything, and he knew why he was living. there, that his bills was paid and everything. You know what I'm saying? He's not a average Joe
Mm-mm.
type of person
No,
where
I don't know what you're saying. Listen,
you you say you don't
there's
know what I'm
nobody.
saying.
There's nobody.
Yes, it is. There's plenty of people like that
I
though.
ain't finished what I said I was gonna say. If the lawyer did all of that, her ass would be somewhere once he found out. Her ass, his accountant that's in it, because it had to be dispersed through him. If the record company in it, whatever, he could have sued everybody. And he got a disability. Are you crazy? Come on, man. Come on. No,
No, I'm not. No, I'm
uh-uh.
not crazy.
Uh-uh,
I'm just
uh-uh.
saying. I'm just
I'm
thinking.
not a part of the
I'm
smoke
not
committee.
crazy. I'm not.
I'm
I'm not
not a part
crazy,
of the
and
smoke committee.
I'm not crazy, and
I'm
I'm
not,
not drunk.
I'm
I'm
not one of
telling
the
you.
ones. Let me tell you
I'm
something.
not
Let me
crazy
tell
and
you
not
something.
drunk. I'm
I
telling you that
deal.
the people they played around with that man's money for
Okay, well
years,
then he
and you
should be
know that,
suing them.
TT.
I have
He
seen where
can
he sued
sue him.
people.
He
Huh?
sued him. He could probably he probably did sue him, or he could
What you mean he
sue him.
probably did? He ain't sued them people.
Okay, so like I said, he's either sued him, probably could, whatever, how you want to look at it. But what the fuck he was gonna get out of it now if he owe
Are you serious?
if he
Do you
TT,
What?
think it's a
you keep
possibility,
asking
Miss
me,
Angie, that
am
he
I
wait
serious?
until his appeal gets
Are
approved?
you? I'm
If there
saying,
was
how?
terms,
Listen, you
What are
ain't
you
got to
wait,
gonna
wait till
do?
DB,
your appeal get shit.
How are
You
you
can
gonna
DB
pay
sue
back?
making me hoarse.
somebody in
Wait a
jail. You
minute,
can
wait
sue
a minute,
somebody when
Cookie.
your ass
How
is
you
in
gonna pay back
jail
money?
before you
How
go
you
to
gonna pay back?
jail.
How you gonna
Huh?
pay back money though? How you
Listen,
gonna pay back?
DB Wild.
Oh my
He
God!
has
How you gonna pay
been
back money that's owed through lawsuits first?
DB Wild.
The law gonna get their money first.
He has been allegedly selling lawsuits way back
Ever
when.
since the beginning of the goddamn time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So
Okay.
how is he
He could
ever gonna
have
pay back any
sued,
legal
he could
fees?
have sued them people if that was the case. They could have been disbarred so they wouldn't keep fucking him over right to this day. Stop playing them games with me.
Oh my God! No,
I
he's
know
not.
how
They
this
what?
go. What I
Well,
do is I
guess
ask you the
what?
questions and let you talk it
So,
through.
DB, I'm
Hopefully you'll
asking you,
talk some sense to yourself.
how long? What year do you think it was that he found out about Susan Logan? Like, are you talking about 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
No,
You
5 years
must
ago.
ask a
No, he
deeper
been.
wow.
No, he probably been found out. No, he probably been
Before he
found out
got locked
about.
up?
But he probably been found out about it. But of course, it was before he locked up. But it was in the meantime. It was in the midst of, you know what I'm saying, when he when it was in the midst of when he got those deals when he got the deals and and with the label, and you know what I'm saying, he found out when he found out he was in a jam, and he just didn't know what, Kills didn't know what the fuck to do. What the fuck, he had all these damn deals on the table, long-term deals. I'm talking
So,
about
in other
deals.
words, what you're probably
I'm
saying
talking
because of
about
his
deals.
listen,
You know how
let people ask you a question.
you know
Child, I
So,
tried to
what you're
see the
saying is
Socratic
that
method on him,
because
it
of
don't
his
work.
literacy, and
no, I'm not saying that.
once he found out that this lawyer was
Okay.
crooked, and even though he knew about it, and because he didn't have the people to fight for him, he didn't know the rights that he had to sue because of his.
Nah, you know what? All I'm saying is that all I'm trying see y'all twisting and turning. All I'm saying
I'm not,
is that all I'm
You go
saying
to
is that
another attorney and they'll tell you your
you know
rights.
how
It's
you
easy.
know how like back in the days when a lot of these rappers and a lot of these singers, they was in deals that they couldn't get out of. Then they get with another record label or record company or whatever, and then they goddamn it, they have to pay off this company or whatever. R. Kelly, he had so many deals that was on the table at a certain point in time. Now, what year exactly, specifically was it? Whether it was in the late '90s, the early 2000s, or whatever. But he had a lot of those deals to try to pay off. And then on top of that, when you think about it, he had lawsuits on top of that. That's all
I
I'm
was just
saying.
thinking that they were paying off lawsuits for him.
So he had plenty of fucking. See, you going into what I'm saying is you're challenging me on specifics and everything that I don't even have the answers for. But what I'm telling you is when you think about the lawsuits and you owe money, just like I just referred to about uh 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 what's this man name? Wesley Snipes and Ron Isley when they had taxes and shit. Ron Isley did what, 5 years in jail, some shit like that. Wesley Snipes did about three, yeah, a year or two. Come on now. You go to
Cause
jail for
they
tax evasion.
they try to evade the IRS. Themselves.
Who?
They.
Who? Ron
Wesley
Isley owed
Snipes.
Ron Isley owed taxes.
That's what I just
What?
said.
No,
Evade.
that's
That's
what
what
she
evade
said,
Oh,
and that's
means.
what he ended with.
That's
He
what
said
evade
taxes go to
means.
oh,
jail
okay.
for tax
I don't
evasion.
Uh-uh.
know. I don't. Okay, okay. I
Y'all
don't know.
sleepy. Y'all go get some rest. I'll talk to y'all later tomorrow. I
Yeah,
love y'all.
I'm gonna
Bye.
get ready to get out of
Yes,
here
ma'am,
too.
Natalia.
Good night.
Good
No,
night,
he don't
baby.
go
Love you.
no.
See you
I'm
tomorrow.
trying to figure this all out. DB
I'm not
Wow.
saying against what
Listen,
you're
he
saying
can
though.
go to another attorney. They will
Hmm.
advise him.
Exactly. With money, if you got the money, right?
No,
But how you gonna have the money if you
no.
own?
They will get paid. They will get paid when you could work that out.
How?
Different ways you
How
can
you
work
gonna
it
work
out,
that
baby.
out
That's R.
when you
Kelly.
how you that's bullshit, TT. You giving me this debate and this argument on purpose. I know why you doing this, TT.
No, I'm not.
But what
I'm
yes
just
you
a
is
scrap
because
method.
how can you
Hopefully help. Go ahead.
yeah, how can you do that though, TT? And when you owe the government or the record labels that kind of when you owe them that money, then you got the alleged victims that you owe this money to. Them people's gonna get their money first
They
before
owe
you get
him.
paid.
DB Wow.
So
They owe
I
him.
think this is
He
what he's
has
saying, Miss
loyalty.
Angie. Miss Angie,
so
He
wait,
has
I think
loyalty.
I think he's trying to say, like right now, he owes the government, he owes the
even
record, he
back
owes these
then,
people. So if he sues these lawyers that took his money and accountants, if he was to get some money, that money that he get from those people that fucked him over, it's gonna go to the government. It's gonna go to the victims. It's
exactly,
gonna go to all this money that he owes out. So what good would it have done other than to maybe clear his name?
exactly. And he
No,
couldn't do nothing
no,
but he
no.
and he couldn't
He
keep do
gets. He has
he
a
couldn't be
royalty
doing
check
nothing but making
that
songs and
allegedly
albums.
he has paid these alleged victims
That's
out of his
bullshit.
royalties.
He
They
don't
would have been got
know.
that if
He can't though. I mean, he can't. Okay, but okay. So how he paying? So how he paying his lawyer that he got now
probably out the
out of his
royalty.
royalties? That's out of his royalties. That's out of his royalties. Ain't no damn victims gonna get paid up out of his royalties right now.
But how
You
you
had to
think they paid him? They say he done paid what he owed,
even if he did,
the restitution or whatever he owed.
right, even if okay. So let's say even if
So
he
it had
did,
to come from the
even
royalties.
if
He
he is
ain't
paying.
working nowhere.
Okay, so even if he is, let's say this, like you said, even if he is he paying the alleged victims out of his royalties and everything, whatever. Between the alleged victims and the goddamn lawyer too, Bo, Bojang, how the fuck? Where is the money at? I mean, come on. I mean, it's not like you finna get this money right now. These are royalties we talking about. Royalties, you don't get no money immediately or nothing.
You get it every quarter. You get it every
Every
quarter.
every so many quarters, right? Third quarter
Listen,
or
listen.
fourth
He
quarter.
he generate funds. Just say that he generates
Yeah,
funds.
he
What
do
I'm
generate
saying
funds.
is this. What I'm saying is this. There's nobody, especially no, special. Now this is a person who said that he was going back to trying to get his masters and all of that. So
Hmm.
it's in his head to go after those people to go get his masters and stuff. But he can't intercede and stop and see some women getting some money. It's hitting the newspapers. It's not going up under his nose. I mean, somebody's gonna say, "Hey, R. Kelly, you just settled a lawsuit with such and such person." Dude, like, come
We
on.
can, and you know what? We can go back and forth about this all day, which I'm not. I'm gonna get up off this phone. But at the end of the day, too, um, it just it's not good. It just ain't gonna happen like that for that man because I
What
mean
you
that
mean
man
ain't gonna
owes
happen
money.
like that?
It's
I
not
apply,
because
just like I
that
applied
that
logic
man
and
that
come
man
and
has so many people
logic
that he owe
to
money.
the girl talking about be my
So
god dad and all this so crazy shit. None of this makes sense. I'm applying the logic to his ass too.
that
I
man
run it
just
through
ain't gonna.
logic.
He's not gonna have no money like that in the end about nothing. He's fucked up when it comes far as money financially. He's been fucked up. He has signed deals with this record label, that record label. He owed this record label that. Come on, that's a lot of money. He owed this lawyer, that lawyer. He probably still owe lawyers from back in the day.
That ain't what we talking about. You try to make like he don't know. No, we ain't got a clue in this world why he is paying out these women who
If
claim
he,
that he
you know
done
what?
done something too.
No, but I'm
I'm
not trying
saying
to
this
make
in
it
the
seem like
paper.
I said no. When he trying to make, I'm not trying to make it seem like anything. I'm talking about. I'm saying that when he, by the
It's on
time
the
he,
news. It's on
but
the
when he
US
found
today
out, TT,
that
but
you
when he
paid
found
out
out
money.
after that third album that he did, when he, you know, if you really want to be technical about this, like I said, I can go back. If it wasn't for Barry Hankerson as he wouldn't even be in that situation in that hole. He wouldn't. He just wouldn't. TT, he
Well, I
wouldn't.
don't know what Barry Hankerson had
He
to do
wouldn't have
with
been.
it.
What you mean?
What you mean? What Barry Hankerson had to do with what?
With the shit, with the whole fucking setup. If it wasn't for Barry Hankerson in the get
What's the
go,
setup?
with the whole, I'm not gonna keep repeating this. I already said this
No,
about the
I know.
Leah thing.
I don't know what you said. What was the setup? That Barry Hankerson that had something to do with it. I'm confused.
About the Leah setup. So you saying
Oh,
so
he took Aaliyah
he
to
took he
him
took
to
he
work
took he
with.
took all of he took remember he took R. Kelly's the rights to R. Kelly's first three albums.
That was after the Aaliyah thing, after the Aaliyah meet
Eh,
introduction,
that was when
right?
Aaliyah thing was going on. No, he took all those damn albums up to at least 12 plays. Shit. He took all those first three albums.
That was after he was introduced to Aaliyah.
Okay.
Aaliyah came first, and then the interception, the garnishment, whatever of his albums came later because that was something they agreed upon for some reason.
TT. He took R. Kelly's he took the rights to R. Kelly's first three
Why did he
albums.
take it?
You you tested me? Are you serious, TT?
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm trying to figure out what you know because I'm confused. I don't
How
know.
you
I
so
don't
confused?
know.
He took. I just said you know, because I just
No, I
said
don't. I don't know.
he took the
I
right.
promise you. I
He
promise you. I
took the
don't.
right, but he took
He
the
took the
what I'm
rights for what
saying.
though?
He took the rights to Aaliyah's to Barry Hankerson took the rights to R. Kelly's first three albums. R. Kelly didn't make no money off them damn albums like that.
Was that the contract they negotiated? I mean, why did he take it?
That's the contract. That was listen. That word was
Okay, say
around
that.
Chicago.
I
I'm
don't
trying to
know.
tell you that. I'm trying to tell you that word was around Chicago even before this social media shit, this YouTube shit was going on right now. When he took those
Okay,
contracts,
Patricia, thank you.
so
I ain't know.
when he signed those he signed when he signed those contracts right there and and he didn't even know what he was signing because he was illiterate. He could not read and write back then. He didn't know nothing. He just got into the music industry. He didn't know anything about that shit like that right then. Back then, not in them days. He didn't know anything. By the time he learned anything about the damn music industry, come on now, he didn't owe so much money to Barry Hankerson, to the record labels and everything. So he ain't do nothing but keep on putting out hits and everything. And then you got to keep in mind, he didn't even do the kind of music that the fuck he wanted to do. He did the music that they wanted him to do.
So
He
in
did the
none of
music
that
that we
time,
wanted him to.
he didn't
He did
he
the
didn't
music
run
that they
into
wanted
one
him to do
lawyer,
because
one
he wanted to take
accountant,
over.
one
He did the
businessman,
music.
none of the people.
He did the music that they wanted him to do because he was trying to because he was taking over gas Gaspard. So he did the music that Aaron Hall was supposed to do. You know, he took over Aaron Hall's spot. So come on, that's a different story. We have to go into that TT a different day. I'm not going to stay up for all that now, and I ain't got no drink. But I'm
Okay,
telling you,
Demetri,
bro,
I
I'm
can
telling you.
I can concur to that. The 360 contract deal, that's fine. But
Oh yeah, the
here's the
360.
thing,
Ain't what
right?
no. But let's get this understood, bro. Wasn't no damn. I mean, it wasn't no damn 360 contract deals back in them days, baby. 360 contract deals didn't start to the 2000s. Way in the middle, somewhere in the 2000, 2005, 6, or something like that. Wasn't no such thing as a 360 deal back in the 90s. That's not happening.
So let me ask you this. So there was never a time where he ran into anybody, no lawyer, no business manager,
I don't know.
no account manager, whatever that could have helped him understand his contract. And there was never a time where he could have never renegotiated the contract.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know, but evidently, do
Right.
it look like it? But what I'm saying is, do I know the specifics?
Uh,
Do I know the specifics that much like that on that? I don't know, but do it look like it? If the man broke, if it out of all the fucking millions of records and shit he made for everybody, do it look like he really had anybody that could have helped him and did anything right?
I'm
And
not
then help
saying
him?
that no one didn't take advantage of him, but I'm also saying that you go broke when you spend your money.
Okay, and I'm also saying that do it look like anybody that really had any sense or that was really for him that really tried to help him uh help him save his money, help pay his bills, whatever, anything like that. No, Drea could have did that dumb
Yeah,
shit,
he
but her
had
dumb
his
ass,
women. He
but
had
her
paid
dumb
his
ass didn't even,
he paid his
but her
child
dumb ass
support for a
wasn't,
long time.
yeah, but her
It,
dumb ass
it didn't
didn't.
seem like he was getting into financial ruins until maybe the last what I don't know 10 years
Yeah,
maybe I don't
Drea,
know.
Drea could have been the person that helped him do that shit. But did she do it though, TT? No, she ain't do none of that shit. Her dumb ass ain't do nothing but get a dance off studio and then come out with this goofy ass book. She ain't did shit to help him or nothing. She ain't did nothing. And she could have. She could have. She could have helped the man learn how to read and write and all that shit. She could have been doing that. She could have been making sure he had the right people that was in line to, but no, she was too busy trying to be part of the propaganda. Tell me she what? How she wasn't part of the propaganda? When
I
she
don't
how
know.
she wasn't part of the propaganda in the get go, TT, when she sat up there and she let them play this game, let Sparkle and all the rest of them play this game around her. Sparkle wasn't gone. I don't believe that. Sparkle wasn't gone before Drea got there. Sparkle was there and was there when Drea got there. That's how she got jealous of Drea.
Hold on. I'm gonna make sure Demisha knows what I'm saying. I'm not talking about when you initially sign on to your contracts. I've heard of and I know of somebody that the initial contract have been screwed up. Okay. But they at some point run across an attorney, a business person, a manager, somebody that's operating in the financial spaces in their life that can help them or look at their contract or renegotiate it or help them understand it or take them to somebody. I'm not talking about initially. A lot of people get screwed initially. Talking
Exactly.
about at the second glance. And then when you are aware of, then that's when you usually start making movement. That's when you see a lot of these artists like they go after Puff Daddy, they go after Suge Knight, they
Yeah,
go
but
after
that's when you
those
that's when
different.
you know But that's when you know and you find out the truth, and that's when you know and you find out when what's really going on with your business. When you don't know what's going on with your, even if you know somebody telling you this and that what's going on with your business, TT, but you don't understand it, right? You don't even understand how your own business fucking ran, because all you doing is, we talking about music, entertainment. All you know is you making hit records and shit.
So
So
let me ask you this. So let me ask you this. As the artist, you don't think that they have no bills that they have to pay on their own out of their own they have to be responsible to pay themselves?
yes, I do, TT, but that's not the point. It's not about
That is the point.
no,
Because
it's
you try
not.
to
It's not
act
about.
like that they
It's
are
not
just
TT.
oblivious.
It's not about what you. It's not about what. I'm not talking about what vehicles you pay for out your own pocket. I'm not talking about what clothes you pay for out your own pocket. I'm not talking about what toilet paper you pay out your own pocket. What you eat. I'm not talking about what you pay for out your own pocket. I'm talking about the major money, the thousands, the millions
Even while it's
that's
coming
wrapped
from
up in
somewhere.
the millions, the money that's
Right?
wrapped up
It's
with the
coming from
label.
somewhere.
Yeah, but
That
I'm talking about the
that
money
big
that
pot.
the millions that's wrapped up in those labels that 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 has to go out and reach and touch other hands
Exactly.
before it
While
even
it's
comes
coming
to
from
you.
somewhere.
It's
That's how
it's
you get
coming
your little
it's
money.
coming from music. It's coming from your music that's
Exactly.
generating.
So what I'm saying is not coming from out the clear blue sky from no specified source, and it's not landing in no specified non-designated place. That's not how it works.
No, it's coming from your music that's generating and everything. But think about all the people hands that it has to touch before it even, before you even get yours. Like, I mean,
Yes, and that that and
seriously.
that and that happens
And then when
on
you count,
paper contract.
and then when you think about legal fees and stuff like that, TT, that's why the man is broke right now because of, like I
Somebody's
said,
saying,
he's broke because of bogus ass lawsuits and accusations. That's why he's broke. All
okay,
it
well,
you don't
he
even,
has the
especially back
opportunity.
then, all you had to do was go and say that a celebrity did this and that to you. Maybe now these days you got to come with a little bit more evidence and prove some shit, but not back then in the fucking early '90s. We talking about what, 30 years ago, some shit. You ain't no back then. You ain't have to prove all that. It was easy. All you had to do
You
was go to
do?
court and say all you had to do. Well, if it was that, if it was like, if you had to prove all that information, then why was Susan Loggins able to, goddamn it, be the same one who filed all these lawsuits for so many victims for R. Kelly?
Probably the
Please
same
prove
reason R. Kelly ain't never sued her and never got her license suspended and all that other good shit that goes along with it.
it. Okay, I go with that. Maybe he was stupid. Maybe he was slow. Maybe he was stupid. Maybe he didn't know.
Right.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe because he took the advisory of his accountant. He took the advisory of his lawyer that told him hey man, it's best to settle out of court. Come on, Titi. We talk about this all the time. You know that.
Okay,
Everybody
but
talk about
you're saying that he has been done wrong and been shitted out a whole bunch of money. That's fine. He don't listen. He has a recourse. His hands not tied. He has a recourse. He done
what.
sued people before.
Yeah. I don't give a damn how
Okay,
many
that
times you.
okay. That easy.
I
That's
don't care how many
that's
times you sue people, but if you don't know, it don't matter how many times you sue people. But when you're working with millions and you don't even know which direction your goddamn millions going and how, and
there's
then somebody
nobody.
come to you
Listen, listen,
and tell you, okay, you got to
listen,
pay this person, you got to pay that person, and then you just say, okay, okay, okay. Then what?
listen. This is how this works. Okay, this is how this works. You may not know as far as contractual wise how your money is split up. Because sometimes you could be signed to one company that's signed to another company and all that, whatever. You may not be aware of that, how the money is funneled and how what you owe, like
What you
you know
should
how
be.
the
You
advance
should be
work and
aware
stuff.
of that.
Usually, hold on, they usually get confused when the advance parts comes in because they are not aware
Yeah.
of how much the people they are being charged for doing this and for the company
Hmm.
doing this and having it all in house and not having a separate person, all of that. That's usually when the confusion goes in. But I don't know nobody that don't know where their money is laying at night. I
That's
don't know
not true.
nobody that
Because
way.
when his advance
Not
when
even
his
the dumbest
advance
person.
when his advance money come in, when it's time for them to rejuvenate monies from his royalties or his advance money comes in, it doesn't hit his hand from the bank. It hits a lot of other people's hands. Like I said, didn't you see the
And he ain't gonna
recording
never
when he
ask
went to
about
the
his
bank?
money.
He
He just
said
gonna run around and just
the
saying, I
man
believe I can
said,
fly.
but look,
He that
but look,
slow.
but look, what killed me was though him
Mm.
going to the bank though, TT,
Mm.
in 2016, 17, or whatever year that was, 18, whatever. And then the man said, I barely know how to use it. I never went to the bank. I never seen my own account. And then he go up in there and look, and then son don't say nothing, but he got like 100,000. Come on. How the fuck you never been to the bank yourself personally? Because just because you got people you could pay to go to the bank for you, you got people you could pay to go to the fucking ATM for you. So you don't go to the ATM and then read your own goddamn receipts. That's how people taking money from you. It's a lot of legal ways. You should know that. You probably took a few people's money illegally under
Mm-mm.
the under the.
Never that, sweetie. Never that. Listen, I done. When you be in relationships and stuff like that, and if you the one handling the finances and stuff like that, um, you have people that may not come and question you about every dollar, every this,
Exactly right.
whatever. That is
Mhm.
true. But it does not mean that they don't know where the hell their money is and that they know that their name is on an account somewhere. They ain't like they not sitting there like, I don't know what bank my money in. They ain't on that type of shit. They know where the bank is, the bank account. They know they got the card. They got whatever it is they need.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got all of that
Well, his crazy ass didn't pay attention to something. Because if that's the case, then
for
where's my
30 years.
motherfucking? Where the fuck is my money?
And especially if you done paid lawsuits out to people that you wasn't supposed to pay to, you just gonna let
Right.
that money ride. He that crazy.
Exactly. I say the same thing. That is
I'm
crazy. I
asking you
agree.
because these are your allegations. I ain't heard shit from him.
No, he's not speaking. You're not gonna hear allegations from him.
No,
He's
I'm
not.
saying what I'm saying is over
He's
30
not just my.
years,
He's
I ain't
not
never
my
heard him say
allegation.
this crazy shit until the shit went
No,
down in 2019.
this not my
And mainly,
allegation.
it ain't really been him. It's been other people, such as yourself, speaking for him.
No, ain't no. Yeah, but like I said, it's not my allegations either. Though it's people that that already been spoken for him and said what's been going on.
Even while nobody
Okay.
is running around him that works. Not the most illiterate man,
Okay.
and none of them that
You might
know
be
that
right.
they supposed to get money for the product they put out, and not know where that money is resting at night, and not have access to it. You can't lock nobody out the access of their damn money.
No, you cannot. But when you got shiesty ass people who work for you that got that has access to your money, they can do anything they want with your money. They can make deals and everything else with your money. They can go out and get different contracts with your money. Same thing with actors.
And when I
Now,
asked about
look it
my
up. Look
money,
it up.
when
Look
I
it
when
up.
I asked for the ledger sheet on my goddamn money, When I ask for the verification at my taxes, all that shit, when I ask for that, you're going to give it to me. If you don't give it to me, I know there's a problem. I'm going to call the goddamn cops on your ass.
I swear. I would say that too. But it was
It don't make
good.
sense. That's not how that works, honey.
A lot
Ain't nobody
of
do that. So let me ask, okay, this lady said, Ms. Angela, wouldn't the R. Kelly Qualifying and Disability Act where they took advantage of where it was not able to read those contracts? So listen, if he can substantiate that he has a disability, he would be considered a protected class. And if he was taken advantage of, then yes, he would have a claim. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's just as easy as it is to resolve this. I was just taking DBY through the Socratic method, so maybe
I know.
he will understand
what
his
you're doing.
own self.
I know what you're doing. But like I said, and I'm gonna leave it like this, like I said, you got them bogus ass lawyers, them bogus ass people on your side who supposed to be protecting you and supposed to be aware of all this stuff.
I thought it was a 360 deals or whatever them badass deals, Demisha.
Yeah, that's nowadays. They don't have 360 deals. They back in the 90s.
Well, I don't know.
Back in the 90s, 360 deals didn't come out until the 2000s. Like that, them 360 deals didn't come out till like the 2000s and stuff like that. 2000 something like that or whatever. You know, maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe 360 deal came out in the 90s. Okay, because I think matter of fact. Was that a 360 deal that Master P had?
I think they said he didn't have one. Demisha,
He
all
didn't have a
the
360.
all
Right.
the attorneys don't work for the record label.
Right. So Master P didn't have a 360 deal in the night. If he didn't have a 360
I
deal
think
in the 90s,
he's the one that they said did it the good way, the smart way.
the smart way, yeah. So if he didn't have a 360 deal in the 90s, then Master P, that means that the 360 deals came out in the 90s because shit. Hey. I mean in the
My
2000s.
friend,
I mean
reading alphabets may be challenging, and that are strategically placed in words. That may be challenging. I'm talking about numbers. If you could pick up a phone, you know numbers.
Mm-hmm. Cookie, you still here, baby? You sleep on the phone. Stop playing. I know you hear me. Cookie.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I did doze off for a minute.
I told you. I knew it. I knew she did. It's cool. I'm gonna get ready to get up out of here too. So, Miss Walkie, TT, you know I love you. It's always a pleasure. Hey,
What's up, Keith?
good night to
Yes,
the
sir.
chat. I love y'all to death.
Yes,
Hey,
Miss Angie, thank you once again. You get you some rest, my lady.
yeah,
I will. I
I'm gonna
will.
give me some rest.
Well, I do
Look,
want to say this one last
she
thing.
still say laugh my ass off, same old shit.
I want
Good
all
night.
the people in the chat to understand. At least I can only speak for myself. Even though I'm a Kel supporter, I do have sympathy and a heart and love for the victims. I just don't believe that a lot of these women, and I want to say all, but only the ones that just somehow I don't believe. I believe that it was a money grab. Um, and my main issue is not about what he did or didn't do because I was not there. I mostly just look at how his whole case played out. And I think it was unfair. I don't think it was just. And I don't want to see no other man go through this just because a woman can say that you did something to them and without no proof. And I'm not talking about no tapes. That's a whole different thing. But just for a lot of the testimony that some of them did, they had no true evidence other than what you could say something happened to you. And if you're a willing participant, don't come back after things and came to a head because he moved on, you moved on, and then you come back talking about what he did do. Because I don't believe he was the type of man that was holding you hostage or keeping you from leaving. You could have left at any given time. Even if he was whooping your ass, you had a choice to leave. You stayed for whatever reason. So, willing participants, I have no sympathy for you.
Fact.
Well, let me ask you one question, DB, before you leave. What about the guy that got on the people that got on the stands and said that R. Kelly was deducting docking their pay for this and that? So he know how to dock somebody's pay, but he don't know where to pay at.
Well, I think docs is like, okay, Miss Angie, you know how you look at the temptation to them, and they say if you cuss or you come late for a practice, that's $5 off your pay.
Right.
So like because he was who he was, I don't think it was where he didn't want to pay niggas.
No, but I'm just saying.
James Brown. Look at James Brown.
I'm just saying. DB Wild is saying R. Kelly was oblivious to his money. My thing
Not
is,
oblivious.
Oblivious to his money. How is he gonna dock somebody's pay?
But not
because he told his whoever cut the check.
Whoever was in charge. Look at James Brown.
Don't pay him this week because he fucked up my song on stage.
This don't make no sense. So listen,
James Brown went through the same thing.
Listen, if I agree, hold on. If I'm the one that's docking your pay, I'm probably the one that set up and agreed how much I'm going to pay you. So if I'm
but he's not cutting the checks. He got people to do that. So all you gotta do is tell the people, don't pay him $100 of his money because he fucked my my performance up today or on the stage. He did something
involved in just a little portion of the money, but not the rest of it.
No, because you're just telling somebody.
Right.
And then my thing is this, Miss Angie, how long you gonna work for somebody if they ain't paying you? You gonna go look for another job.
Exactly.
Okay, but what I'm saying
so maybe this thing only happened one time, but they make it seem like, oh, every time he taking my money, he wouldn't pay me, and everybody keeps saying the same thing. You ain't messing with my money.
I'm the person.
I don't care if I'm working at McDonald's. Pay me, or I quit.
Somebody's money. I'm going to know where my money is resting.
Yeah, your accountants.
But you said a personal opinion of you. I would
because you ain't got the kind of money he got.
I know,
but not R. Kelly. All R. Kelly, that's not him though. He didn't give a damn about the money.
You
really,
know, DB, you don't know this.
He cared enough about that money to live the lifestyle he lived.
How could he care? Look, ask yourself this question: how could he care so much about the money or his money, in so many words, when he didn't pay attention to all those things that you're asking about?
How do you know he didn't?
I'm saying because he broke. That's how I know.
No, he's broke because that's what happens when you spend your money. You get sued. Sometimes you have off times where your album's not producing much, and your people shut you down and all of that. That's what happens. It adds up.
So you believe, Miss Angie, that Kels will be the type of person like we are, where we check our online banking, we look at our monthly statements, we, go into the bank to cash our check. You think that's the type of man these superstars do? Or do they have people that do this stuff?
I know
you might see that check one time when they give it to you, maybe for a big event, and you pass it. You don't even probably look at it. You know what you're supposed to get paid, and you take a hand to your lawyer, your accountant.
Let me tell you this: I don't know when I get paid. Okay, let me be honest. I don't know when I get paid. All my bills are on automatic draft.
Right.
I can't tell you not one time, but I can tell you this: I know how to go there and where to get it. And I know when I do any type of work as an attorney, I know I get paid in a check.
But you also know how to read and write. You come poor, and then you become this mega star, and you got all this money, and you hiring
But
these
but
people because
but
people tell you need this, you need an account, you need
look
this,
it,
and you okay hire them because I don't know how to get these
look it.
people, or people come to you.
Money
The,
isn't paid in alphabets. Money is paid in numbers.
I know, but what I'm saying, Miss Angie, think about a young man that can't read and write, and then he becomes a superstar, and then you have an agent because remember he got his producers or whoever the label, and they set this up, and we're going to get you an accountant. We got lawyers, and yeah, he might have a say so, and yeah, I like this guy. I can trust him. I want him, but you're not like really into it because you already know you can't read, and you try to keep that a secret. So he's like, I trust you to handle my affairs. I trust you to do this and that for me. There's no sense in looking at that because even if they sent it, put it in front of you, you just like, what the fuck is this? Okay, let me just sign it because I don't want to give away that I can't read and write.
That don't have
Right.
nothing to do
So
with
you give all this
numbers.
power to
There is
people to
no
handle all
nigga.
this money.
There is no nigga on this planet. Okay,
But it
I
is
don't give
R.
a fuck
Kelly.
if they ain't graduate 5th grade. That is out there working, touring, scared to get on a bus, and don't know that they got a check coming.
He
At
knew he
some
got a
point,
check coming.
listen
Right.
what I'm saying.
He
At
always
some
knew he had a
point,
check coming.
he was notified either by some kind. And here's the thing, right? When you have an attorney, when you getting sued and this and that, you got an attorney handling this shit, right? That attorney, one of his core responsibilities to you is to make sure that you know what's going on. Now,
If
you
you
could
got an
say, hold
honest
on, wait a minute,
attorney.
I want to finish. You could say he was never told or whatever. Fine. Then guess what? He could make himself whole. He could have made himself whole a long time ago by suing every damn body. That's how this works.
But he
But
don't
how
know
we
what
know
the fuck he
because he
reading.
got people that don't mean him no good, and he be like, man,
That
Right.
ain't
this
got
lawyer, this
listen,
this
And
that's
if
person
he
that
taking
ain't
knew,
my money.
everybody.
What can I
if
do
he,
You
about it?
don't go to
Oh
the
man,
same
ain't nothing you
attorney
can do
that you
about it.
think that's taking your money. You go to a new one.
the man
Okay,
couldn't
but you
even,
New
got people
attorney is
around you
interested
who's
in getting
telling you there's
paid.
nothing you can do.
but the man couldn't even
It
go up
is
to
something
the,
you can
he
do.
couldn't even,
And
but
y'all don't
but
talk.
TT, the man couldn't go up and accept an award without and read the damn teleprompter.
That is alphabets. I'm talking numbers.
Okay, that's numbers. Some people, I have an uncle right now who can't read numbers up. You know, some people
He
can't
got a
read
cell
numbers.
phone.
I don't. Shit, yeah. What the fuck?
Okay, he read
Knowing
numbers.
how to dial a number, Miss Angie, though, isn't the same as counting money. I know my number 717 da 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 da. But do I know what 2 plus 2 is? Do I know $5 and $25 make $30?
Right.
And a nigga I know. Let me tell you something about
A
people.
nigga
Let me
you
tell you
know.
something. Let me hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. I come from a whole line of educators. They deal with all kind of people, and most of them deal with special ed. Okay, that's what we call it back in the day. Listen, those people are invested into learning the shit that they need to learn. Black people are gonna learn about their money, so they're gonna learn how to count.
Yeah, I would like to think so.
They'll get a counting machine.
But that's when we go by every individual is different. And with someone of his
There
status,
ain't no
he
okay.
was
Well,
too
listen,
trusting.
he has
Remember
been
when
a
he said, when Gail King said, do you think you need help? Or
Right.
you think you got a problem? And he said, yeah, I need help with not trusting so many fucking people. My heart is
Right.
too big. He really
Hmm.
was trusting. When you really trust somebody, for whatever reason, why are you doing it? Because, like he said, his disability, he was trying to keep a secret. So he was trusting people to
we don't
handle
know if
stuff
any of
for him.
that is true. All I'm just trying to tell you, at he know at this point, he knows that he's been taken advantage of, allegedly. He can
Yeah.
make that he can get some of his money back. That's it. Go sue everybody that he think that took advantage of him. And that's it.
If this
He's
was me,
suing.
That's
Miss Angie, even though I know he owes a lot of money,
He's
but
suing
right
Jive
now,
Records.
suing somebody about some money is going to come on second place to fighting for my freedom. That's the most. I wouldn't be thinking about suing
Yeah, but
nobody.
he's suing Jive Records though, TT. He's suing Jive Records. That's more than half the problem right there. He's suing Jive Records. That's more than half the fucking problem where his money is at right there.
Jive Records. Who said that?
What you mean? Who said that?
Yeah, who said that?
That he's suing Jive Records?
You seen the paperwork?
What you mean? J-Bo, the paperwork is already in. He's suing them.
She's suing them for what?
I forgot how much it was. I don't know. We ain't talked about that in a minute.
Anyway, what I'm saying is this. There's no that y'all have more excuses than a nigga going to jail. Listen, when it comes to your money, and you done been shitted, and you done paid lawsuits to people you shouldn't have paid, and all this misfortune, and all this in bullshit, and all this in whatever, you will go and get your goddamn money.
And I agree with you. But with a man looking at 30 years, I think this is his first thing he's worried about. His life.
This is before he's looking at 30.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know when he found out about these people taking a bid.
It was in the newspaper. Every time somebody, one of the women sued him, it hit some kind of newspaper, the internet, the this, the that, and the third. It's in the public records. It's in this. It's everywhere.
I don't know what's there, G. I could only say I don't know nothing about suing nothing, but I'm just talking about his case. All that other stuff, it's too much. It's so much that it can't give you a headache. And like I said, I don't think even if he's guilty of anything, I don't feel like he deserves 30 years. That's all I'm saying. Even if he's guilty, because I wasn't there. Like you said, it's a lot of people lying and everybody ain't telling the truth.
But
I just don't believe, even if he's guilty of something,
put it like this,
or anything, he don't deserve 30 years.
Put it like this, and this is something I know for a fact. For some reason, I don't know how this works. Nobody never really tells me something so crazy like that and expect me to believe it. They already know I don't believe it. And most of the time, they don't even tell me no shit like this. Like, he would never be able to tell me that he have no idea, but none of his money done been in the 30 years. He don't know what bank is in, who got it, who's dispensing it, whatever. He would look me right in my face. He'll tell right in my face that I don't believe shit you saying. If you gonna tell me that story. If he was telling me what y'all telling me, he would know that I just better not for me not even get to He'll say she don't believe that shit. I might as well go tell somebody else, but she don't believe none of that. I'll be looking at really. Okay.
The only thing I will probably believe is I don't believe that he truly had any kind of handling with the spending. Now, if he know what bank it was in, if he know how much he was making, you made $1 million today, Kel.
Well, the house. They just say y'all think R. Kelly, the one who craft all them songs together. Y'all be like, come on, little R. Kelly, come on, lay up in this house right here.
No, I believe he picked his house. That ain't got nothing to do. But okay, you go pick your house, and what do? You look over to the man with the briefcase and pay the people. You know how much the house costs? Oh, this house is for $1 million. You know you got $1 million. You look over to your lawyer, your whoever, your manager, pay the people. I like this house. Pay him.
Apparently he paid cash because the houses got taken.
I'm just saying at the end when you say about the houses, whatever he did, rent them, lease them, bought them,
they got taken.
Got a mortgage. He just told the people, handle it. And they probably said sign this. And if he got a signature with an X, he just signed however he signed. Exactly. And he ain't read no paperwork. He ain't did nothing but sign and told the people, I want this house.
Right. He could have been
Oh
selling
Lord.
for, like you said, he could have been selling for a $4 or $5 million house, and he
Oh
only had
Lord.
1 million in the bank. He don't
Mm,
know.
mm, mm. Child, I want y'all at my. If I ever go down for some shit, I want y'all in my corner. God
Only
damn.
because I say people took advantage of him, Miss Angie. That's all. And because of his
I'm not
disability.
saying nobody took advantage of him. I'm saying he is not that he's not that detached from his money as y'all think he is. That don't make sense.
How you know
Not
that?
no grown ass man
How
that
you know
can
that?
pick a lawyer. He could pick his lawyers. Hold
I
on.
said, how
He
you
can
know
pick his
that though,
lawyers.
TT? How
He can
you
pick
know
his
that?
lawyers. He can tell them, hey, now it's up to him. It ain't nobody at this point, ain't nobody, no business manager, no Daryl McDay, none of them that's saying, hey, lawyer, I'm going to pay you or I'm not going to pay you. Because if you tell a lawyer you ain't gonna pay them, they're gonna need to see that you ain't got no money to pay. So they're gonna ask,
Okay.
they're gonna get some verification from somewhere. Where is your money? Or where's the place that I can verify you ain't got no goddamn money? Like it don't work that way.
Okay, so how you know? So you say he got money though. Where is it at?
I ain't say he got money. That's not what I said. I'm saying in order for a lawyer to take your case, and you done sung all these songs, and you telling me that you're broke, I'm going to have to verify that. I'm not going to take your word for it. No lawyer's going to do that. Paperwork costs to file. That's coming out of my pocket.
I'm sorry, my chin hit my phone.
You good? That's coming out of
Um,
my pocket.
I had a thought and I missed it. Dang, maybe that's why I hung up. I wasn't supposed to say it.
All right, I'm.
But I mean, I understand what you're saying, Miss Angie. I'm just looking at that because of people of that type of money. Even though you and me, yeah, we probably would have a little bit more on hands about our dealings. But because this man was facing a disability and he was trying to hide it, and he had, if you look at everything that he's going through, not saying he should be accountable, but everybody got to be accountable for their part. You can't sit here and tell me that, like I said, this man was just like snatching people up and doing these things. There are willing participants. Even if I want to believe that the 14-year-old girl existed and she was a victim of his, I still got to look at her parents.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some time in her life, because now you're an adult woman, when you went to that trial, even, you telling me you couldn't speak on it? And if you couldn't speak on it and admit that it was you still stayed with this man
Right.
for another 10 years? And he took
Like, how do
care of
you do that?
you?
How do you do that?
So at some point you got to be accountable because it's not like you got a disability that you're mentally ill and you don't know right from wrong, or that he was abusing you or kept you locked the fuck up. You was
Now,
going to
how you gonna
school,
say? Now,
driving
how you gonna?
All I'm
cars.
saying is everybody has to be accountable.
Right.
Everybody.
So it's not just
For
that I
all
feel like
of it. Not
somebody
Right.
just
made a
you can't say, okay, he had a disability and he was a grown up. Okay, so he's not responsible, but somebody that's a minor was supposed to be responsible. It don't work
no,
that
that
way.
no, and that's what I want. It's for me. I'm not saying he shouldn't be accountable. So people that say that we don't want him to be accountable, don't include me in that. We all got to be accountable. I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying the victims are right. I'm not saying they're wrong because I wasn't there. All I'm saying is at some point, even with his disability, he has to be accountable for the wrongs that he did. At some point, even if you were a minor and he took advantage of you as a grown adult, and whenever your time is to come tell your truth, You have to still be accountable. For the young girls that lied about their age, you know why the fuck you was lying about your age. And whatever he did to you, I'm sorry he did it, but you still got to be accountable for the position that you put yourself in by lying about your age to be with this man. Was it because you had a crush? Was it because he was famous? Was it because you wanted the money? Was it because you wanted the blackmail? Whatever. You know what the fuck your intentions was when you start dealing with this man because you lied about your age.
Yep.
Those girls that said, "Oh, I met him at the mall and all that."
Yep.
What
Hey,
was your
Cookie.
motive? You wanted to be a singer.
Hey, Cookie. And if no, their first motive was wanting to have sex with him before they even
No, I'm
become a
talking about
singer.
the one girl said, "Oh, my
Oh,
friend pushed me to if you don't do
I
this,
walked
I'm
off. I
gonna."
didn't hear that.
And you went to do the audition, or you went to the mall to meet him, or whatever, because you wanted to be a
Yeah.
singer.
Yeah.
But you spoke. Why don't you take your mom with you to the mall so you can meet R. Kelly?
Yeah.
Or
You
when
talking
you
about?
first meet him, I'm 16, and then you call him when you're 17. Well, if you were gonna fuck him when you're 17, why don't you just go ahead and fuck him when you're 16? Because you're still
Right.
not legal.
Because you ain't gonna wait for no celebrity. You ain't gonna wait to
So you have to be
turn a certain age.
accountable and accept the wrong choices you made in your life, even if he did take advantage and abuse you or have sex with you. You made the decision to go to the mall to meet him. You get an autograph. Oh, I want to be a singer. Oh, well, here's my number. Give me a call. Same thing
Where
with the
was the
Ashley outfit.
parent?
You have your parents call them. You set up a professional meeting. You don't go to a hotel. You go
Mhm.
to a studio.
Well, I'm gonna have to say good night to everyone because I have to.
Yeah, because we could do this for
Yeah.
the next five
We can do
years.
this.
We're
TT,
gonna
you
be
know.
doing this until this man comes home.
No,
Mm-hmm.
y'all will be. I'm glad that paperwork done came. They can goddamn rush the rest of that paperwork on through. I can hurry up and read it and delete this channel and bye.
But guess
Damn.
what,
With
Miss
my damn
Angie?
life.
What are we gonna be doing? Waiting for the next paperwork to drop, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Not me. That's why I kept rushing for this paperwork to drop. One, I got an announcement.
You
Uh,
leaving us?
I said I got an announcement, honey.
she ain't say she
I'm gonna
leaving us. She
show
said
you.
she
I'm
got
gonna
a job.
show you. Trust me, I'm gonna show you.
And if it got anything to do with money and getting rich, hey, I'm a supporter of your
I'm
channel.
going to show you.
You know what I mean? TT, you know what I mean? Let them niggas go.
Okay, just don't forget about us little people
Just
when
don't
you
forget
get
about
up there, Miss Angie.
it. But I gotta go. Good night,
Listen.
y'all.
Oh
Love
Lord, have
y'all.
mercy.
Good
Yes.
night to the
Good
Honey,
chat.
I
night.
ain't good no money. I'm talking about. I'm going to show you.
Well, whatever it is, I wish you wells and blessings to you. I'm all
Yes,
behind you
thank you,
100%.
ma'am. Thank you. See, that's what you're supposed to say. She's so sweet.
All right, Miss
That's
Angie,
good
love you.
people.
Good night. Good
Thank
night,
you,
chat.
honey.
Sorry I
Thank
sound so
you.
bad. I'm hoarse as hell.
Child, you and me both, honey. Oh, it's terrible. Uh, Let me see. Shit. Y'all got me. I mean, y'all got me so paranoid. I am literally logging into my bank to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. Everything. Because Lord have mercy. God knows y'all. I cannot do no what you call the thing? Pay the people. Like pay the people. What you call the thing? When you got to pay the people when the bill come, I can't be bothered with that. Mm-mm. I set that thing up on the automatic draft. That drive me crazy. That drive me damn crazy. I don't know all these extra extra um see now you can't call those kind of conversations a cafe style conversation because we hard hitters over here. You can't call that a cafe style conversation. That's y'all see the difference. What I call a cafe style conversation, which is you're in a cafe and you just having regular conversation, right? No, that's more like a heated debate, contested debate, or something like that. Yeah, but it's real good because you get to and you know, I believe in that Socratic method of teaching. I ask you the questions so we can get there. Not that I'm teaching nobody nothing, but I do that when I'm in those type of conversations because I find that once a person walk themselves to the answer, it sticks with them and they understands it better. And then maybe they can tell me what you're thinking. That's the only way I can kind of understand what you're thinking. You know, but yes, honey. Yes, baby. See, I was rushing that paperwork. I was sweating that paperwork, honey. I was hitting that button. Now y'all know I'm in a rush. Usually I would have came on around 11, 11:30, because you know they're gonna put it in right before 12. And I read y'all, so they got to send in a clean copy. I read y'all the outline, the hard copy. We made out. I figured that out. We made out. Shout out to Atlas. Shout out to everybody. Yes, because I'm in a rush. I got to get the hell on. I got something to do. I'll get it. Get it. But I'm going to show y'all. Yes, honey. Yes. I have shit. But listen, y'all. So y'all think that do y'all want to hear from the dude that I had to throw the canned goods at? Girl, listen. My Diamond Green keeps beating everyone up on the basketball court. Who's Diamond Green? Draymond Green? Listen. So you know that Walker husband, honey, he swept God, and he kind of looked like Penny Hardaway for, kind of, sort of, not, you know, that was everybody, he kind of look like Penny Hardaway, and his son, and this is so crazy. I went to go see my stepson's photo because he looks just like his dad, right? And the son, Junior, looks more like Penny Hardaway than his ass does, right? I'll go to look, honey. There his ass up there. He got all his hair and shit too, honey. Mm-hmm. I dropped down. Was I wrong? I dropped down in his DM. Yes, honey. Good night, folks. You making breakfast? Okay, Thiba. You're making breakfast? Girl, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Y'all New York people, y'all be getting up too damn early. Maybe I got I got plans, honey. Ooh, y'all ain't gonna believe this. I keep it interesting, honey. I mean, they got me so paranoid. I promise to God, I logged right into the bank. Now y'all know I ain't lying. Watch. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all don't believe me? Tell me I'm lying. I logged right into the bank and I'm like, shit, maybe I should check the bank. Damn. I promise to God I did. Log right on up in there. Y'all know what that means. Baddie shot a. Oh, wait a minute. I actually got that. Hold on, y'all. Hey, Diva, what's up, new black? Diva, was you, who said, who knew Baddie shot a clock? Who said that? Was that Diva that said Baddie shot a clock? Who said that? Was that just be a Diva that said Baddie shot a clock? Because I was up in here. What's good with that new black? We miss you. Who was in here who's saying Baddie shot a clock? Because when I was trying to do the cash app for that, nobody know what that meant. I tried to do one for that damn the Chicago Bulls, little warm up a pep talk or chant or whatever chant. You ain't know that. I give up. Who was saying the Baddie shot a clock? Well, here, let me let y'all hear it. Because I got it. I got it. Listen. Baddie shot a clock. Baddie shot a clock. Yeah. Y'all heard it? Baddie shot a clock. Baddie shot a clock. Now y'all do know that it's shot o'clock. Y'all, I don't know why I being the spearhead person Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm spearheading a shot o'clock chant because you supposed to holler shot o'clock when you getting ready to drink or take a shot. You don't have to holler batty batty. Okay, it's they just put batty batty in front of it, right? But it's been shot o'clock. So the people that be drinking, they holler shot o'clock. I gotta tell y'all every goddamn thing. Batty batty shot o'clock. I just can't with y'all. I just can't. What you want me to do? Y'all, so what I'm saying is this. We're going to have to start like the damn, you can't, if you're trying to be an advocate for the women or whatever, like that shit what I was saying about Sparkle and all this, that crazy ass shit that don't make sense. And the them dear goddess out of everybody on this planet, it's your niece. And I don't know how that works. You can't make shit up to compensate and cover for that shit. You can't help nobody that way. You got to know every damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Just like you can't say, oh, R. Kelly just, they tied a what's his name over his eyes, over his ears, and just say, hey, go in there, sing that song. Hey, go. I don't know how old you people are, but it was a movie that LeVar Burton starred in a long time ago called Dummy. Okay? R. Kelly ain't operating like that. I don't know no nigga that can read or not that can't tell you about their money. And even if they got somebody trusted keeping it, every once in a while, they're going to peep at that what? Bank account balance. Like I got everybody's accounts set up on automatic draft. When everybody got access to their own account. And all of that. There ain't no way in hell. Like, you're not going to work around. Like if you need the money to put in the book sack, how you know how much to ask for? Because you're not going to go and ask for $10,000 to put in your book sack if you don't think that you got $10,000 to put in your book sack. That just don't work that way. I don't give a damn if you can't, your ass no numbers. I bet you that. You know numbers. New Black is too hot to be in Africa. I think it's hot 24/7, 365. Anyway, y'all, let me get off here. So they don't woke me up, honey. So I can get some sleep. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna put another one on the what? Rucker. It's in the books, y'all. Hopefully y'all understood what I was saying. I think if I look at both briefs, so now this brief from that they responded, this brief that I just put on the record, right? While it is a technically sound brief, okay, because it does what it's supposed to do, J-Bo's is more persuading. Now, and we know that the the objective is to write the best persuading brief, right? The best persuading brief. Oh, thank you, Shawty. Oh, just be, I can't with you. So listen. So I have to give J-Bo the nod as far as the best persuading brief out of these two. Okay. However, Illinois is technically sound. I think that they are relying on, hey, okay, we're going to support this with procedural law. So these are the procedures, Your Honor. She might be more persuasive, but these are the procedures. And these procedures, because they are technical and they are most likely right, should be more persuading than her. But you know how J-Bo writes, right? J-Bo hit you with that what? What does J-Bo hit you with? I told y'all last week. What did she hit you with? That Aristotle way of presentation, right? So, I don't know. Again, New York, I don't see any oral argument, any more dates for oral arguments that have been submitted by either side. The last dates, I think, unless if J-Bo, is she going to submit some more dates that will show her availability with her calendar, like in March, up to March, like the prosecutors did? Don't know. I ain't see them in there. So, but J-Bo hit you with that what? With logic, emotion, and ethics. The Aristotle way. So, hey. She is trying to get a standard of review applied. And if they don't see fit, see where there is one where it would be necessary to apply one, then it's going to be probably decline. Most likely. That's how it works. Prosecutors was, I wouldn't say guiding them with the standard of review that should be applied, if any. Because, but like I said, what I think they were doing is say, hey, you're supposed to look at this with this level of review, but if you don't see it that way, then you shouldn't look at it with that level of review. Because if you agree with us, then you shouldn't look at that level of review. I think that's what the prosecutor was trying to note by putting the standard of review in there, like a guide, right? Like, hey, she's saying this is judicial discretion. Well, I mean, do you see where this would amount to a review for judicial discretion if you find that this is incorrect? Then just say, if you do look, if you do find that you want to look at it closely, just say it's a toss up between both sides, and you want to apply a standard of review. Then will it meet the test as far as does this qualify as judicial discretion, judicial abuse or judicial discretion, which is the same thing, right? I don't know, y'all. It can go either way. So if you are on Team Kale, you are looking for something that says that it was, of course, anything but they affirmed or they upheld the lower court's decision. If you're on Team Lock 'em Up, then you are looking for deny. You're looking for we upheld or we affirmed the lower court's decision, right? That's what you're looking for. In other words, denied. I don't know. And again, just say that is just say the prosecutors are absolutely right in what they said with how the procedure goes. They're right when it comes to procedural and substantive law, right? They can also deviate and say, hey, this shit is unconstitutional. You got that too. See, I work in advance, honey. Cause y'all gonna have to hire y'all somebody else, baby, for free. I think I done put enough up here for y'all to get it. Shit. Y'all got it? Make sure y'all know what you're looking for. I'm getting delusional. I'm going to go. So yes, as per always and usual, we did it again. Shout out to all the people that came through, got on the record, all the people that's looking in the window. You're on the record. When shout out to 2 or 3 ones that's hater watching. You make a difference too. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the people that have channels in here. You can drop your link before I get on up out of here. Sometimes y'all have to forgive me because I be going through my thought process, and I be loading that wall up. Boom, 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 boom. And just to give you some more stuff you can get on the record with. So if you don't catch me on this live, you can always catch me in the comments. Yes, bye everyone. I appreciate y'all. I definitely love y'all. I know y'all be like, hey, you love us? Yeah. The ones I love, y'all know which ones you are. You know, I ain't fake. You know, the ones I ain't talking to you motherfuckers. I'm talking to the ones I'm talking to, not all y'all. And I got to eat. I'm going to eat some more of that little pineapple thing, baby, when I wake up. Woo. Not y'all with her greedy ass. Took it down, honey, like a champ. All right, y'all. Well, anyway, let me get on up out of here. You know, I be hating to go, but I have to go. So make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. And always remember, karma is real. God is real. The universe, it does something, but that's real too. Because, you know, we operate in the universe. And you reap what you sow. So don't do nothing, people, that you don't expect to get done to you or done to somebody you love. All right, y'all. Peace out. And I'll catch y'all on the record at another date, another time. Bye.